Boss, what's going on? Barn, the northern barbarian who squeezed sideways into the crevice, asked in a muffled voice. A fine slave, perfectly intact, a dragonborn. If this were put at an underground auction, the nobles would probably go crazy for it. Sherry looked admiringly at the petite girl with dark gold vertical pupils who appeared incredibly frail, muttering to herself. Such a treasure in the sewers? It's like finding gold in the latrine. He originally just wanted to make a quick buck, but he stumbled upon a mobile gold mine by accident. Praise be to the gods, praise be to Shar. He sincerely prayed in his heart that this stroke of good fortune must be due to the blessing of the gods, otherwise, how could he, Shire, have such good luck? Therefore, after dealing with the dragonborn girl, Shire planned to go to Shar's temple to offer a proper sacrifice. He dared not easily accept the blessings of the goddess of vengeance, the lady of the night. He was determined to repay them. Meanwhile, as ordered, Soldier Sean rushed to the corner to bring the little girl over. These adventurers took a rather indifferent view of the sale of other races as slaves. In their eyes, these hybrids were not true humans, but rather monsters. There's absolutely no psychological burden involved in selling them. Besides, even if they were pure humans, tempted by 300 gold coins, as long as there are no serious consequences, these people probably wouldn't mind changing their identities and taking a side job in slave trading. Adventurers, with the exception of a few who have principles, are mostly neutral and evil, roaming the continent of Ion like locusts. This has led to many villages in the wilderness becoming unwelcoming to outside adventurers, and even driving them away. They have done many things that are outrageous and despicable. However, when Sean was a little over 6 feet away from the dragonborn girl, he suddenly stopped moving. Because of the obstruction of his body, Shire didn't know why he wasn't moving. Therefore, he urged, Sean, bring her here. With her, we can finally have some comfortable days. Any tavern in Kalando would welcome us warmly. As he spoke, he couldn't help but lick his lips, and even the dual-wielding ranger Finn behind him seemed somewhat eager to attack. Isn't being an adventurer a profession all about living a life of luxury and seeking thrills? For money, they'd do almost anything, from rescuing gods from the abyss to searching for the neighbor's old lady's orange cat. Their range of commissions was extremely wide. Boss, I'm stuck. Come help me. Barnes' complaints came from behind, but Shire's attention was already drawn to Sean, and she had no time to look at anything else. However,
hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Sean's feelings at this moment were unknown to them. He was somewhat flustered, but he was not one of those novice adventurers. Almost as soon as Shire finished urging him, he immediately reacted. He activated the force field spell on the small round shield in the crook of his arm, and a 6-foot-high force field wall instantly appeared in front of Sean. At the same time, Sean's sharp warning voice rang out. Step back, everyone, there's a dragon, a living black whelp. Around the corner, in a place only Sean could see, a hideous monster's head covered in black scales poked out. The same dark gold vertical pupils appeared particularly terrifying under the torchlight. True dragons are the oldest creatures in the continent of Ion, and also apex predators in the food chain. Being at the top of the food chain is enough to make adventurers wary, and even if it's just a fledgling dragon, it's enough for Sean to make such a big show of it. Manny and Shire behind them were struck dumb, and even the usually aloof Finn couldn't help but grip his twin swords. The fledgling of a true dragon? It was a second-tier creature from birth, and judging from Sean's appearance, it was quite troublesome, clearly far exceeding the level of monsters their team could challenge. Their team only had 2 Tier 2 members, one was the directionally challenged Siri, and the other was a northern barbarian, a Tier 2 savage. The rest, including Sean, are only at the first tier, not even touching the threshold of the second tier. The idea of a challenge is practically absurd, unless the dragon is white. But clearly, that's not the case. As Sean slowly retreated, they saw the appearance of a fledgling dragon appearing around the corner. The black dragon head was raised high, and 4 horns, already showing their imposing presence, grew from the back of its head. The fully mature-looking hatchling was even slightly larger than the largest Beagle's hound. Its thick, mature scales look so intimidating that one wouldn't dare to challenge it. It's not a black dragon, but it surpasses even the red dragon. Great dragon, we meant no offense, and we will now depart. I offer this to beg for your forgiveness. Sherry, whose formation was almost in disarray, quickly tried to communicate with the hostile dragon in front of her. True dragons, regardless of age, possess the ability to communicate. Although the 5-colored dragons encountered in the wild are generally impossible to communicate with due to their inherent evil nature, Siri still does not want to give up. As he spoke, he took a money pouch off his person and threw it in front of the black-scaled dragon not far away. However, the gleaming silver coins scattered in the bag did not attract the dragon's attention at all, it completely ignored them. Just as he was about to say something to buy himself some time. Without hesitation, the dragon took a deep breath, a sign that it was about to exhale. He quickly retreated, but before he could get more than a few feet back, he was stuck in place, unable to move. The reason, of course, was that the northern barbarian, Barn, was still stuck in that relatively narrow crevice, preventing others from passing through. Damn it, Barn, if I'm still alive, I'll make Manny shove your head up her a. Sherry cursed the northern barbarian in charge of cleaning up the mess. Now, his only hope is that the force field wall formed by this small round shield can hold them off for a certain period of time, allowing them to retreat safely until they reach an open area outside. They wouldn't be in such a sorry state, crammed together like this. At least there's still a fighting chance. Gordon looked at the small group of adventurers huddled together in the rift before him, and at the transparent, rippled force field wall. Its eyes were utterly cold. This was the first time it had ever seen a human other than Nina. However, this did not diminish their terrible first impression, which thoroughly enraged the ruler of the Blackfire clan. Originally, it had no intention of harming the adventurer team. After all, there would be risks involved if it were to take action, and if any of them escaped, its existence would certainly be exposed. They might have to flee Kalando overnight. As can be seen from the map of Kalando, all the sewer outlets lead to the moat, which is guarded not only by Kalando's elite city guards but also by a gate that even lava cannot burn through. This makes it even harder for it to escape, so it doesn't want to expose itself to adventurers for the time being. But their initiative to come to the door left Gordon with no choice but to wait and see, until their test of him yielded a 0 score. This marked the end of their journey, both in life and in their travels. This was their final destination. As the large breath was inhaled into Gordon's abdomen, it was then transformed into a violent elemental breath through his basal vessels. Before it was expelled, its slender body, with the edges of every thick scale gleaming with a fiery red light, as if a stream of magma was constantly flowing within its body, dazzling and eye-catching. A moment later, a light brighter than a torch erupted from Gordon's lava-filled throat. It completely illuminated the dimly lit sewers, turning the narrow cracks into daylight in an instant. The scorching hot pillar of magma, carrying an extremely imposing aura, crashed into the distorted force field wall in the air. Seeing this, Sean could only hunch over, holding the round shield that formed the force field wall in front of him, while praying for the protection of the gods in the sky. This will allow him to survive this round of breath attacks unscathed. Fortunately, the force field wall held up under the magma's breath, and Sean felt nothing except a slight burning sensation on his arm. He survived, just as he was about to turn around and share the good news with his teammates. They then noticed that whether it was Manny, Shiare, or the northern barbarian barn, they were all staring blankly at the ground. Starting with the scattered lava on the ground, a fiery path swept in at a speed even faster than a pillar of fire. In an instant, the 5-person team was engulfed in flames, and the northern barbarians' blocking position left them with no room to retreat. This is a potent fire oil, an alchemical byproduct with a peculiar odor. Just a single drop can burn for 3 hours without going out. Gordon smelled the oppressive, strange fragrance in the air. In his cold, dark golden vertical pupils, the sea of fire and the decay were reflected. Unfortunately, the flames of the raging oil couldn't completely kill these adventurers, except for the barbarian barn, who was stuck and unable to move. The others were just as quick as the purebred elves at this moment, and almost immediately thought of a way to escape. Charging towards that black-scaled dragon would be tantamount to suicide. It's a real dragon. Even the weakest prey is beyond the reach of their crippled force. There is no other outcome than them delivering prey to their doorstep. The only way to survive was to climb over this 7-foot-high mountain of flesh, step on Barn's head, and escape the cramped crevice that made their legs weak. As for whether to abandon him or not, in their view, their teammate Barn had made such a big mistake. They were already being very considerate of their former teammate relationship by stabbing them a few times. Fortunately, the rift could only accommodate one person at a time, so there was no rushing or scrambling. The first to leap down onto Barn's shoulders was the dual-wielding ranger Finn. The half-elf had already appeared behind Barn in the blink of an eye, before the northern barbarians could even react. Finn looked back and saw that the fissures, illuminated by the firelight, were a deep red, and the green moss on the rock walls had been stained orange red. But almost the next second, Finn turned and ran without hesitation. He had to get out of this damned crevice, out of this filthy, stinking sewer. Screw the Ratman, screw the quest, and this real dragon that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, go back to his /her embrace. Is it really fun to stay in the sewers and bully these poor, weak, and helpless adventurers? However, now everything will be leaving me behind. Finn's mind was racing, his thoughts shifting between fear and elation. But his legs never stopped, like a nimble cheetah, as he sprinted towards the exit. Behind him, Finn heard the sound of flames reigniting and the awe-inspiring roar of a dragon. The dragon's roar almost instantly halted Finn's steps, causing him to momentarily lose focus and go blank. If he looks back now, then you will see a black-scaled dragon covered in flames, roaring. His entire body was covered in scalding lava splashed up from the charge. With overwhelming force, he delivered a powerful Iron Mountain lean, sending 2 figures struggling to escape the inferno flying straight to the feet of the still-burning northern barbarians. But Finn didn't dare to look back at all. After calming himself down, he only dared to charge forward with all his might. He hadn't run more than a few steps when he heard his teammates' screams and cries of alarm. There were cries of agony from both Manny and the warrior Sean. Without exception, they were all wailing. The charge nearly shattered their pelvic bones below their ribs, making it difficult for them to even stand up. The underground flames, however, mercilessly devoured their flesh and blood, scorching their skin. The voices of Barn, the northern barbarian stuck in the rock wall, and their captain Siri also reached Finn's ears from afar. "Boss, you have to save me. Let me go, you filthy idiot." You're just a barbarian from the north whose brain is filled with nothing but muscles and women. Barn, the northern barbarian who had been affectionately calling Shiare boss in the group, was firmly holding on to Shiare's left hand, which was trying to flip over his head, with his free right hand. He pleaded earnestly. As a northerner, if he were placed in the icy wilderness, his natural cold resistance would allow him to stay there for a whole day without any problem. But if they were to be exposed to the scorching sun, they probably wouldn't last an hour. Not to mention being scorched by intense heat and oil. However, all that came in response to Barn was a barrage of curses and resentment. Clearly, Barn's hasty disregard for his size intrusion had disrupted all their plans. With their combined strength, even if they encountered a fledgling dragon, they would never have fled in such a sorry state, not even having time to save their teammates. This northern barbarian, Barn, a second-tier savage, has already earned Ciri's wrath, especially after Barn grabbed one of her hands. All the old and new grudges surged up at once, making Ciri want to draw the sharp short sword from her waist, intending to strike Barn through the gaps in his half-body armor. It's not about killing him, but about forcing him to let go. After all, Barn is much better off alive than dead. What if the young dragon stops chasing because of this? Especially when Ciri saw the warrior and the wanderer lady, who had grown even larger, being knocked down to Barn's feet by the horned black dragon. With her hand grabbed, Ciri's eyes flashed with ferocity, and without saying a word, she stabbed into the gap in Barn's half-body armor. Having once served as a swordsman for the Empire, he was skilled enough to wield any sharpened weapon with ease. The sharp dagger pierced 3 inches, and Barn let out a muffled groan. However, he still refused to let go, firmly grasping his former captain with his right hand, holding him tightly. This was his only hope for survival, so naturally he refused to give up no matter what. Without further ado, Shiare watched as the black fledgling emerged from the flames, growing ever closer, its eyes bloodshot and bordering on madness. She used her short sword to chop at the elbow joint, hoping to force Barn to let go, as Ciri was already consumed by anger and fear. He had forgotten that if he were to wrestle with the barbarian Barn, there would be absolutely no other outcome. After Barn was struck by Shiare, his mind wasn't quite sharp. But Ciri's actions had also thoroughly enraged him. Since you won't save me, then let's die together. Despite the intense pain throbbing in his ribs, Barn unleashed unparalleled power, but he didn't use it to fight the dragon. Instead, he used it to drag his former captain to his side. Then, amidst his glaring, teeth-grinding eyes, he delivered a vicious headbutt. Boss, you forced me to do this. As he spoke, he delivered a second headbutt, and blood gushed from above both of their foreheads. However, the Imperial swordsman, Ciri, was in a much worse state. His nose was shattered, several teeth had been knocked out from the blows to his face, and blood covered his distorted face. Oh, by the dragon god! If everyone who comes to my lair could be as worry-free as the two of you. Both Barn and Ciri heard the common tongue coming from behind. Without a doubt, it was the black fledgling that came from behind Barn who said this. In the sea of fire, it was the only one that could leisurely stroll and talk. Gordon stood with his limbs planted on the body of the lifeless wanderer, feeling the softness beneath his feet. With his dark golden vertical pupils, he stared intently at the two adventurers who were hurting each other, and said sarcastically, his words full of irony. Don't be too happy yet. Once Finn escapes, you won't be able to get away. Countless adventurers know that a fledgling dragon is hiding in the sewers of Kalando. You will be killed or captured and handed over to mages interested in your body, your dragonborn will be sold, and your treasure will be divided up. Shiare, whose speech was slurred due to missing teeth, looked at the fledgling dragon with disdain and made a great fuss. Knowing he couldn't escape, courage somehow rekindled within him, and even if it meant provoking the wrath of a true dragon, he was no longer afraid. He had just seen the dual-wielding ranger Finn approaching the rift's exit, which brought him some relief and lessened the pain in his face. At the very least, this dragon won't live much longer. It's worth it? However, the next second, he saw the real dragon looking at him with a mocking gaze. Yeah, Finn had just stepped out of the rift entrance, thinking he had escaped to safety. He suddenly felt a strong, heavy whistling sound coming from his left ear. As a half-elf, his reaction time was incredibly fast. He immediately used the two swords he held to block the thick, pale bone club that couldn't be concealed even in the darkness. They also got a clear look at the attacker, a goblin, an elite goblin. Before he could even react to why there were goblins at the entrance, another gust of wind swept past his right ear, but this time he couldn't dodge it. The thick bone club struck his thigh bone at the knee joint with a cracking sound. A sickening cracking sound came from the kneecap. The intense pain that followed caused Finn to lose his balance and fall to his knees. He hugged his knees and wailed incessantly. He stared in despair at the elite goblins that emerged from the shadows, 10 of them in total. Even if he manages to escape this time, he probably won't escape this long-planned ambush. Even if Shiare were here, she probably wouldn't be able to escape for a while. It's got him cornered? After Finn was carried by the goblin, they carefully avoided the warning traps through another passage. He threw it into the bonfire hall, at the feet of the true dragon lying on the high platform. When Finn saw the black dragon hatchling again, he discovered that it was visibly much larger than when he first saw it. On the high platform, the black-scaled dragon allowed the dragon-descended girl to rub the blood from its claws with a silk cloth. It looked down at the adventurers crawling at its feet with a relaxed and languid gaze. A hint of greed flashed across its eyes, gone in an instant. The bonfire hall, atop the high platform. Gordon looked at the adventurers crawling below. He didn't rush to kill them. He was currently processing the spoils from the 4 men he had just encountered. The previous 4 adventurers, including the northern barbarian and the swordsman who looked like a captain, contributed a total of 2 white orbs of light and 2 black iron orbs of light to it. The black iron talent fragments are undeterred by the cold and sword mastery. Talent unfazed by the cold, you will be unafraid of the cold and can endure for a long time in the icy wilderness. You will also have some resistance to the frost breath of creatures such as winter wolves and white dragons, as well as some frostbite. However, this is not a reason for you to provoke them. Talent sword mastery, sharp sword, sharp eyes. Your swordsmanship is outstanding even among 100 swordsmen. The sword is an extension of your body. You can do many incredible things with the sword, even slice potatoes as thin as cicada wings. Gordon chose to decompose directly. One downside to dealing with humanoid beings is that the talent fragments that appear on them always carry a deep malice towards true dragons. The former clearly looks down on the lava dragon's body. The heart of molten fire is no joke. Even in icy and snowy conditions, the lava dragon's internal high temperature is enough to dispel the cold. However, the only downside is that it might be doubly vulnerable to cold-based spells in that environment. Like winter wolves, they fear fire. Fire spells will deal double damage to them. Therefore, the alchemical product of raging fire oil always fetches a high price in the north. The latter harbored hostility towards its claws, because its talent specified a certain type of military-issue longsword, somewhat similar to a rapier. In any case, it seemed to have nothing to do with Gordon's claws. Otherwise, Gordon would have really wanted to try whether his claws could slice potatoes. The first-tier talent fragments of the White Orb are Theft and Iron Wall. Talent Theft, your skill allows you to steal without attracting attention, even while disguised as a passerby in busy streets and trading areas, thus stealing their wealth without alerting anyone. Talent Iron Wall, your shield is like an iron wall, easily blocking incoming attacks. The shield in your hand is the strongest source of confidence for you and your teammates behind you. 2 more pieces of trash. Why didn't they use stealth? Don't rogues have stealth? Gordon muttered to himself as he disassembled the 2 talent fragments, then turned his gaze to the adventurer who was crawling on the ground, his crotch already half wet. Gordon took to the air and, using his wings, leaped back onto the high platform, his claws, which sprang from his paw pads, now stained with streaks of crimson blood. Nina, who was standing to the side, frowned slightly as she watched, but she continued to wipe its paws with the silk cloth, muttering to herself. Mr. Gordon, these things can be entirely left to the goblins, their filthy blood shouldn't stain your claws. Gordon didn't reply. Naturally, it couldn't tell Nina that it needed to kill its prey with its own hands to become stronger. It's a secret that won't be told to anyone, though it's not hard to guess. So Gordon just lay there half reclined, lazily stretching out its paws, letting the dragonborn girl Nina wipe it clean. Then I began to think silently. This talent looks somewhat similar to the template of the Slaughter God's Child, but what he grants the God's Child is experience, not talent fragments. Moreover, Gordon cannot obtain talent fragments by relying on others, otherwise, he could cultivate a group of followers so that he could collect fragments effortlessly, which would be a good idea. Unfortunately, it's all in the dream. Gordon hasn't yet discovered this function in the system panel. Perhaps it will open in the future, but it's not open now. His attention now focused on the newly displayed data on the inner retinal panel, the freshly tested talent. Ding! Detection successful. Detected as Tier 1 talent dual wielding combat. Activate talent/not activate. Gordon looked at his claws, which Nina had polished to a gleaming shine, and wondered if that counted as dual-wielding weapons. However, it's just a talent fragment. Gordon can afford to experiment with it. The black fledgling dragon, already showing signs of becoming wealthy and powerful, silently nodded in its mind. The fragments of talent vanished in an instant, and the data and information became specks of light that merged into Gordon's long claws. In the light blue talent list, dual weapon combat, 1/5, naturally squeezed into Gordon's field of vision. Dual weapon combat. From a young age, you underwent meticulous training from dual-wielding masters. Over time, your left and right hands have become virtually indistinguishable, whether in combat or daily life. This causes your enemies to face several times more pressure when facing you with 2 weapons. Conversely, when facing multiple attackers, your pressure is also several times less. However, your skills are still somewhat rusty. It is recommended that you learn more from the dark elf who carries 2 swords and wishes to remain anonymous. A mysterious and profound memory also squeezed into Gordon's mind, just like when he was charging. He quickly browsed through the scene of the dual-wielding ranger's training. From daily training in childhood, to the dexterity of using both hands in daily life, to the skillful hacking at wooden stakes marked with chiseled blades, to later adventures where teammates completed quests to defeat burrowing worms and trolls, and of course, memories of fighting other adventurers. The memories of dual-wielding combat, along with the fading of those memories, were branded onto Gordon's hands like a mark. Before absorbing dual weapon combat, its claws will only tear, and it will be used relatively infrequently. After all, although the claws of a true dragon are sharp, they are used for the vast majority of its daily combat. Or perhaps it's the legacy passed down in the dragon's memory that tells them this. The true dragon's attack begins with flying into the sky, using its roar to intimidate the enemy, and then whipping up a whirlwind to unleash its breath on the ground troops, taking advantage of its aerial superiority. Occasionally, it will rush into the crowd, using its massive size to bite with its fangs or lash out with its tail. It will only raise its claws to tear apart enemies that are close to its abdomen. Gordon's current feeling is that although his hands were very dexterous in the past, that dexterity was only limited to the literal sense. Instead of this deeper level, it can now do many things in combat that were previously impossible with claws. For example, it can stand upright and attack two enemies simultaneously with its claws without being distracted, and the attack power of its left and right claws will not differ much. Therefore, there is no distinction between left-handed and right-handed people. Good. Gordon looked at the dual weapon combat talent in the talent list and was quite satisfied, at least it wasn't useless. He was quite satisfied, he simply wanted to test whether his claws could be considered a weapon. The result is self-evident. It is already considering whether it can find a claw mastery level talent holder to test its skills and see if it can take its attack techniques to the next level. However, if things continued like this, Gordon felt as if he was going astray. He's clearly a magical dragon, possessing innate sorcerer level abilities from childhood, so why bother searching so painstakingly for melee combat skills? Wouldn't being a mage be better? It's not a magically incapable molten dragon. However, after this battle, Gordon finally understood why adventurers in the Dragon Legacy are always regarded as a group of creatures that are both loved and hated. It looked thoughtfully at the goblins below the stage, who were already dividing up the weapons and armor brought by the adventurers, and at the small round shield placed beside it that could block its lava breath. After all, the spoils from killing an adventure party far exceed the loot from 3, or even 4 or 5, monster tribes. So much so that sometimes, if a high-level adventure party fails to slay a dragon and is wiped out, it might bring the dragon a significant increase in its wealth. However, the price of failure is the life of the true dragons, and the treasures they have spent their entire lives collecting. The risk is quite high. But this time, Gordon truly enjoyed the rewards of the Dragon Slayer team's failure. Although not much, it was indeed more abundant than the previous 3 tribes. Leaving aside the odds and ends of nearly a gold coin, the small round shield that can release a force field is already worth several times more than the total harvest the tribe had previously obtained. Gordon had seen similar items in the alchemy shop inventory that Nina brought. It is a ring that can release a force field wall at least 1 human height and 1 foot thick, 3 times a day. The ring is priced at 2,000 gold coins, which is more than Gordon could afford even with all his wealth. The estimated value provided by Gordon clearly shows that the price of this small round shield fluctuates between approximately 200 to 400 gold coins. It seems that good speaking skills or the right timing are also needed to sell it for a high price. For example, in a team about to embark on a dungeon adventure, or by using skillful persuasion, you can get a wealthy newbie to buy this weapon. Gordon was already quite satisfied with 200 gold coins. He put the small round shield into the dimensional bag that Nina had brought back, planning to sell it directly to Fran's alchemy shop next time. But then he realized that this might expose his presence, so Gordon abandoned the idea. Leaving it to Nina wouldn't be bad. After all, this thing has decent defensive capabilities, making it especially suitable for narrow places like the sewers. If it weren't for the force field wall having a duration and the fiery oil trap below causing the adventure team to panic, it would have been a good outcome. Gordon might have no choice but to find another way to keep the group of adventurers here. In any case, it had already sent out more than half of the goblins in the campfire hall through another passage to cut off their retreat. Their demise today is inevitable, unless they have another trump card up their sleeve. But if that were the case, Gordon could only lament his bad luck, leave the sewers, and search for an exit. Furthermore, it must abandon its newly acquired retinue, as their sheer number makes them too easy to detect. However, the final result was still gratifying. Gordon looked at his newly revamped personal panel. Golden Alduin Targaryen. Title, Blackfire Overlord, 87/100. Race, Lava Dragon. Age, Hatchling, 0 to 5 years old. Life, 40/40ths. Equivalent stage, 2. Talent. Tier 1 talents, Trap Mastery, 1/4, Gluttony, 5/9, Dark Vision, 4/11, Stamina, 1/7, Robustness, 10/20, Dual Weapon Combat, 1/5. Tier 2 talents, Scale Armor Enhancement, 4/20, Steel Fangs and Claws, 1/10, Dragon's Roar, 1/8, Charge, Proficient, 1/8, Berserk, 1/18, Warlaws, 1/18, Spell Enhancement, 1/50, Onomatopoeia. Skills, Fire Immunity, Bite Claw Strike, Lava Breath. Soul Talent, Talent Stealing. Free Talent Fragments, 2 Tier 1 Free Talent Fragments, 2 Tier 2 Free Talent Fragments. After viewing the brand new personal panel, it's time for the routine post-battle stat allocation. Gordon has always adhered to the principle that as long as others don't kill it, it still has a chance. He very conscientiously allocated his 2 black iron talent points to Scale Armor Enhancement. Scale Armor Demonization, 4/20, 6/20, Upward Arrow. It was another completely new experience. The physical burden increased again, and the thickness and color of the scales began to darken and become smoother. The scales on its abdomen also appeared increasingly mature, gradually changing from pale yellow to grayish yellow. If someone unaware of the situation were to see it, they would surely say that this dragon has weathered many years and has become quite dark. There's no doubt that the remaining 2 Tier 1 talent points will be used to max out the robust talent first. Whether it's strengthening one's own strength or physique, robustness is far better than endurance. Although this stat allocation might cause Gordon's stamina to dwindle, so far, Gordon hasn't encountered any creatures that require prolonged combat. It also wanted to see how much the young dragon's talents would improve after maxing out robust. It's worth noting that sharp claws and hard scales only require 10 fragments of any tier to advance, while robust requires 20. Judging from the spell enhancement talent, it's definitely true that the more shards a talent requires, the more powerful it is. Therefore, this follow-up alone is enough to motivate Gordon to invest the remaining talent shards. Healthy, 10/20ths, 12/20ths, upward arrow. Life 40/40-42/42 upward arrow. The feeling of increased physical strength returned, and his body size also increased at an imperceptible rate. Now, when Gordon squats, he is not much shorter than Nina. If you add its long dragon tail, it could easily surpass Nina's height now. In less than a week, Gordon grew so fast. If Tiamat found out, she'd probably mistake Gordon for a different kind of dragon again. However, there was nothing wrong with Gordon's molten dragon genes. He just grew a little faster than a normal hatchling and had a few more innate skills and specializations. The rest are quite normal, they can use magic, and their appearance is not strange, fitting the typical characteristics of a molten dragon hatchling. After adding the points, Gordon's focus, which was lying on the high platform, retracted from the data panel inside the retina. Looking up, I saw the dragonborn girl below the platform, who had finished her work and was now sitting on a small chair left behind by the previous spellcaster, engrossed in reading a spellbook. Gordon wanted to say something more, but seeing Nina's focused expression, he decided not to disturb her. Then it turned its gaze to the largest open space in the campfire hall, where elite goblins were gathered in a cluster. Some of them even had brand new weapons. They took the warrior's longsword and the wanderer's twin blades into their hands and began to practice. However, in the end they all switched back to bone hammers, abandoning these fairly well-equipped weapons. Compared to these strange weapons, these elite goblins still preferred their own thick and heavy weapons, which inspired fear in all who heard of them. However, a few chose to replace their bone hammers with weapons from human adventurers. The goblin who was once shorter than a normal elite goblin and used to tip him off was now toying with a dagger he had pulled from the female wanderer's waist. And then there's Grush, the leader of the Blackfire clan, wielding two bladed axes with imposing power. It was the weapon left behind by that second-tier barbarian. It also inherited the barbarian's half-body armor, which was a bit too big, but that didn't matter. As long as the defense is intact, that's fine. The weight of the half-body armor is almost negligible for goblins. However, the ill-fitting clothes might cause some obstacles in movement. Seeing them exchange their weapons, Gordon felt no anger at the invasion of the dragon's property, as these were originally gifts from Gordon to them. At first, Grush seemed somewhat apprehensive and flattered. After all, the fact that you can get even a single copper coin from the claws of a true dragon is enough to show that you are of some importance to the dragon. After all, dragons, whether metallic dragons, chromatic dragons, or primal dragons and gem dragons, are all arrogant and stingy. The dragon's rarity and preciousness of their treasures are unparalleled. Even their spouses and children cannot claim a single gold coin from their treasury, let alone their subordinates and relatives who can be replaced at any time. That's wishful thinking. They'd rather let their equipment rot in the vault, breaking and rusting, than replace it for their men. This is something that everyone on the continent of Io knows. Therefore, after Gordon bestowed weapons upon them, this became an entry under Blackfire Overlord in Gordon's title list. From unwavering loyalty, maintained until the first defeat, to unwavering loyalty, reserved only for the true dragon before them, until the end of their lives. It is obvious that they have taken on the shape of Gordon. Gordon didn't notice this at first. The main reason is that they have always acted this way, always appearing as the most loyal lackeys, making it impossible for anyone to detect anything amiss. Gordon didn't check the title, and he only discovered the title change later when he was bored. It can only be described as an unexpected and fortunate outcome. Lying on the high platform, Gordon watched the goblins practice wielding their weapons and suddenly remembered his long-abandoned scale armor experiment. Perhaps he could do it today. With so many weapons, we can test the hardness of its scales and give it a better understanding. So, after thinking it through, Gordon didn't hesitate for long. He got up from the platform covered with gold coins, shook off non-existent dust, and jumped down. With its outstretched dragon wings and paw pads, it moved so lightly that it did not disturb Nina, who was standing nearby. Then they headed towards the goblin clearing in the distance. When Grush saw the approaching dragon, without even needing its command, all the goblins present performed the most devout salute to their master, the black-scaled dragon, which was drawing ever closer. They lay prostrate on the ground, in the same posture as in the beginning. Grush had originally intended to loudly praise Gordon's honor, but upon seeing Gordon's gesture to be quiet, he immediately shut his mouth. Kneeling on the ground, awaiting the arrival of the true dragon. Soon, Gordon's distinctive, gruff howl rang out. Grush, now, you shall carry out my orders. Master, what command? Grush will obey your will above all. After Grush finished speaking, it listened quietly, and then it heard the most absurd command it had ever heard in its life, at least the most absurd thing Grush had ever heard. Take up your weapons and strike at my scales. Gordon's authoritative voice was clearly heard by the goblins present. If it weren't for Gordon's authority, they might have all started making a ruckus. Owner, Grush initially wanted to question him, but upon seeing Gordon's solemn, dark gold vertical pupils, he immediately lowered his head, stood up first, picked up his double axes, and stood in front of Gordon. I will obey your will, my master. Then, Grush cautiously raised his double axes and gently swung them at the highest ruler of the Blackfire clan, their supreme master. Then came Gordon's roar. Grush, haven't you eaten? Put some effort into it. 20 minutes later, Gordon returned to the platform from the open space, satisfied. His somewhat pleased expression revealed that he was in a good mood. It was indeed in a good mood. With Gordon making the goblins do their best, it finally knew roughly what kind of weapons and strength its scales could withstand. Although scale armor enchanting increases magic resistance, its physical defense is still far superior to the hardened scale armor of a fledgling dragon. You can tell from its armor-like scales. Therefore, through this experiment, Gordon will be able to better assess the situation when he encounters adventurers in the future. Furthermore, he makes decisions in battle with exceptional skill. Under certain circumstances, Gordon can rely on the thickness of his scales to completely disregard incoming weapons. This will allow it to more intuitively understand which weapons it can withstand and which weapons it needs to avoid. Whew. Having understood the problem that had troubled it for so long, Gordon changed from a standing to a lying position, settling on the gold coin that brought him some slight pleasure, and began to sleep soundly. The weakness it felt after strenuous exercise and the after-effects of its frenzied state made it feel sleepy. Now that everything's done, it's time to go to sleep. The exit crack in the campfire hall has been restored to its original state, and the warning traps have been reinstalled. However, the blackened marks from the fire on the latter half of the rock face could not be concealed. But no one in the sewers would notice the anomaly on the rock wall. They were more concerned with what monster might appear around the next corner. I doubt anyone would have guessed that a real dragon was hidden inside, would they? The last known adventurer team had already been fed to the sewer creatures with their own bodies in the river. The eerie wind from the sewers swept away the last vestiges of the acrid smell and the faint stench of blood in the air. The entrance fissure has returned to its former tranquility. A day later, in the southeastern part of the sewers, a 6-person adventure team, torches in hand, slowly made their way through the deep sewer corridors. They all wore the heads of ratmen, more or less, around their waists. Apart from the petite figure in the very center holding a silver spear, whose face was obscured by a hood. Judging from her behavior, this adventurer seemed more like someone who came to experience fear than to embark on an adventure, trembling incessantly. But her seemingly insignificant actions were observed by everyone in the adventure team, yet they didn't complain at all. Simply put, this is the sugar daddy. However, she spent 3 gold coins to hire them to take her on a tour of the city's sewers, allowing her to experience an adventurous life. They would all absolutely agree to this kind of extra income. If it were the wilderness, they might be worried, but this is the sewers, a place where at most goblins, ratmen, and other creatures would appear. What other unique monsters could possibly appear? So, they readily accepted the commission early on. He embarked on a day trip through the sewers with this mysterious female patron. Leading the group was Tier 1 Ranger Keen, who was in charge of scouting. The surrounding environment of this sewer is no different from the sewers we've passed through before. But Keen could clearly sense that the smell of rats in the air had become much stronger, although the air was filled with the distinct smells of goblins and kobolds. But he could still smell it, thanks, of course, to the help of his animal companion, the beagle's sense of smell. The wind blew through the pipes, alleys, and corridors from all directions, making it difficult for him to pinpoint the source of the ratman's scent. However, he could clearly sense that the smell was getting closer and closer, not far from here. So, he turned his head and complained in a low voice to Captain Willen, who was not far behind him. Damn it, Captain! These ratmen can run fast. They've gotten all the way over here. If I'm not mistaken, we should be in the southeast region by now. Captain Wei Lun smiled and said to his teammates. The distribution of ratmen in the sewers is much less differentiated now. The ratman tribe was almost wiped out this morning. You saw the Durun family burning those ratman heads to ashes in the Black Street this morning, didn't you? It's truly spectacular. Scout Keen nodded in agreement. He already recalled the scene he had witnessed this morning before going down into the sewers. Countless rat heads were piled up into a small mountain, their humanoid faces showing fear, apprehension, or ferocity. Although they weren't human, but monsters, Keen still felt a chill when he thought about it. So, there aren't many of these ratmen left. Whether we find anything today or not, this is our last time in the sewers. After we search this place, let's go back to the Adventurers Guild to hand over the quest. Exterminating the ratmen isn't profitable anymore. What do you think, Miss Loveafe? After making the decision, Wei Lun felt it was still necessary to ask the investor's opinion. After all, the battles in the sewers today were pitifully few. He hadn't even killed 20 ratmen. Earning these 3 gold coins was a bit too easy, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. I'm fine with anything. The little girl with red hair and pigtails, clutching a silver spear that looked incredibly valuable, replied tremblingly. Just then, a low bark of woof, woof, came from around the corner of the corridor ahead. It was Keen's animal companion, a Beethoven named Fang, who seemed to have discovered something. Scout Keen then followed. Not long after, Keen, who had arrived first, turned back and told Captain Willen what he had said. Captain, there's a kobold lair up ahead. They've dug up the sewers beyond recognition. Wellen was delighted to hear this and happily said to Love behind him. Miss Lovely, you'll soon be able to witness a grand adventure. Look, a kobold lair awaits our arrival. It's going to be a spectacular show. Willen's voice was filled with joy, as if he felt he had once again done right by those 3 gold coins. Just then, a gust of cold wind swept through the sewers, making Love, the girl who had secretly run away for adventure, feel a chill run down her spine, and she tightened her robe. Although she was somewhat delighted to witness a thrilling battle, a sudden unease arose in her heart. However, after touching the silver ring on her hand, she felt relieved. With it around, nothing should go wrong, but I'll probably get a scolding from my older sister when I get back. But she had experienced the life of an adventurer, and it was indeed much more exciting than what was described in the Lich's adventure house. Love, clutching her spear, followed closely behind the adventure team, thinking to herself with delight. In the bonfire hall, all the goblins of the Blackfire clan who were capable of training were stepping forward in batches, wielding thick bone clubs, and practicing their attacks on the humanoid straw figures. This is training the Bone Crusher feat. Although the results are not yet visible after a few days of effort, most goblins no longer swing randomly as before, but instead target joints, which is a small improvement. Gordon, meanwhile, lay on the pile of gold coins, which was now half gone, and began toying with a potion. Nina, on the other hand, counted the gold coins at Gordon's feet with a pang of regret. They had barely been warmed up before Mr. Gordon had used them to buy a potion. Her dream of filling the entire hall with gold coins was becoming increasingly distant, and as she thought this, Nina's little face scrunched up, looking utterly adorable. Gordon saw the little guy's expression but didn't know how to explain it. After all, these actions were indeed bizarre to a true dragon, but for it, money was just an external thing, and it was best to use it to purchase equipment. Otherwise, if the adventurers got the money, wouldn't it be a huge loss for the dragon? Although the figures on the coins, whether sleeping or squatting, seem quite comfortable. However, to avoid being mistaken for a boss and defeated by adventurers in the future, Gordon decisively bought a few potions to test the waters, just in case. In its claws lay a breath enhancement potion, sold for 10 gold coins a bottle in Fran's alchemy shop. It was a single-use potion specifically designed to enhance the power of a dragonborn's or a warlock's breath. In other words, Gordon's breath cost 10 gold coins, which was quite extravagant. However, Gordon was quite willing to spend money as long as it could improve his combat power. So he bought 4 bottles of potions at once, as well as some more fiery oil and several other potions that he had already set his sights on, including memory loss potion and sleeping potion. These things were really quite useful. For Gordon, the flame oil was the perfect tool to create artificial favorable conditions at any time, amplifying his own strength and weakening his enemies. The latter, however, was purchased after careful consideration. While Gordon was still lying on the high platform, pondering whether he should use the money to buy a magical artifact for protection. On the other side, Love had already followed the adventure team to the vicinity of the kobold's lair. The kobold's lair was about 50 feet behind the corridor, in a dilapidated hall with more than a dozen sewer pipes gushing out, and totemic markings of dragon symbols painted on the outer rock walls. Dragon totem markings are a characteristic of kobold lairs. Any kobold tribe with a slightly larger population, regardless of whether they have spellcasters or not, will have totem markings around them to warn intruders. For them, totems represent faith, worship, and following the true dragon is their ultimate dream. However, they prefer to keep the weak dragon cubs as pets, treating them as decorative objects or as a trump card for their tribe. Adventurers often exercise extreme caution when venturing into the final hall of the kobolds, as a careless adventurer might be ambushed by a lurking dragon, instantly reversing a seemingly insurmountable situation. Although such incidents are rare, even a single instance can be discussed for many years. With the help of Ranger Scout Keen and his animal companions, the adventure team easily found the true entrance to the kobold's lair. The pipe in the second row from the bottom left corner looks no different from the other pipes. But Keen could clearly smell that the scent there was mixed with the smell of goblins and other creatures, while the other pipes smelled purely of kobolds, which often meant a trap. Kobolds are creatures skilled at digging. They spend 70% of their lives, except when they are sleeping, digging. Whether it's soft soil, hard granite, or scorching volcanic rock, they can always find a clever support point to prevent the cave from collapsing. You could say they are natural-born mining masters. Therefore, its lair is often accompanied by 2 or 3 false entrances to confuse the enemy. There are usually falling rocks and pitfalls inside to trap enemies, adventurers, or other humanoid creatures who dare to invade the kobold's lair. Captain, I'll go in first. Wait for my signal. Scout Keen stepped into the dark, damp entrance without hesitation. The entrance to the lair was about half a person's height, just enough to accommodate the kobold's height. Keen had to bend over to get in. Logically speaking, the cave entrances that kobolds frequently enter and exit should not have any traps. Because they inherited some of the arrogance of dragons, they had a mysterious confidence in their masterpieces and did not believe that any other creature could see through their entrance disguises. But Keen proceeded cautiously, step by step, checking for traps. He didn't want to capsize in the kobold's lair. Holding a faintly glowing fluorescent stone, enough to illuminate a 5-foot radius in front of Keen, he began to gradually investigate. He wasn't worried about anything lurking in the darkness or launching a sneak attack. Because he had his animal companions behind him, no sound could escape the notice of this adult beagle. So Keen confidently began to survey the entrance passage. At the very end of the passage, the outline of a partially empty and quiet underground hall of ruins appeared before Keen in the dim light. He was somewhat surprised, but still went out to carefully investigate the surrounding area. However, he didn't dare to go too far and returned. Keen returned to Willen and recounted the entire situation, awaiting Willen's judgment. When Wellen heard Keen say that he hadn't seen any kobolds in the hall, he frowned slightly, but he was still unwilling to give up and waved his hand. Go in and check. If we don't find any trace of the kobolds, we'll come back out. Miss Love-Eve, please walk in the middle, behind me, and put away your spear. You should take this. The chainmail-clad warrior, Velan, drew a short sword, about 1.5 feet long, from his waist and handed it to the girl whose face was covered by a black robe. In this low cave entrance, your spear is a hindrance, this is more suitable for you. Love disassembled and put away the spear, then took Warren's short sword. Her pretty face, hidden beneath her low-hanging hood, showed a hint of excitement. So this is adventure. Love? You're an adventurer now too. She clenched her fist, feeling an overwhelming joy, as if a dream had come true. While she had felt a sense of adventure watching them slaughter the Ratman before, at this moment, she felt truly immersed in the experience. One by one, the team members bent down and entered the entrance. Soon it was Love's turn. Holding her short sword, she hunched over and swiftly slipped inside, then followed closely behind the figure in front. They soon arrived at the dilapidated hall that Keen had mentioned. The light from the campfire illuminated the ruined surroundings, but judging from the marks on the ground and the trash, there was indeed biological activity here. Whether it's the bones scattered everywhere or the piles of garbage, it all indicates that there is considerable biological activity here. But for some reason, it's completely empty now. Just to be on the safe side, as soon as Velan stepped out of the passage, he ordered them to return to their usual formation. Scouts would explore the area, while the warriors and swordsmen would improvise. The tower shield warriors held their ground at the rear, protecting their only spellcaster. Behind Love were the two members of the adventure party, including the dwarf warrior wielding the tower shield. The other was a tall, slender man dressed in an obsidian-colored robe, with delicate, white fingers and a hint of joy on his face. He had a harp tucked into his waistband, but he was currently holding a short sword just like Love's. He was the only spellcaster in the group, a bard named Sith. He was not wearing a temple insignia, so Love didn't know which god he worshipped or what his allegiance was. Sith noticed Love turning to look at him, immediately smiled at her, and asked, Miss Love-Eve, is there a problem? And nothing. Love saw Sith's somewhat warm smile, yet for some reason felt a chill run through her body and her heart pounded. However, she was quickly drawn to the commotion ahead. Captain, there are traces of a campfire here, it's still warm. And there were wet footprints, judging by the direction, they came from there. In the decaying and dilapidated hall ahead, Keen stood on the broken brick floor. He touched the warmth of the campfire ash beneath his feet with one hand, pointed to a burrow to the east with the other, and spoke to Waylon behind him. Then let's go. Cheer up and pay attention to your surroundings. The low-pitched voice of Waylon is actually in the sewers, where there is no dark vision, regardless of how low you speak. The campfire in their hands would still give them away, it was just for psychological comfort. Love looked around curiously, there was trash everywhere. In the firelight, she could also see the dilapidated hall, with many openings more than 3 feet high, large enough for humanoid creatures to hide in. But the bottom is visible, clearly indicating this is the dwelling of kobolds. However, Love didn't look around for long before following their steps into the underground cave. Unlike the previous passages, this cave extended downwards instead of running horizontally. There are traces of mining activity around the cave, but judging from its age, it has been open for a long time. My god, what have these kobolds done? Did they dig a tunnel to connect to the outside of Sword Clam Bay? As the group descended, someone finally sensed something was wrong. The smell of seawater in the air became increasingly noticeable. Keen, his face filled with surprise, muttered to his teammates behind him. Wellen didn't care. On the contrary, he was more concerned about where those kobolds were hiding. How come they hadn't found a single kobold after walking for so long? About 5 minutes later, they emerged from the winding, downward-sloping passage onto soft, damp ground. After a few steps, the space suddenly opened up before them. Illuminated by the torches, they could clearly see the underground space they were in. A naturally formed cave, far larger than imagined. Their firelight could only vaguely reveal the cave's vaulted ceiling and rock walls, showing only fragments. A dense cluster of inverted, pointed stone pillars gathered in the air, like sharp swords, poised to strike. By the gods? This is... Everyone stared at the underground cave, murmuring in astonishment. The path beneath their feet was flanked by a rock wall on one side, leading to a high platform that was faintly visible through the light of fire and the clamor of monsters. Just a few steps away from the team on the other side was a deep blue lake, dominating the entire area of the cave they could see. Those ocean-like flavors must be from here. Keen slowly crawled up, trying to observe the activity on the platform. He poked his head out, and his pupils widened instantly. He saw a campfire more than 2 meters high burning in the open space on the platform. The firelight illuminated the area, allowing him to clearly see that hundreds of kobolds were densely packed on the platform. They were all facing the deep blue lake in front of them, which was to Keen's right, and they were respectfully prostrate on the ground with their tails drooping. Directly in front of them was a high platform, on which were piles of creatures, including goblins, ratmen, and even a few goblin hounds barking. Is this a sacrificial ceremony? Just as Keen was about to turn back and say something to the captain behind him, he noticed that the calm, mirror-like blue lake to his right had suddenly rippled. The triangular ripples spread outwards, and a huge shadow grew visibly larger from underwater, accompanied by a splashing sound. Upon closer inspection, a ferocious monster had emerged halfway out of the water from what was once a mirror-like lake. Its eerie green vertical pupils, blue-green scales, and fin-like dragon wings appeared particularly ferocious and terrifying under the light of the burning campfire. Its eyes were fixed on Keen, filled with greed and anger. Tier 3 monster, a subspecies of true dragon, sea dragon. Gods above, a sea dragon is lurking in the sewers. What on earth did these kobolds do? Before Scout Keen could even utter these thoughts aloud, then they saw this monster, whose upper and lower body were at least 10 feet long, meandering through the water, with most of its body leaning forward as it swam toward Keen. A terrifying roar could still be heard from the innermost part, even though the sea dragon was not a real dragon. However, its roar can still intimidate some weak-willed individuals, whether adventurers or humanoids, making them obediently stand still and let it devour them. Even though Keen was a professional, he was startled by the sudden roar and stood still for a few seconds. Fortunately, Keen heard a familiar melody, which instantly relieved his mind, which had been shaken by the dragon's roar, and made his steps much lighter, thus preventing him from waiting to die on the spot. This was precisely the unique ability of Sith, the only spellcaster in their squad, a bard, boost morale. It is a supernatural ability that can influence the mind and needs to be released through music. Boost morale effectively removes teammates' fear, enhances their combat strength, allows teammates to maximize their potential, and provides a certain immunity to charm and fear spells. Quick, Captain! The fins on this monster's back have completely turned deep purple. It's an old sea dragon. The adventurer was unfamiliar with the monster encyclopedia, but he knew the monsters that appeared near Kalando like the back of his hand. Keen shouted, knowing full well how terrifying these monsters were. Sea dragons frequently raid and capsize merchant ships, making them notorious plunderers at sea. Sometimes they are even more ferocious than pirates, since pirates at least have a sense of reason, while these monsters have no desire to communicate. It was for two reasons: first, the treasure on the ship, and second, the sweet taste of flesh and blood. The former is a common ailment among those with true dragon bloodlines, while the latter is the favorite food of ferocious beasts. Even the weakest kobold has an unconscious habit of collecting glittering ornaments and coins. The entire team, including their leader Waylon, saw the monster immediately and instinctively took a few steps back. Hearing the roar startled him, and it wasn't until the Sith's music filled the tall cave that he felt much better. However, the adventurer party was ultimately not intimidated by the monster before them. After all, they had been through a lot. Although they hadn't hunted any tier 3 monsters, they had seen quite a few. Even adult dragons have flown over their heads before, so now that they think about it, there's nothing to be afraid of. They just need to go back and change their pants. Everyone come here. Bag, set up your tower shield and stand in front to hold it. Velan immediately ordered his original long, serpentine formation to converge on him, gathering together, and then had the second-tier shield warrior, the dwarf Bag, defend against it. After all, every true dragon is incredibly cunning. Even the white dragon deserves the title of a cunning beast, and sneak attacks are their specialty. We cannot allow this monster to capture us and weaken our strength. This was Waylon's first reaction. Stand behind me, friends. The shield-wielding dwarf Bag immediately raised his tower shield and stood in front of the 5, his eyes fixed on the monster before him. He knew that if he fell, his teammates would be easily defeated. Keen, the scout who had just returned to the group, also took out his crossbow and began to wind up specially enchanted arrows. The iron arrowheads couldn't harm the sea dragon's scales at all. As a ranger and scout, he had prepared some arrows specifically for dealing with high-level monsters. Meanwhile, Velan and another swordsman drew their long swords, pointing the tips at the approaching sea dragon, and confronted it. Even Love, trembling, took out the long silver staff without a spearhead and faced the enormous creature before her. For a moment, it seemed as if only the songs of the Bard Sith lingered throughout the entire cave. This proved to be effective. Their squad's hedgehog-like defense made even the cunning and ferocious sea dragon feel like it had nowhere to attack. Yes, that's it. Slowly back away. Get out of here. Seeing the Seadraman's wary expression, Waylon was secretly pleased and whispered to his teammates beside him. Upon hearing this, the others also consciously and tacitly retreated step by step, wanting to return to the winding downward passage. However, even though the Seadramon was somewhat difficult to attack and wouldn't take the initiative, it didn't mean it would give up this fresh meat that had been delivered to its doorstep. It roared at the kobolds who were still watching them. Seize them and offer them to me. Dragon's voice. Upon hearing this, the kobolds, who stood upright like red lizards, all picked up their weapons from the ground, barked, and swarmed down from the platform towards the adventure team. Fight for the strong. This is the glory of the kobolds? Although this sea dragon was not a real dragon, it did not prevent these kobolds who worshipped the strong from submitting to it. Even if the sea dragon is stupid, it still possesses the bloodline of a true dragon. Commanding one's retinue is an essential skill for a true dragon. Almost all true dragons regard their followers as storage food, so they don't feel sorry for any of them that die. In their view, as long as they can deplete the adventurer's life force, whether it's physical strength or magic, as long as they can exchange it for one more, it's a profit. Undoubtedly, it inherited this. The adventure team, initially pleased with themselves at the sight of the swarming kobolds, instantly lost their smugness and instead threw themselves wholeheartedly into the battle. Kobolds are not scary, and most of them are ordinary kobolds, with not a single second-tier kobold among them. Only a few first-tier kobolds have been incorporated into their ranks. Under normal circumstances, Wei Lun would definitely be the first to go up and unleash his full power. These low-level monsters are practically like wheat under his cleave slash, unable to even withstand a second hit. But now there's a lone sea dragon eyeing them, and this will test the team's cohesion. Whether they can withstand this wave and prevent the dragon beasts on the side from finding an opportunity is a matter of life and death. Step back and guard a narrow spot. It's not good to be near the lake. Velan watched the sea dragon disappear into the water and said to his teammates with a wary expression. Without the sea dragon's gaze, the adventure team easily retreated back to the cave they had started in, and in a narrow area, began clearing out the kobolds in front of them. Retreating further was out of the question. Being surrounded by hundreds of kobolds in an open area would also be very dangerous. Such attacks coming from all directions are probably only something that the 8-armed serpent demon could handle. However, as time passed, they had cut down a quarter of the kobolds, and the kobold corpses were piled up at the entrance of the cave, reaching a height of 3 feet. Wellen and the other swordsman's hands were aching from hacking away, but the sea dragon beast hidden beneath the lake still hadn't appeared. Are we just going to let them go like that? Doubts arose in everyone's hearts. It seemed absurd, but the facts were undeniable. Meanwhile, in the ruined hall above, a hideous monster with eerie green vertical pupils, resembling will-o'-the-wisps, slowly rose from an inconspicuous, narrow body of water. As it crawled out of the water, it shook the water off its scales with a hint of disgust. The fresh water was so bland. Then, after determining its direction, it headed towards the nearby cave that exuded a fishy smell. Despite its weight of several thousand pounds, it moves silently on land, much like a snake. Danger is approaching. Bonfire Hall. With his elbows charred and 2 axes tucked into his back, Grush knelt on one knee, reporting the current situation of the Blackfire clan to Gordon, who lay on a high platform. Reporting to Master, 2 more females became pregnant yesterday. I have made arrangements for them, and their delivery period is estimated to be around 2 more tides. 2 tides represent the normal number of times the water level in the sewers and waterways rises, roughly every 60 days. The black-scaled dragon on the high platform nodded slightly. The goblins scattered in the sewers had disappeared, and the sewers were now filled with a tense atmosphere. Although not as lively as a few days ago, there were still many more adventurers than before, so it didn't send anyone to search for them. It would be bad if the adventurers followed them and found their lair. If they can win, that's fine, but if they can't, then things will be much worse. It would be ideal if the clan could reproduce on their own, but it takes a long time, about 2 months. But it's better than nothing. Gordon's long dragon tail brushed against Nina's feet, who was counting the gold coins on the platform for the 3rd time, seemingly unintentionally. Clearly, it was in a pleasant mood. Nina was a little annoyed by Gordon's sudden attack from his tail, but there was nothing she could do about it. All I could do was hold on to Gordon's tail to keep him from moving, and then continue counting the remaining coins. Her little face was furrowed. In less than 2 days, the 1,350 gold coins she had received had already dwindled to 680. She didn't even know how she spent the money. She counted on her fingers, trying to figure out exactly what she had bought. Enhanced Dragon Breath Potion, Invisibility Potion, Luck Potion, Stone Skin Ointment, Blazing Oil, Molotov Cocktail, Memory Loss Potion. There were also 2 spellbooks that Gordon bought for her, containing records of level 0 spells. The cost of those 2 spellbooks was almost half the price of the dimensional bag, which made Nina feel quite distressed. The reason Nina bought the Zero Ring spellbook was because she finally sensed some magic yesterday, but still couldn't cast it. Furthermore, since the goblin spellcaster only left behind an introductory meditation technique without any accompanying spells, Gordon decided to give her a few 0-level spells. Nina originally planned to buy 5, but she was reluctant to spend the money and only bought 2. One was Mage's Hand, and the other was Flash. The former is an essential spell for mages in the Introduction to Spells, while the latter is a spell that Gordon advised her to learn. After all, Flashbang does have some use. It might even be surprisingly effective in certain situations. Right, Captain? Get ready. The outlet of an underground lake. The Bard Sith shouted a warning to his teammates, then raised his wand high, and in a flash, a blinding white light appeared at the tip of the wand. Zero Ring Trick Flash. The white light exploded in the narrow passage in less than half a breath, blinding all the kobolds crowded at the entrance and leaving them dazed and flailing about. Some even slashed their own people, while others fell into the sea or lakes, thrashing about. The scene descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Velan and another swordsman, completely unaffected by the flash spell, took advantage of the kobold's blindness. They had already entered a killing spree mode, with almost every strike taking down 1 or even 2 kobolds. However, he dared not pursue them into the lake area, limiting himself to within 5 feet of the cave entrance. Only under Bag's tower shield defense did he dare to make a move, as they had not forgotten the greatest threat of their journey. A 3rd-tier sea dragon beast appeared, but its delayed arrival cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. These kobolds are down to almost half their numbers, why aren't they retreating? Willan planted his sword in the ground and then spat. He wiped the sweat from his hands, then drew his sword again, looking at the kobold who was still full of fighting spirit, somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, kobolds wouldn't fight so desperately if they couldn't see any hope of victory. After all, there were no real dragons supervising the battle, and even if there were, they wouldn't be so fiercely motivated and have such terrifyingly high morale when the situation was so one-sided. It was as if victory was just around the corner. Let's wipe out one more wave of kobolds and then leave. Remember to cut off their ears, you can sell them for some money. Willan was somewhat uneasy, but 50 kobolds were still too many in the empty surroundings. He could only clear out some of them before leaving, which would be much safer. Although conservative, it's very stable and won't cause any problems. While pondering this, Willan reminded his teammates to cut off the ears from the kobold corpses. They were worth a few copper coins if thrown into the Adventurers Guild. Love also gripped a spear with its muzzle already inserted, staring anxiously at the azure lake outside the passage. In fact, she wasn't the only one. Almost everyone in the adventure team was glancing out of the corner of their eye at the calm blue lake. They knew about the giant beast lurking within. The most terrifying thing is when the arrow is already on the bowstring, especially when you know that the arrow could very well be fatal. For some reason, the more Lovely stared at the calm lake, the more uneasy, or rather, anxious she felt. She felt an indescribable tightness in her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Just as she was about to catch her breath, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a ghostly green flame appearing beside her out of the corner of her eye. Just as she was about to turn her head to look, she saw a hideous lizard head appear around the corner behind them. Its blue-green scales gleamed, and its slightly open maw revealed 3 sharp teeth like those of a shark. Fear, panic, horror, and a chill ran down her spine. A series of symptoms almost instantly overwhelmed the mind and body of Love, the red-haired girl with pigtails. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but found that because she was facing this monster, she couldn't speak. They could only watch helplessly as the monster launched a sneak attack on the most important member of the team, the bard, Sith. When the sea dragon came within 15 feet, Sith finally sensed something was wrong and stopped the morale-boosting magical chants. He turned around and saw the strange red-haired girl with pigtails staring blankly at him. No, it's looking behind me. He instantly understood something from Love's eyes, and quickly cast a first-level spell mage armor on himself, followed by Grease Your Feet. However, it was too late. A gaping maw, dripping with blood and gore, instantly tore the spellcaster, who had just been singing a war song, in two. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground with a thud. The men who had been fighting and killing the kobolds ahead turned around and saw this scene, not even having time to react. He still looked bewildered. But this cunning dragon wouldn't wait for them any longer. Now that the most troublesome spellcaster had been eliminated, the next target would be the weakest and easiest to break through. A giant tail swept diagonally towards Love. Just by listening to the sound of the wind, one could tell that if struck by that giant tail, one would be severely injured, if not killed. But while everyone else was still in shock, the only one who could save Love was herself. Feeling the strong wind rushing past her ears, she didn't know where the courage came from, but she bit her tongue hard, breaking free from the sea dragon's intimidation. Then, with lightning speed and a strange gesture, he lightly rubbed the silver ring on his left hand. A magical aura suddenly burst forth on the ring. The next instant, not even a fraction of a second, Love's petite figure disappeared into the cave. 6th ring spell, Advanced Escape. Advanced Escape is a 6th circle spell, alongside teleportation. However, the former is not as reliable as the latter, instead randomly teleporting the user to a radius of 10 miles. Most mages won't remember this spell. However, this spell has a feature that teleportation cannot achieve. It is cast instantly and allows for instantaneous body movement. Almost in the blink of an eye, my body was transported to a place several miles away. It's a good skill for dodging area of effect or targeted spells. There's no need to worry about getting half your body burned by a meteor shower that falls from the sky while you're opening a portal. There's no need to worry about someone grabbing your arm during the teleportation process and preventing you from leaving, resulting in your upper body being miles away while your lower body remains in the same spot. However, its practicality is still rather limited, considering there are so many better 6th ring spells, such as Trigger, Disintegrate, and Anti-Magic Field. In an attempt to escape, a high-ranking mage would make a grave mistake. High-level mages have more than one way to escape. The 2nd circle spell, the Enchanted Robe, is one example. Furthermore, there are the Blink and Haste spells with 3 rings, as well as the more stable Teleport spell. With these spells available, high-level mages have no need for spells with random and uncertain factors. However, as a magical artifact, this ring with the 6th circle spell Greater Escape is still quite good. It doesn't take up a spell slot and can be used as an escape trump card, making it a pretty good spell ring among magical artifacts. It's just a little uncertain. Love didn't actually want to use this spell, but in that situation, she had no other choice. If she were to take a direct hit, she might not even have a chance to use the Ring of Escape. She wasn't one of those professionals. She was physically strong and could remain unmoved by the sweeping attacks of 3rd-tier monsters. There's a high probability that it will be swept against the wall, losing its fighting ability, and then it can only let the Sea Dramon do as it pleases, with no ability to resist. They might even lose their lives on the spot. The only thing Love is somewhat fortunate about now is that this is the sewers, not the wilderness outside the city. The safety and monster distribution here are definitely much lower than in the wild. In the wild, it's not impossible to be randomly teleported to an ogre or gnoll territory, or even a dragon's lair. In the sewers, she had been down there for so long, and apart from a few ratmen and the kobolds she had just seen, she hadn't encountered any other monsters. The monster distribution rate is definitely not high. With my advanced escape skills, as long as my luck isn't extremely bad, I can teleport to the monster's lair. She will definitely be able to return to the surface of Kalando alive and inform the Adventurers Guild about the dragon beast. After all, there was a tier 3 dragon beast in the Kalando sewers. Once this news got out, those noble lords were willing to pay a considerable reward to hire a team of experienced adventurers from Kalando to kill it. Anyone who knew there was a monster beneath their feet would probably have trouble sleeping, even if they knew it was a sea dragon that couldn't stay away from the ocean for long. In the final moments before Love's body completely disappeared into the cave below, her thoughts were in turmoil. Especially the tragic death of the Bard Sith made her realize that death is not just a simple sentence in a novel. Instead, it is a bloody and tragic reality. The bard who had just been singing songs to encourage and boost morale was swiftly and decisively ambushed by the sea dragon, who bit off his head, leaving blood everywhere. This stark reality was difficult for the 11 or 12-year-old girl to accept, especially when you think about that adventurer party without the help of a spellcaster, facing a sea dragon at its peak, and being attacked from both sides by its kobold minions. Even if she didn't understand, she knew that they had no chance of escaping. I'll tell the Adventurers Guild and have other adventurers avenge you. Love made up her mind, but just as she recovered from her dazed state and saw the scene before her clearly, she froze, her pretty little face filled with surprise, and her little hands instinctively braced themselves against the cold wall beside her. Before Love, in the glow of the campfire, a serene white-haired dragon-descended girl sat in a well-fitting chair, leaning over a table, meticulously copying something. Nina? Looking at those intimidating vertical pupils and that familiar face, the name immediately popped into Love's mind. Although Love had only met Nina, the dragonborn girl, twice, it didn't stop her from regarding her as her idol. Younger than herself, yet already a capable adventurer, Love couldn't help but feel impressed. But why is she here? Nina. She couldn't help but call out softly. Nina, who was hunched over her desk writing something, suddenly heard someone calling her. It was a soft, girlish voice. This surprised her, and she came to her senses. Looking up, they discovered a young girl in a black robe, holding a silver spear, standing next to the platform in the bonfire hall. She was supporting herself on the platform with her other hand, looking at herself with astonishment. From the angle of Nina's seated position under the hood, and with the campfire to her right, Nina could clearly see her face beneath the hood, as well as her long, flowing, fiery red hair. It was the little girl in Fran's alchemy shop who mistook her for a ghost. I think her name was something like Lo. Nina, who had just been working hard on the zero-ring spell model, momentarily forgot the name of the girl in front of her. But there is no doubt that she knew this girl, and had met her more than once. But why is she here? Nina, what are you doing here? Are you here to kill Ratman too? Sister Fran said you bought a lot of potions. She thought you were going out of town. Having just survived the ordeal, Love spoke at length to calm her current state of turmoil. This is me. Nina was speechless for a moment. This was the bonfire hall, the goblin's dwelling, Mr. Gordon's territory, and also her home. But before Nina could even hesitate about whether to tell Love, who had survived the ordeal, patted her chest cautiously. He spoke softly to Nina. Nina, do you know what's hidden in the sewers? Completely bewildered, Nina looked at the somewhat eccentric red-haired girl with a questioning expression. What? There's a dragon? There's a dragon hiding in the sewers, Love said to Nina with a look of lingering fear. Upon hearing this, Nina's expression immediately changed, a sense of unease rising in her heart, and her eyes unconsciously glanced up at the high platform. Then quickly retrieve it. Has Mr. Gordon been exposed? That shouldn't be the case. I don't recall ever revealing Mr. Gordon's existence to Ms. Willow. When it comes to teammates, they are often vague and unclear. Moreover, if the information had come from her side, she shouldn't have spoken like that. Love noticed Nina's changing expression, but that was normal. Anyone would have the same look when they heard about dragons. The news that a dragon was hiding in the sewers was enough to alarm the Adventurers Guild in Kalando. Don't be afraid, Nina, the dragon isn't here. I escaped using the belongings my mother left me. Love showed off the silver ring on her hand, offering words of comfort. She wanted to calm Nina down before continuing to tell her the story she hadn't finished recounting. However, for some reason, she had a feeling of being watched, and she suddenly remembered, why was Nina studying in the sewers? And specifically in the sewers of the Black Street? Where exactly is this place? Belatedly realizing what was happening, Love suddenly turned around and saw a scene that made her heart pound. The goblins, whose numbers rivaled those of the previous kobolds, lay prostrate on the ground, silent and still. The only one with his head up, his elbow charred, was looking in their direction. No, to be precise, they were looking upwards. Above her. Love unconsciously turned her head and looked up at the rock wall behind her. Before her eyes, a scaly tail swayed in midair. Love's gaze followed the scaly tail to the left, then to a back covered in black scales, wings, and finally a ferocious head with 4 horns. The dragon head was slightly raised, its dark golden vertical pupils fixed on her, its eyes full of scrutiny and curiosity. Gods above? This is a real dragon? The spear that Love was still holding fell to the ground with a clatter. The metal spear made a crisp sound as it struck the ground. The sound lingered in the bonfire hall for a long time. Gordon flicked his tail and leaped down from the platform, his strong, muscular body landing steadily on the ground without making a sound. It walked up to the girl with the black hood and red twin tails. It stopped and swept the fallen silver spear aside with its tail. The sound of the spear rolling was somewhat grating to Love's ears. Gordon cleared a spot and then squatted down in front of the red-haired girl. Because Gordon was slightly taller than Love when he was crouching, and his wings were slightly open and not folded. Therefore, the shadow of Gordon's wings completely enveloped the girl, and its downward gaze at her was extremely intimidating. Although Gordon's eyes were practically overflowing with curiosity, his expression remained unchanged, still as indifferent as ever. It was brewing, but the girl in front of him couldn't hold back any longer. Dragon. Black dragon. Love stared at the hideous monster before her, feeling as if she could clearly hear its breath, the sulphurous scent emanating from its mouth, spreading, and dissipating. She raised her hand tremblingly, pointed at it, and murmured, "Don't. Don't come any closer. Hiccup, my meat doesn't taste good, wah." Love was overwhelmed by the silent oppression, the intimidating aura surrounding the black dragon, and her own internal associations. She stumbled back a few steps, lost her balance, and landed on her bottom with a thud, her voice trembling with barely suppressed sobs. "Perhaps I should let you calm down." Gordon's voice, deep and resonant like a rock, clearly reached Love's ears, sending a shiver down her spine. A true dragon she could communicate with. Not the five-colored dragon? Who are you? What do you want? Love's voice trembled, and she looked pleadingly at Nina, who was watching from a short distance away. Seeing this, Nina gave her a reassuring gesture and said no more, leaving everything to Mr. Gordon. She would not offer any opinions that interfered with Mr. Gordon's, after all, she and it were one. "My name is Gordon, and as you can see, I am the dragon you described, a genuine dragon." Its speech was clear and orderly, completely at odds with its menacing appearance, making it seem more like that of a gentleman from high society. "So, can you tell me exactly what you said about the dragon in the sewer? I'm very interested in it." Gordon continued, his gaze involuntarily sweeping over the silver ring in Love's hand, with restraint. The true dragon's greed was not revealed at this moment. Its rationality, upon seeing the estimated amount, completely overwhelmed its innate greed. 6,000 to 8,000 gold coins are a high-level magical artifact. Gordon didn't know if the ring truly had the power to teleport and escape, as the girl before him claimed. But that price is what it is. The price of this ring is higher than the price of a whole Gordon dragon sold by weight. The fact that a girl could possess such a ring, regardless of whether she was an ordinary person or not, and that she could use the ring without any problems, means that Franvello, the half-elf, definitely knew about it. Her whereabouts are not difficult to find in the sewers where adventurers roam nowadays. And who knows, she might even have a father with the strength of a hero, or a grandfather of legendary rank. The lessons of the Skaven tribes were right there. Gordon wasn't so arrogant as to think he could do whatever he wanted just because no one else was around. Furthermore, ever since it learned of the rat people's fate, it had already figured out how to deal with them if it encountered someone it couldn't afford to offend but had discovered its existence. Therefore, it did not intend to kill the girl, it only wanted to know the story of the dragon she spoke of, and then it could let her go. That dragon, hiccup, it's a sea dragon, a beast. We found it in an underground tunnel dug by the kobolds. They were performing a sacrifice on it at the time. It was very large and long, entirely blue-green, and moved without making a sound. According to Mr. Keen, it was an elderly sea dragon, over 100 years old. Seeing that the black dragon in front of her seemed to have no hostility and did not want to eat her, Love stopped crying and truthfully recounted what she had encountered in the kobold's lair. Her voice still carried a hint of shock, and lingering sobs even after the crying had stopped. Love spoke haltingly, recounting how she discovered the situation at the beginning, and how she fought the kobolds in the narrow passage after the sermon. Then, Love, who had been sitting on the ground at some point, hugging her knees and with vacant eyes, continued speaking to Gordon. "It was cunning, it attacked from behind. I spotted it, but I couldn't move or speak at that time. We could only watch helplessly as it devoured Mr. Sith's head in one gulp." Love's lifeless eyes held an inescapable fear, and her curled-up body involuntarily tightened, like a quail. "Sis is the bard in my adventure party, and also the only spellcaster," she added. Gordon's expression turned somewhat strange when he heard Love mention the underground cave and the blue lake at the beginning. "When I started to recall what Nina had mentioned about the oysters from the sewers, an idea suddenly popped into my head. That underground cave might be connected to the ocean outside. The best escape route? It has a backup plan." The thought of this made Gordon unable to contain his joy, and he even slightly grinned, revealing his large mouth full of sharp teeth, which was awe-inspiring. Only Nina knew that this expression was Mr. Gordon's expression of pleasure, because it always had this expression when it tickled her little toes with its tail, a look of wantonness and frivolity. Gordon had no interest in what others thought of it. It continued to ask the somewhat dazed girl in front of it. What did those adventurers say about that underground lake? Mr. Keen said that it might connect to Sword Bay. Upon hearing this, Gordon knew that he was determined to take over the kobold's lair. He began scanning the information about the Seed Ramon in the Dragon Legacy. To gain control of this underground passage, the first obstacle it needs to overcome is the sea dragon beast. Sea dragon, a subspecies of true dragon, is a type of dragon beast. Adults are typically at the second or third tier. However, if the fins on its back are dark purple, it must be a third-tier creature. It not only possesses abundant physical energy, but also has the ability to use spell-like powers. It is resistant to electric and water spells, and immune to certain poisons. Sleep and paralysis have no effect on it. Gordon felt a sudden relief from the pressure of dealing with a seemingly troublesome dragon, as long as it wasn't a real dragon. A beast without intelligence is always easy to fool. It's a pity my rank isn't high enough, otherwise, I might not even need to fight to subdue it under my dragon wings. Gordon sighed and frowned slightly, but overall, it wasn't a big problem. There are definitely methods, but they need to be perfected to ensure they are foolproof. After all, there might only be one chance. Even if the sea dragon is stupid, it still possesses the cunning nature inherent in the bloodline of a true dragon. It won't fall for a second trick. It doesn't want to take action unless it's 98% certain. Gordon has begun to focus entirely on how to conquer the kobold lair. But it didn't forget the girl in front of it, who was still staring at it blankly. After thinking for a moment and asking about the steps and details again to make sure nothing was missed, Gordon returned to the platform, used his nimble claws to retrieve a bottle of reagent, and handed it to Nina. Road. Make her drink it all, not a single drop. In the hall, Gordon made no attempt to conceal his words. It stood on the high platform, used its nimble tail to curl the medicine bottle, and handed it to Nina below, giving her instructions once again. Make her drink it, then blindfold her. 2 hours later, have the goblin put her at the nearest sewer entrance. Nina took the reagent and nodded. She recognized the medicine. A bottle of memory loss potion worth 50 gold coins. It can be used to forget the memories of ordinary people, and it is also useful for low-level professionals, but there is a certain chance that professionals will be exempted from this. The original intention of this potion was to be formulated by a genius student in a certain school of mages, who wanted to try to reset the spells of the day and replace the restrictions of magic network spells by forgetting memories. Therefore, it is not necessary to use the fifth circle spell displacement to replace the spell. Unfortunately, it failed. The intelligence of high-level mages know, the bodies of any professional who has undergone training all possess immune resistance. The potion couldn't erase the memories of professionals, so this type of potion, which could only be used on ordinary people, became a failure. However, these kinds of potions were used in many novel ways by the pleasure-loving nobles. For example, a lover you never get tired of, where every time feels like the first time. The duration of memory loss depends on the dosage of the medication. It can take anywhere from 1 hour to a day. Therefore, these are not difficult to do. The reason for waiting 2 hours was to allow the potion in Love's stomach to be fully digested and absorbed, so that no one would be able to tell that she had drunk the amnesia potion. Therefore, after drinking the forgetfulness potion, Love also needs to drink the accompanying sleeping potion. This potion is much cheaper, costing only a few silver coins, and has no side effects. At first glance, this method seems rather impractical, but it is currently the most suitable option for Gordon. Although it can only deal with first and second-tier adventurers or ordinary people, it has no effect on adventurers of higher rank. However, Gordon is no match for a third-tier professional. This weakness is essentially negligible for him. It's practically a solution tailor-made for Gordon. Gordon's idea was simple, to make the girl in front of him forget him. With the help of the forgetting potion, this was not difficult to do. In fact, the fourth circle spell memory modification could have done something even more thorough. But since that's not available now, Gordon has had to settle for second best. Moreover, memory modification has magical fluctuations, and it might be detected by a high-level mage. Liquid medicine is more convenient. Although it has limitations, these limitations are almost non-existent for Gordon. He doesn't use it to forget spells, he simply wants the girl in front of him to forget about it. While keeping his existence a secret is somewhat risky, killing her would have far more serious consequences than not killing her. Furthermore, the chance of an ordinary person regaining their memories out of thin air is simply impossible. Therefore, on one hand, the risk of exposure is almost non-existent, or low. On one hand, they plunder the silver ring, then kill the human girl, and then gamble that she has no family, so her death will be in vain. However, the chances of the second option succeeding are probably as low as the probability of the young copper dragon successfully tricking the ancient red dragon in its lair. Anyone with a brain would know to choose the first option, even if it means losing thousands of gold coins. But this means it won't suffer torment or worry about a portal appearing in the air the next second. Then, a high-ranking adventurer appeared inside and reduced it to ashes. Drink up, lovely, or Mr. Gordon won't let you leave. Nina handed the potion of forgetfulness to the red-haired girl and said softly. Although her words were gentle, her gaze was fixed on the girl in front of her, checking for any unusual behavior. Love, who was sitting on the ground, looked up at Nina after hearing her words, and hesitated for a moment. But I've drunk all this, so I can't report the adventurers' party's situation to the Adventurers Guild. What will happen to the sea dragon? What will happen to the adventurers who died? As Love spoke, she became increasingly agitated. Working at Fran's alchemy shop, she naturally knew about this potion. She knew that after drinking it, she would truly forget everything that had happened that day, including hiring the adventure team to take her into the sewers. They will all be completely forgotten. Her memory might be stuck in yesterday, or this morning. Moreover, without being reminded by others, she was completely unaware that she had amnesia. But she didn't want to forget those who, to some extent, died because of her. Nina looked into those genuine, unpretentious amber eyes, smiled, and blinked her vertical pupils as she spoke to Love. Love, don't worry. Mr. Gordon will definitely help you solve this problem. Her gaze swept across the campfire hall, the goblins whose faces had become somewhat endearing, the familiar dilapidated buildings, and the black-scaled dragon lying on the high platform, frowning and gesturing with its claws on the ground. She added, "It's not just for you. Mr. Gordon is doing it for himself, and for his clan. Me too." Of course, Nina kept the last sentence to herself. Nina, who had been listening the whole time, naturally knew what it meant that the cave beneath the kobold's lair connected to the ocean. This means that this black fledgling dragon always has a hidden escape route that no one else knows about, which will come in handy at crucial moments. Love looked at Nina, then at the dragon that seemed to be performing calculations, and finally sighed. He got up, dusted himself off, and took the medicine from Nina's hand. She drank it all in one gulp, and in the light of the campfire, the gurgling swallowing on her fair neck was particularly striking. After finishing her drink, Love opened her mouth, then stepped forward and took Nina's hand. He hooked his little finger around hers and whispered in Nina's ear in a voice so soft it was barely audible. "Nina, pinky promise, okay? Don't lie." Then she drank another bottle of sleeping potion from Nina's hand, and soon lay on the ground in a daze. He lost consciousness. While calculating based on the information given by Love, Gordon, who was catching a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye, nodded slightly. A huge weight was lifted from his heart. After all, the girl in front of him had almost no credibility in Gordon's mind. After drinking the memory-forgetting potion, there shouldn't be any problems. Next, all Gordon needs to do is figure out how to deal with that sea dragon beast, and everything will be fine. The reason it dared not act rashly in the past was because it was worried about the power of the dragon inside, which might make it a one-way trip. But now that we know it's just a dragon beast inside, things are much easier. Now it's in the light, and Gordon is in the dark. With careful consideration, it is still possible for a fledgling dragon to fight against an old dragon beast. After all, there's still the power of spending money, Gordon thought, glancing at the gleaming gold coins beneath him. This was the first time it had ever thought these little cuties were much prettier than minerals or anything like that. Just between us, this story was first published on Cheateon.com, and the chapter comments inside are the main content. It would be a shame to miss them, as the author basically answers every question. 2 hours passed quickly. Gordon watched as Nina, disguised, led the goblins and carried the red-haired girl with the high-level magical artifact away from the campfire hall. It withdrew its gaze from them, having no intention of following them. There are still quite a few adventure teams roaming the sewers right now, so encountering them while out and about would be pretty bad. Goblins are somewhat easier to explain. Gordon had instructed them, so even if they were killed or captured, their loyalty would keep them silent and they would never mention Gordon. Nina's ability to survive in the black street sewers for so long naturally stems from her keen observation skills, coupled with her disguise, so she is undoubtedly safe and there is no need for Gordon to worry about her. Therefore, Gordon's going out with them would only add unnecessary risks. With Nina and the elite goblins supervising him, Gordon was still quite at ease. These adventurers came to the southeastern part of the sewers in order to hunt the ratmen. Although this was partly due to the ratmen's route, it was enough to prove their madness. If it weren't for Gordon's constant suppression of the Blackfire clan goblins training in the campfire hall these past few days, preventing them from going out. Who knows, if you're unlucky, adventurers might sneak up on you and clean up your campfire hall. But on second thought, the stronger adventurers had already left after wiping out the ratman tribe on the first day. The first day was a great success, but as the profits declined, it became increasingly unprofitable for them to continue. Adventurers value efficiency and profit. Moreover, there aren't many ratmen with second or first tier strength. For them, the copper coin bounty on ordinary ratmen is already disproportionate to the amount of money and time they spend. The remaining teams in the sewers are mostly small fry, with the highest level not exceeding tier 3. If you really follow the trail, it might just be someone delivering takeout to themselves. Of course, there are still risks. And right now, what it thinks about most is still the kobold's lair. Although it had done the calculations many times, it already had a plan in mind. But then I realized that the cave beneath the kobold's lair connects to the ocean. It couldn't contain its excitement. If that cave truly connects to the ocean, then perhaps it could try to settle down in the city's sewers. They should continue to develop peacefully, instead of having to plan to leave this place after childhood. Perhaps, they might even make it into adolescence. The black-scaled dragon on the high platform, thinking of this, couldn't help but grin again at its enormous mouth, which could swallow dozens of pounds of meat in one gulp. Not long after, Nina returned to the campfire hall with the goblins. Then they saw Gordon's black-scaled chin, with its sharp, barbed edges, resting on a pile of gleaming gold coins. The long dragon tail behind it drooped over the edge of the platform, half of it hanging down. Its vertical pupils were narrowed and unfocused, and it was unclear what it was thinking, but its peripheral vision kept glancing at both sides of the passageway. Upon noticing Nina's return, Gordon immediately looked up. After she got closer, he asked in a muffled voice, "Nina, did anything unexpected happen on the way?" "It's all right, Mr. Gordon, the sewers are much quieter than usual, not a ripple at all." I took Love to a corner where I could see the sewer entrance, then put her down and hid in the corner until she woke up and left the sewer before I came back. Nina turned a corner and headed behind the platform, glancing up at Gordon every now and then. Soon, Nina's voice came again. Mr. Gordon, that kobold lair. I can go check on her for you. After all, we still have the invisibility potion, right? With that, Nina will be fine. Nina climbed onto a stepping stone behind the platform, then grabbed the edge of the platform with both hands, and pulled herself up. With a slightly breathless tone, she stepped over Gordon's long dragon body and stood in front of him. His small, vertical pupils were filled with sincerity, and his longing was almost overflowing. However, Gordon looked at her for a long time, then shook his head and rejected the idea. Nina, the reason I took goblins as my familiars wasn't for them to train here. They can go later, you don't need to go. Gordon didn't want Nina to take such a risk, it was pointless, after all, she wasn't alone. Seeing Nina's somewhat disappointed expression, Gordon paused for a moment and then added, at least not now, and I don't plan to take any action for the next few days. It's still too dangerous outside. We can wait until the sewer commission is cancelled before we start. When the time comes, please also help me purchase some alchemical potions, scrolls, and other materials from the alchemy shop, and while you're at it, keep an eye on the little girl's condition. Gordon had originally planned to wait a few days before taking action. A few days, or even a week, was something he could afford to wait. Go to the kobold's lair now or tomorrow to cause trouble for that sea dragon. The adventure story told by the bard might just unfold. The story of an adventurer party drawn by the sounds of two dragons fighting, who then reaped the benefits and beheaded the evil dragon. He didn't want to be a supporting character in the story. Moreover, the Blackfire clan was intended to be taken along in large numbers, and with the blessing of its war laws and the rudimentary training it had received these past few days, they should still be of use. With so many adventurers in the sewers now, it's highly likely that it will be discovered while marching with goblins. After hearing Gordon's explanation, Nina first nodded in agreement, then looked at the pile of gold coins beneath Gordon with a touch of heartache. Her dream was slipping further and further away from her. However, she knew that some things couldn't be omitted, so she didn't say anything. However, she was still somewhat unwilling to accept that she could only help Gordon so much. In her heart, she was still eager to fight alongside it. If only I were a sorcerer like Celia, perhaps I could fight alongside Mr. Gordon right now, without having to wait so long. Nina watched Gordon, who was looking at the alchemy shop's list and calculating, and couldn't help but think to herself. She grew up in an orphanage, and the words the orphanage director said to her were etched in her heart. Everything depends on your own efforts. Of course, her main motivation was to prove her worth to Gordon so that she wouldn't be easily abandoned in the future. In other words, Nina is currently feeling very insecure. Fearing that one day she would return to the past, she desperately needed power to prove herself to Gordon. So Nina asked tentatively, Mr. Gordon, do you know how sorcerers are created? Gordon, who was looking at a page of a spell scroll and marveling at the price, tilted his head when he heard Nina's question. Why are you asking this? However, seeing the hopeful look in Nina's eyes, it roughly guessed what Nina was thinking, shook its head, and said to Nina, I don't know about other warlocks, but Dragon Vein warlocks require a stroke of luck. Your bloodline is too diluted. Furthermore, warlocks need to reach a certain age before their magical abilities awaken. And you, Black Dragon, who was looking at the shopping list, paused, glancing at Nina from head to toe, and at her face after she removed her disguise. According to the lineage of the Dragon clan, this refers to the age at which Dragon Vein sorcerers awaken. Then he shook his head, somewhat regretfully. It's still too small. Nina is indeed very young, although her behavior often makes people forget her age. However, Gordon had only been born a few days ago, and had already grown from waist height to now being able to sit at eye level with her. Although it has panel bonuses. But it is an indisputable fact that its body length has already exceeded hers. Nina wanted to refute, but couldn't find the words. She was indeed under 10 years old. Dragonborn warlocks typically awaken at the age of 12 or 13, though some may even awaken at 20. She's thinking it's a bit too early for her to awaken her warlock talent. Of course, if it's the offspring of a god, there's not much to say. It's not impossible for them to awaken sorcerer talents right from birth. Therefore, in the end, Nina gave up on pressing Gordon for more information about the Dragon Vein sorcerer's plan. He scrambled down to the foot of the platform and sat on the small chair left behind by the spellcaster. Then he continued to study that obscure and dry magic book, hoping to increase his magical knowledge. Nina has not yet achieved what is described in the Mage's Handbook, where she can easily access the magical network laid out by the goddess of magic, Mystra, on the continent of Io. She can only sense it, but cannot touch it or change it. She still needs a period of meditation. Therefore, those two level 0 magic books are temporarily useless. After all, without access to the magic network, there's no way to construct spell models within it and cast spells using gestures or words. Her path to becoming a mage is still very long. However, Nina's question made Gordon start to think about what he would need if he wanted to create a dragonborn familiar. If the goblins of the Blackfire clan could acquire dragon blood, it would seem like a good way to increase their strength. Of course, it doesn't have the eye for beauty that a normal dragon has. It had tried, but perhaps because of its soul, it could not find any beauty in those female goblins. However, it is in humans, or in dragons with strong memories, that beauty and ugliness can be distinguished. However, true dragons generally mate only when they are young dragons, that is, in the age range of 51 to 100 years old. After half a century of growth, these true dragons will have the ability to produce offspring after mating. Even if Gordon wanted to, he was powerless to do so. It's worth mentioning that most of the first-generation dragonborn in Io were created by these young dragons during their journeys, using their eyes that discovered and explored beauty. After all, collecting treasures and establishing territories requires finding a suitable location, and some dragons would spend half a century choosing a location for this purpose. During these times, it's natural to need to do something to add some spice. Dragons lose their reproductive ability completely once they reach the Ancient Dragon, 801-1000 stage. The carnival lasted for more than 7 centuries. Although dragons spend much of their lives in slumber, the number of dragonborn they create is still considerable. Gordon searched through the vast ocean of dragon heritage and soon found the catalytic method belonging to dragon-blooded creatures. There are 3 types in total. One method is mating with living beings. Because there is no reproductive isolation, the offspring will definitely have dragon blood, which is commonly known as dragon descendants, and is also the main source of dragon vein sorcerers. It is said that any large family of dragon vein sorcerers, they either have made a pact with a true dragon, like the drow elves of the Underdark, or perhaps they imprisoned a real dragon, ensuring the dragon bloodline remained at a certain level, preventing dilution, like a certain shadow dragon. The second method involves ritual transformation, where essential oils extracted from parts of the dragon's body, or potions made from its blood, are applied to the entire body. Through rituals that transform them into dragon-blooded creatures, the fire-blooded dwarves enslaved by red dragons and the woodland elves controlled by green dragons are both born. Many powerful dragonkin can also choose to directly absorb the essence of a true dragon and transform into dragon-blooded creatures. However, this often carries the risk of death. The third method is to consume parts of the dragon's body, such as eating dragon meat and drinking dragon blood. Over time, this will cause the dragon's bloodline to develop in one's body. For example, the frost-blood orcs of the north are people who hunt white dragons for a long time and eat everything edible from them. Dragon blood, dragon flesh, even dragon bones. The north is so barren there's hardly anything edible left. For a long time, the blood of dragons has accumulated in the bodies of orcs, thus transforming them into dragon-blooded creatures. The most reliable option for Gordon right now is the second one, to transform his followers into dragon-blooded creatures through a dragon blood ritual. However, the dragon blood ritual requires a caster of a certain level. Only spellcasters of at least 4th rank can perform rituals. This refers to the warlock rank that true dragons often possess upon reaching adulthood. Of course, there is another method, which is to use magic and divine arts to create dragon-blooded creatures through experimentation. Tiamat, the mother of dragons, did it before, and it was also a specialty of Bahamut, the platinum dragon god. Many legendary mages who studied magic have done this before, and the dragon lion may well be the product of a magical experiment. The Chimera and the three-headed dragon, creatures with dragon blood that are no less powerful than ordinary dragons, were also creations of gods in the past. Their bodies also flow with the blood of true dragons without a doubt. But their ancestors had no connection with the true dragon. Gordon schemed through the dragon legacy and redefined dragon-blooded creatures. Due to limitations, Gordon had to abandon the idea. After all, even if a 4th-tier spellcaster were willing to preside over the ritual for it, it wouldn't have enough quantity to convert. Furthermore, it remains to be seen whether using the bloodline of a young dragon will significantly diminish its effectiveness. The campfire in the hall was still burning, and the goblins continued their training methodically. Aside from the sounds of the campfire, the goblins' footsteps, and the swinging of clubs, there was nothing else. Before he knew it, Gordon was feeling a bit hungry, so it gave Grush a slight wink and coughed softly. Having already understood the meaning of Gordon's voice, Grush immediately had the goblin serve him his dinner. A large pot of beef soup with sharp-nosed frogs, and a dozen or so grilled catfish of varying sizes, each weighing several tens of kilograms, served as a dinner set. It was undeniably a lavish meal, but the taste was rather poor. But it didn't expect too much from the goblin's craftsmanship. It first picked through the food in the pot, selecting some and setting it aside. This was what Nina ate. Then I poured some chili powder-like substance into the pot to add flavor. This was naturally brought from Fran's alchemy shop, but Nina had asked Franville, the half-elf, to help her purchase it. This condiment is not available in alchemy shops. The price was quite high. A small bottle that Gordon took cost 10 silver coins. After the food was prepared, Gordon told Nina to have dinner with it. During the meal, I don't know if it was just my imagination, Gordon noticed that Nina seemed to be eating more than before, and she was eating a lot more. A campfire roared in the sewers, while smoke curled from the chimneys of Kalando, the city of freedom above ground. The white smoke billowing from each household's chimneys coalesced into a persistent cloud of mist, and the taverns in the city lit up and became lively. Kalando's nightlife doesn't truly begin until the last rays of light disappear from the rolling mountains. A red-haired girl was also in the crowd. Leaning on a silver spear, dragging his weary body, he entered a small, inconspicuous shop in the commoners' district with a blank expression. In the still of the night, a storm descended without warning. They ravaged the free city of Kalando for a day and 2 nights before finally leaving. It nourished this land where even the air smelled of copper, and also gave this magnificent city a gleaming glow after a bath. Many merchants who had made preparations in advance and hired workers to move goods from the dock area breathed a sigh of relief. At the very first moment after the rain stopped at dawn, he took a carriage to inspect the warehouse. They also prayed that Talos, the Lord of Storms, would not allow his followers to suffer losses. After all, he paid the money. However, the rain didn't stop for long. Before the first rays of dawn had even risen above the sea, the drizzle started again, and the leaden clouds over the city showed no signs of dissipating. It seems the aftermath of this storm is far from over. Celia, who had just returned to the White Horse Inn to rest before dawn and as the city gates opened, and her captain Margarithia were listening to the pitter-patter of rain outside the window. Celia stood up, walked to the only window in the room, and looked at the strings of water droplets falling from the eaves outside. The rusty little crown on her smooth grey hair had been removed, the dimensional crown still had 2 uses left, and she dared not take it out carelessly. This is Calindo. Wearing this elven-style magical artifact on one's head always attracts unwanted attention, so she removed it before entering the city. Commander, do you think they'll believe it? Celia looked out the window at the drizzling rain and the almost deserted streets of the working-class neighborhood. A voice, youthful and gentle, echoed in the simple hotel room. Her grey eyes were deep and aloof, contrasting with her voice. The gentle breeze rustling beneath her magnificent black robes also signified that this adventure had indeed helped this sorceress grow considerably, whether it's mindset or ability. 2 days ago, after Celia cast the higher invisibility spell attached to the third-dimensional crown, she then felt as if she had naturally grasped the third circle spell invisibility orb and a gift from her wind elemental bloodline, also a third circle spell, wind cloak. Invisibility orb, when released, it makes all creatures within 10 feet disappear into the air. Their body temperature, smell, and sounds will all disappear. The effect lasts for 8 hours. Note, attacking, being attacked, eating, drinking, etc., will cause the invisibility effect to disappear. Wind cloak creates a strong wind barrier that rotates around you. Any weapon attack or flying object must undergo a wind pressure check. If the check fails, the attack is nullified. If the check succeeds, the wind barrier will reduce the damage. The strong wind barrier has no duration and will disappear after taking a certain amount of damage. Note, the size of the barrier can be controlled by the caster, but the damage absorbed by the barrier shield will be affected by its size. This is why Dimensional Crown still has 2 uses left. It's because they used Celia's newly learned spell Invisibility Orb to hide themselves while traveling. Their timely return to Kalando was entirely due to the protection of the wind garment, which allowed them to advance unimpeded through the raging storm. Of course, the most important reason was after Celia used advanced invisibility 3 times in a row. They seemed to have shaken off that lingering, chilling aura, the persistent, lurking presence was gone. This is also why they dare to conserve Dimensional Crown attempts. After all, that thing, once used, is gone forever. Comprehending third circle spells also means that Celia has officially entered the ranks of third-tier warlocks. This is something that would be astonishing if it were told. A 15-year-old third-tier warlock is a prodigy anywhere, and would easily be suspected of being a direct descendant of some wind giant. After all, the speed of growth was too fast. In less than 2 years, he had reached the 3rd rank, a level that many elite warriors could not reach even after fighting on the battlefield for many years. However, the price she paid for growing up was rather high. A daring adventure resulted in 5 people going, 2 returning. No, there was also a fake dragon. Therefore, since advancing to the 3rd-tier warlock, Celia has never shown a trace of joy, but rather a sense of worry, even now at the White Horse Inn. The grey cumulus clouds towering above the clock tower made the atmosphere somewhat oppressive, especially given the seriousness of the task ahead. This made Celia, the newly promoted 3rd-tier sorceress, feel an urge to speak up. It's all right, Celia, just tell them the truth when the time comes. The Adventurers Guild leader will likely unload that quest immediately and go investigate. After all, we were the ones who took on this mission, so they tend to trust our information. Inside the hotel room, the female warrior sat in a white oak chair, Marglesia offering words of comfort. She looked at the sorceress's frail figure, a hint of pity inevitably creeping into her eyes. This girl, 3 or 4 years younger than her, shouldered responsibilities that were not appropriate for her age. However, it was precisely because of this willpower that she was able to escape death from that underground cave. I hope so. For the sake of the dead Wiccan, McFarn. I will absolutely not let him have his way. Celia, who had already made the mastermind her target for revenge, heard Margarithia's words of comfort. His tone was somewhat high-pitched, and one could actually detect a sense of unwavering determination in his soft voice. This caused a slight change in Marguerite's expression. Actually, Celia, revenge isn't wrong, but if you use revenge as your motivation to live. As Marguerite spoke, she got up and walked towards Celia. The sorceress felt a soft touch behind her, pressing close from behind. Even through the thin cotton cloth, she could feel the other person's heartbeat. Celia stiffened slightly. Sigma. The blonde girl leaned down, rested her chin on Celia's shoulder, and gently whispered words of advice in her delicate earlobe. You know, they wouldn't want to see you become like that in the River Styx. As the leader of the Dawn Adventurer group, she keenly sensed that Celia was beginning to transform into someone who lived for revenge, and she didn't want to see a Celia who sought revenge. So she chose to gently embrace her, helping her emerge from the shadow of revenge. Captain, you don't need to worry about me. I will not use the goddess of the night. Celia sensed the leader's worry behind her and quickly reassured her, knowing full well what she was concerned about. The day before, during a storm, while they were resting, they encountered a priestess named Otana who claimed to be the goddess of the night, Shar. They were taken aback, and Otana could easily see through their anger and desire for revenge. He then suggested that they could seek revenge by borrowing the power of the Night Lady, Shar. However, borrowing the power of the goddess of the night comes at a price. Maglesia was unwilling to accept this price. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Therefore, she was very worried that Celia would go down that path. The atmosphere in the hotel lightened after Celia's denial, and even the oppressive air seemed to loosen. Aha, I was just worried that you'd be blinded by revenge. Seeing that Celia had returned to normal, Margarithia was relieved, chuckled, and said no more. After all, it's best to avoid mentioning that goddess and just not provoke them. However, Celia wanted to say something more. She turned her head away from her ample bosom and looked up at the blonde leader. Commander, don't worry, I still need to visit Mayfawn's sister at the White Tower, and check if Wiccan and Galliot's families need anything. I won't cause any trouble. And besides, I want to go on adventures with you, Captain. I've already decided on a new member for our team. You know, you'll definitely like her when you meet her. That kid has been lovable since she was little. We'll travel the western continent together with Liz then. After Wiccan and the others finish their business, we might choose to take an airship to the Achen Forest in the eastern continent. I heard all the elves from the western continent are there. I haven't seen a purebred elf yet. The kingdom of Ethelia in the New World is also a good choice. It's said there are quite a few adventurers there. Celia couldn't help but smile as she muttered to Margarithia, thinking of Nina's appearance and the future plans. The pseudo-dragon Liz, who was lying on the table pretending to be asleep, trembled slightly as she listened, hesitating whether to tell Celia the truth she knew. There's someone behind that little girl. No, wait, there's a dragon? Margarithia placed her hands on Celia's shoulders, gently lifting her head away from her chest, which tickled her a little. Then, with no change in expression, he looked at the girl who had finally smiled and nodded. She had already learned of Nina's existence from Celia during her journey. However, they still have things to do in Kalando right now, and plan to bring Nina over after things have settled down and they leave Kalando. After all, they are still very unsafe right now. It's getting late, Commander, I'm heading out now. Remember to stick to plan. Okay, go ahead. Be careful on the road. Marguerite nodded. The plan had been devised during the journey, they were simply following it. Celia peeked out the window at the sky. It was still raining. But in just a short while, many shops in the previously deserted streets of the working-class district had opened their doors, so she ended their conversation. He emerged from under Marguerite's arm and began packing his things for the trip. Meanwhile, the pseudo-dragon Liz nestled obediently on Celia's shoulder, her vertical pupils darting around, seemingly lost in thought. Not long after, the sorceress girl wearing a black hood, along with a pseudo-dragon whose whereabouts were unknown, left the White Horse Inn. She walked around the puddles on the road and headed towards the Adventurers Guild, moving further and further away from the inn building behind her. The rain was still falling, but not a single drop could bypass her strong wind barrier and land on her magnificent black robe woven with gold patterns. Almost immediately after Celia left, a tall, thin man dressed in black leather armor arrived in front of the White Horse Inn. Rabig smelled the scent in the air and was somewhat suspicious, but when he saw the beautiful blonde hair by the window, his expression immediately brightened. The young master's mission can finally be completed. It was worth it for him to dare to come to Kalando in the dead of night. He finally caught a whiff of their shadows at the city gate. The shadow assassin, who had once killed a severely wounded 5th-tier spellcaster, the elemental master, despite being of a higher tier, couldn't help but lick the raindrops from the corner of his mouth. Then, less than a second later, he spat it out with a grim expression, making several pooey sounds. Damn it! It smells exactly like that BCH Lilia, it's awful. When Lauberg tasted the seawater, the first thing that hit him was a pungent, fishy smell, like that of dead fish, which made him feel extremely nauseous. Leibgauer immediately thought of the drow elves in the Underdark and his past experiences, and his mood soured. So, resentfully, he drew the short sword from his waist and strode toward the ordinary inn in the commoners' district. The instant he drew his sword, the sound of raindrops falling within 30 feet of him, as well as the sound of his footsteps, all vanished, leaving only the stillness of the deepest night. Once the battle was decided, Rabig's innate ability Silence, awakened within the bloodline of a certain sorcerer from the Underdark, was quietly unleashed. It can render all living beings within a 30-foot radius silent, no matter how intense the noise, it cannot travel beyond this area. Therefore, this group of warlocks is often referred to as mage killers or spellbreakers. He's a natural-born spellcaster killer. With this talent, and also working as a wanderer, he's in his element, though his physique is a bit frail. If the drow elf messes with you a few times, you'll need to use a healing spell to stay alive, otherwise you might be played to death. That's why he fled the Underdark. It's not a place a normal man should stay. Regarding the people his young master ordered him to kill, Leibgauer, a master of stealth techniques, considered dealing with a few adventurers below the 3rd rank to be a piece of cake. After all, if it weren't for that strange invisibility spell, Lauberg felt that he would have already taken the 2 girls back to his young master's side. Therefore, he always maintained a casual attitude, treating it as a cat-and-mouse game. However, the storm caused him to lose track of them, and left Rabig soaked to the bone. What bad luck? I hope it doesn't rain when I take them back. Holding his short sword, Rabig looked up at the gloomy sky, his face equally grim. So many days have passed, the young master must be getting impatient. He wondered if he had obtained the Planeswalker's legacy yet. His feelings about this place were absolutely terrible. To hell with this damn weather. He stepped into the White Horse Inn, where a receptionist was greeting guests at the front desk. He was about to advise the tall, thin man in front of him to put away his weapon to avoid unnecessary trouble. I found myself unable to speak no matter what I did, as if the whole world had fallen into silence, yet the sound of rain outside continued unabated. It was extremely strange. Just as she was about to say something, a flash of bright silver light swept over her, and then she instantly lost consciousness. After killing Rabig with a single blow, he went straight upstairs without stopping. He wanted to kill all the witnesses. It was an assassin's instinct. In a room on the second floor, Marguerite, completely unaware of anything amiss, was looking out at the rain. They prayed in their hearts to the god of war, Tempest, that he would bless them and ensure the success of their war of revenge. Whether it was a sudden inspiration or something she had in mind, she suddenly turned around and looked at the door. The oak round handle on the door suddenly turned silently, and Marguerite's doubts had just begun to surface. Marguerite's expression immediately changed, and she rushed towards the longsword leaning against the bed, just as she grasped it. The wooden door facing the window opened silently, with a creak. After the wooden door was opened, Nina wrapped her thin dress tighter around herself and stepped into the familiar alchemy shop, feeling the chill of the rain. Francine's alchemy shop. Good morning, lovely. Nina looked at the red-haired girl with twin ponytails who opened the door for her. The girl was lazily wiping her eyes, holding an open book in her hands. Nina greeted them, her breath still carrying the damp, cold morning mist, appearing faintly in the dim light, like a haze. At this moment, the sleepy-eyed Loveaf was surprised and happy to see Nina, whom she hadn't seen for several days. He immediately returned the greeting. Good day, Nina. She had clearly forgotten about what happened in the sewers, and immediately grabbed Nina's small hand, speaking in a familiar tone. Nina, what are you selling this time? You must have had a very fruitful trip out of town. Were you hordes of terrifying gnolls or trolls? Did you see the legendary evil dragon? Not long after meeting Nina, she started making a racket, and before Nina could even think of how to talk to her, Franville in the inner room was startled by Love's voice. Love? Keep your voice down? I can hear you chattering all over the place. She scolded in a gentle voice, and Love immediately shut her mouth. She had been scolded by Sister Fran for skipping work yesterday. The half-elf spellcaster had just finished meditating when she slowly approached. Seeing Nina soaked to the bone, she quickly cast a spell to keep her warm. He then bent down and looked at Nina in front of him. Welcome to Fran's alchemy shop? Miss Nina, what good items do you have for sale this time? I'll definitely give you a good price. Her tone was playful, clearly intending to tease the dragonborn girl before her. This made Nina blush deeply, and she quickly waved her hand and whispered. No, Ms. Willow, I'm not here to sell materials. Instead, I want to buy some spell scrolls and some alchemical potions. Oh, did you run out of the last batch? Franville looked at the girl with curiosity, who had thousands of gold coins but still hadn't bought herself a new outfit. Nina lowered her head and remained silent, and Franville knew she shouldn't have asked these questions, so she quickly laughed it off. So, what are you planning to buy this time? What level of spell scrolls? I don't have any that are too high. Her tone was gentle and patient, even the most impetuous savage would find his temper calmed upon hearing her words. There are many, Ms. Willow. May I take a look? Nina felt a little uneasy as she clutched the dimensional bag, and tentatively asked. Although Mr. Gordon had told her what to buy, spell scrolls were no cheaper than spell books. Whether it will be enough is still unknown, so she chooses to wait and see, since spell scrolls also have a priority order. Nina, I've told you so many times, just call me Sister Fran, like love. Come with me, the spell scroll is inside. Franville said with a hint of helplessness. Nina is good in every way, except that she's too reserved. She stepped aside, allowing the dragonborn girl to go into the inner room to choose, where she had a special space for storing spell scrolls. Spell scrolls always need to be stored carefully and are not placed where they can be seen in the alchemy shop. Seeing Nina's condition, the astute half-elf shopkeeper knew that she had probably encountered some serious trouble and needed a large quantity of spell scrolls and potions. However, at most, she would give the dragon-descended girl a discount, allowing herself to earn less, because of her obedient nature. As for anything else, she wouldn't ask unless the girl asked. Seeing the two people go into the inner room, Love wanted to follow them in, but then she remembered that if she went in, there would be no one at the front desk to watch the shop. Having already angered Sister Fran yesterday, Love thought it over carefully and decided to continue sitting at the front desk, waiting for the next adventurer to arrive. When Nina came out of the inner room where the scrolls were stored, Love had already read to the final chapter of the Mad Lich's Adventure House and was deeply moved by the Lich and the Knight's faithful love when she was startled by Nina's footsteps. And the voice of Franville came from the inner room. Love, could you please get the alchemy potion? It's in the third box on the left behind the counter. Be careful, it contains flaming glue, don't break it. She wiped away the tears that had just spilled from the corners of her eyes, quickly jumped down from the high stool at the front desk, took the alchemy list from Nina, and asked questions while searching for the materials on the list. Nina, are you leaving already? Okay, Love, thank you for the alchemical potion. It's okay, you can tell me your adventure stories when you have time. I'd love to join in the adventure, but... Sigh. Love sighed as she finished speaking, sounding somewhat discouraged. She woke up yesterday to find herself in a sewer. The dark and terrifying environment made her never dare to think about taking any risks again. Sometimes, thinking about it is one thing, but when you actually get there, you realize how ridiculous your so-called courage was. As expected, his father was right. A coward is not fit to take on the authority of a guardian. Yes, I'll definitely tell you when I have the chance, but it'll be just like any other story, nothing special. Nina carefully observed Love's expression, which didn't seem feigned, and considering that Franville's attitude towards her today was normal. So, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was put at ease, and he said, half truthfully and half jokingly. Then he stood aside and watched Love choose alchemical items according to the list. The rain outside had intensified considerably without Nina noticing. After securing the potions and other items in a small box and then placing them in her dimensional bag, she opened the door to find herself in a torrential downpour. Rainwater gathered in the streets, forming rivers that rushed down to the iron gate entrance to the sewers like a surging river. Why don't we wait until the rain subsides a bit before we leave, Nina? Love stood at the doorway, watching the pedestrians who were disheveled and exhausted by the downpour, and whispered words of advice. No, I have to go now. Please say goodbye to Ms. Willow for me. Nina glanced at the rain outside the door, worried that the rain would get heavier and it would be too late to go back. So, clutching the little silver-haired head, just as she had arrived, she ran into the rain, heading towards the dark street, splashing water everywhere. Love wanted to say something, but could only watch Nina's figure recede further and further away, unable to utter a word for a long time. When Celia arrived at the Adventurers Guild, the entrance was, as always, packed with adventurers waiting to accept quests, far more numerous than last time. She chose a relatively secluded corner to stand in, looking at the adventurers who had suddenly appeared with some confusion. The number of people has increased by more than 50% compared to when she accepted commissions here before. How can there be so many extra people? This doesn't make sense. However, she soon learned the reason. The little boy Flander, for whom the Durun family had offered a reward, has been found in the sewers. It was the Ratman who did it. So the Durun family, when they were not around, the Adventurers Guild has issued a quest to clean the sewers for the Ratman, with a very generous reward. Yesterday was the last day to redeem rewards, which is why there are so many adventurers today. For some adventurers, clearing out the sewers is just a simple vacation. Now it's time to get down to business. Wilderness, mountains, dense forests, secluded valleys, ruins, and ancient sites, all the desolate and uninhabited places on the continent of Ion are their true battlefields. These are just appetizers. Celia was speechless. That person was incredibly lucky to be hiding in the sewers. If she had 2,000 gold coins, it would be enough to buy a territory in some small kingdom with Nina and the captain. The rain was getting heavier, and more adventurers were taking shelter under the eaves. However, not many people dared to approach Celia's side. The black-robed spellcaster, though her youth was evident from the glimpses of her fair skin, exuded a dangerous aura and an inexplicable whirlwind. Many people would rather huddle together with ordinary adventurers than get close to Celia. Finally, when the rain reached a certain intensity, creak. The doors of the Adventurers Guild have finally opened. Dash boom. A muffled clap of thunder followed, and the rain intensified, filling the entire street with a foul stench. Pale pink blood rained down, continuously flowing into the sewers. Corando, Black Street. The rain not only grew heavier, but also suddenly turned blood red. Nina was also quite disheveled by the increasingly heavy rain. Even though she ran all the way back, she was still completely disheveled. The rain washed away much of the disguise from his face, revealing his fair skin, which had become pale from years of hiding in the sewers. Her skin used to be pale and bloodless, but the nutrition she's received these past few days is the best she's had since leaving the orphanage, which is why her skin looks exceptionally rosy. Fortunately, there weren't many people on the street at the moment, and the disguise on her face didn't dissolve too quickly when it got wet. Moreover, most people noticed Nina running in the torrential rain, but they didn't really look at her and just ignored her. A mixed-race man looked disheveled in the rain. In previous years, they would have been in the mood to watch the spectacle. But this strange, foul-smelling rain of blood had already taken hold of the minds of most of the residents of Kalindu. Their gaze drifted to the dense cluster of buildings outside the window, the distant clock tower, and the gloomy, low-hanging grey clouds. Dash boom. A sudden bolt of lightning, accompanied by a deafening roar, streaked across the sky, illuminating the dim heavens and earth for a fleeting moment, like incandescent light. At that moment, all the residents and living beings gazing at the city's skies were awestruck by what they saw and heard in that instant. The enormous shadow cast by the low-hanging clouds flashed by in the lightning, creating an illusion. But if it's not a hallucination, and the proportions aren't incorrect, it was the shadow of a giant dragon, hundreds of feet long from nose to tail. The shadowy figure far exceeded the size of an adult dragon, reaching the level of an ancient dragon. However, the dragon in the shadows appeared to be struggling and contorted, seemingly trapped in the clouds and unable to move. But all of this had nothing to do with Nina. She walked and stopped along the way, avoiding muddy puddles, and finally returned to the dark sewers. Within the dark vision's field of vision, Nina thrives even more. Faster than it could move above, it traversed the dark corridor and emerged from the cramped sewer pipes. After wandering through the underground labyrinthine sewers for nearly 10 minutes, we returned to the campfire hall. Gordon, this fledgling dragon is just 7 days old. It was crouching in the passageway, its wings folded, using the light from the bonfire in the hall as a means of light. He looked down at the river water that was emitting an unusual odor and color, his brows furrowed. Its dark golden vertical pupils seemed to be lost in thought. I'm back, Mr. Gordon. Nina greeted them first, and Gordon naturally noticed the dragon-blooded girl who had tiptoed back, soaked to the bone. Yes, you're back. Come on over. Gordon spread his left wing, which was already beginning to resemble a true dragon, and pointed to the side of his body, gesturing for her to come here. When Nina heard Gordon calling her, she quickly ran over and arrived at the location. As she pulled the still-warm dimensional bag from her clothes, intending to hand it to the dragon before her, she felt her entire body being enveloped by a thick, heavy cloak. These are the wings of the black dragon before us. The temperature inside the black dragon wings was just right, warm and comforting, quickly dispelling the chill brought on by the rain on Nina's body. Then, a familiar, mellow voice came from beside my ear. The girl's body stiffened. Nina, don't get soaked in the rain like that next time. It's not like we don't have money to buy umbrellas. Gordon's words carried a slight reprimand. He wanted the dragon-blooded girl before him to realize her mistake. However, Nina understood that Mr. Gordon wasn't concerned about the money, but rather about her. She seemed to be a bit more greedy than Gordon when it came to money. A strange emotion lingered in her heart, but she didn't remain in that state for long before she suddenly remembered what she wanted to say. She opened her mouth, hesitating slightly but also feeling a pang of heartache. But, Mr. Gordon, we really don't have any money right now. The spell scrolls and alchemical potions you requested have drained our last fortune of 680 gold coins, leaving us with less than 10 copper coins. This is even with the 10% discount Ms. Willow gave me, otherwise, you might be missing one item from what you ordered. Gordon. Okay, is everything ready? Everyone's here, Mr. Gordon. Gordon changed the subject, and Nina didn't continue complaining, but obediently answered Gordon's questions. Then, obediently under the protection of the dragon's wings, she took out the items Gordon wanted from the dimensional bag one by one in order. Soon, sheets of parchment inscribed with magical runes were rolled up in cylinders and piled up, alongside heaps of alchemical potions. Gordon glanced at it and nodded with satisfaction. This kind of paid power gave it a strange sense of pleasure. Even if it couldn't defeat the sea dragon in the end, it should be able to escape without any worries. It casually picked up a scroll cylinder, while Nina quietly explained it to it. The spell scroll is encased in a cylinder. By gently twisting the bottom of the cylinder and then breaking it, the cylinder will shatter, and the scroll inside will tear open. After that, you can release the spells stored inside the scroll at will. Of course, there is an even more brutal and wild method, which is to crush the cylinder directly, something that is not difficult for Gordon to do with his strength. The former refers to the method that Franville taught Nina to use it. It's very simple, even a 3-year-old child could cast Fireball. However, even the lowest tier Fireball scroll starts at 400 gold coins, which isn't much cheaper than hiring a 3rd tier mage. Gordon would never buy such wasteful scrolls, he would choose more common spell scrolls. The dangers of focusing on control, creating inscribed runes, and writing scrolls are not as high as those of Fireball. The price of a 3rd circle spell scroll is generally around 200 gold coins. It bought 2 3rd level spell scrolls, Slow and Suggestion. 3rd circle spell Slow, the caster can slow down a target within 30 feet, having their attack speed, movement speed, and reaction speed for 10 seconds, and increasing the damage they take from external sources during this time. 3rd circle spell Suggestion, the caster can induce a target within a 30-foot radius into a hallucinatory state. You can issue commands to force it to perform an action, but you cannot issue commands that endanger its life, such as those that would cause it to commit suicide. There is also a 2nd ring spell scroll, 3 first ring spell scrolls, and 2 third ring spell scrolls. The total value of these scrolls is over 600 gold coins. Those alchemical potions are just the tip of the iceberg. This is the real bulk, accounting for 95%. After reading the spell scroll and then the alchemical potion, Gordon couldn't help but grin. Even the gloom in my heart brought by that strange smell dissipated somewhat. Gordon still asked Nina if she knew anything about the bloody rainwater flowing into the sewers, but Nina was busy returning to the sewers. They had no interest in anything else. The Black Street area is far too dangerous. One night, just after the adventurers withdrew from the underworld, the formerly active gang members reappeared under the eaves, idly gathering and plotting to do bad things. Nina, alert to her surroundings, had no time to pay attention to the sky. What's wrong, Mr. Gordon? This rainwater is a bit odd in color and smells a bit strange, but Kalando has had far more bizarre rainwater before. Lots and lots of fish will fall from the sky. The biggest ones are this big. After that day, I spent a whole week rummaging through the trash cans, and all I found were fish bones and rotten fish meat that I couldn't eat. Enveloped in the wings of the Gordon dragon, Nina wrinkled her nose, smiled, and stretched out her hands in front of Gordon, gesturing to recount the bizarre events of the past. The campfire beside them cast a long, long shadow over the dragon and the man. Seeing that Nina truly didn't know, Gordon didn't ask any further questions, but instead stared blankly at the river. It naturally knows what this tastes like. the scent of a true aquatic dragon, a bronze dragon, an ocean dragon, or a sea dragon. However, it's not dragon blood, but rather the scent of real dragon scales, carrying the aroma of ocean waves. Just as Gordon was pondering why a true water dragon had appeared in the outside world and caused such a torrential rain of blood. Above the sewers, in the sky above Kalando, a human roar suddenly erupted, the sound even drowning out the thunder. Then came a deafening, hoarse dragon roar that echoed through the sky. Hold head high. Then, in the next second, an object was seen falling from the clouds, crashing diagonally towards the city of freedom below amidst the wind and rain. As the object drew closer to the ground, nearby residents were able to see clearly what it was. This was a gigantic dragon head covered in azure scales. Like a comet, it streaked with long, blood-red flames as it crashed onto the plaza in the dock area. The dragon head crown, resembling a fish fin, proclaims its identity. A foreign dragon. When Celia emerged from the Adventurers Guild, the blood rain outside had stopped sometime earlier. Only the bloodstains on the ground and the lingering smell of the sea in the air testified to the strange events that had occurred. She hadn't gone more than a few steps outside when she saw a group of Kalando people standing around, pointing and gesturing at the faintly brightening sky. She looked up and saw 2 airships hovering above the clock tower not far away. She could also clearly see the enormous objects hanging beneath the 2 airships. Bathed in the rays of bright sunlight piercing through the dark clouds, the scales of this aquamarine dragon corpse shimmered brilliantly, like the most dazzling aquamarine in the world. This is a headless dragon, its wounds frozen solid, not a drop of blood flowing. It hung conspicuously in the air, the airship slowly passing over the city of Kalando, flying south. When the dragon's corpse came closer, Celia saw its wounds and finally understood how the giant dragon had died. Judging from the smooth, almost flat cut of the neck wound, it was clear that the victim had been severed in 2 with a single blow, dying from decapitation by a heavy weapon. The attack style looks a bit like a warrior's heavy slash, which Magalja also knows. But his skill level is definitely several levels higher than hers. The dragon's neck, which is more than 3 meters thick, must have been at least a master heavy slash or a legendary heavy slash. It might also require adding a few beneficial buffs, such as Dragon Force, Bull's Might, and Berserk, which enhance strength. However, to cleave a true dragon that has reached the level of an ancient dragon in 2, what is needed is a powerful weapon, most likely a high-level +5 enchanted weapon. Such rare +5 enchanted weapons always start at hundreds of thousands of gold coins at auctions, making them highly sought after but rarely available. Of course, it's also possible that there's a caster friend who can use the 6th Circle Spell Master's Edge or the 9th Circle Spell Legendary Edge. Transform ordinary weapons into high-level enchanted weapons in a short period of time. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to achieve this. Trying to slay a dragon without using a demonized weapon is wishful thinking. After all, even if a real dragon stood there motionless, you could hack at it with ordinary weapons for a whole day and night. Even if you destroy hundreds of weapons, you still won't be able to break through its defensive scales or even scratch it. A fully grown dragon is immune to all spells below the 3rd level, not only because its scales are immune to all weapon damage below enchanted weapon, but also because its scales reflect damage. The damage from all ordinary weapons is utterly ineffective against the true dragon. Whether it's an arrow shot or a longsword slash, it will be deflected by the granite hard scales, and may even bounce back. This is why when a kingdom provokes a dragon, instead of deploying its army, it often issues a request for adventurers to eliminate the evil dragon. Human wave tactics are simply no match for a true dragon. Of course, the low cost effectiveness is also a factor. Unless they possess military weapons capable of harming true dragons, it's not as convenient or cheap as having adventurers hunt them down. Judging from its size, this dragon is likely over 1,000 years old, reaching the level of an ancient dragon. Its scales had long since transformed into the hardest armor in the world, and Celia felt that there was some truth to her belief that it had died from a high-level enchanted weapon. However, the words of the passers-by still caught her attention. Is the airship the emblem of the Ramraffain family, made by our Lord of the Sword of Kaland? Some sharp-eyed pedestrians didn't notice the dragon, but instead noticed the family crest on the airship, which, while not small, wasn't particularly large either. It's very difficult to see from Celia's angle. She knew the name of the Sword of Kalando, she knew it the moment she entered the city. After all, it was the most powerful official force outside of the Karando Temple. The Sword of Kalando, Vidram Rafain, as an adventurer, has come this far. Currently holding the position of commander of the city guard of Kalando, he is under the jurisdiction of only the city lord. He is also a 6th-tier warrior, whose 4th-tier job advancement is the guardian of AMN. He has led the Kalando city guard in many battles to wipe out pirates and monsters around Kalando, always taking the lead and charging forward. He is a god of war in the eyes of the Kalando residents. And that's not all, he also has an exceptionally outstanding son. Hugeslam Rafain is not only a tier 3 warrior in strength, but also incredibly handsome, unlike his boorish father. He is witty and polite, and is the dream lover of many noble girls in Kalando. Unfortunately, he is already engaged to Princess Hevelo, the sole heir of the AMN Empire. If all goes well, by this time next year, he will marry Princess Hevelo of AMN and become the future prince of the empire. They are undoubtedly winners in life, and the father and son are widely known among adventurers in Kalando, which is why someone asked such a question. However, this was immediately met with a rebuttal. Impossible? The Ramrefine family only has Commander Wade and his son, who are at most below the 6th rank transcendent level. This dragon is clearly not an adult, and it's not a white dragon either. With this size, it's at least an ancient dragon that has reached the hero level. Even with Commander Wade's high reputation in Kalindo, he couldn't defeat such a terrifying creature. This airship is most likely just borrowed. The man was still unconvinced and wanted to say something more. The argument continued, but Celia had lost patience with their incessant chatter. After the shock of witnessing the dragon's corpse, her emotions gradually calmed down. Now, what she wanted to do even more was to immediately return to the White Horse Inn and tell her commander that Marguerite had both good news and bad news. The good news is that the Adventurers Guild has agreed to withdraw the quest and is going to investigate. Unfortunately, another team of adventurers took on the quest after them. They had already left Kalindo a day earlier and headed to the location of the Dragon Lion. If the storm is still on its way, it must have reached the location of the Dragon Lion's cave by now. Even the guild is powerless to do anything about this. They can't possibly deploy a spellcaster capable of casting higher teleportation for such a trivial matter. Moreover, it's unclear whether it's true or not. We need to go to the site to investigate before we can know. Confirm whether someone is using the guise of a commission to scam adventurers. As the street scenes flashed by on either side of Celia's gray hair, her light body darted across the wide street. Soon, we arrived at the agreed-upon location. A location exactly 1 mile from the White Horse Inn. Celia, wearing a black hood, stopped at the street corner, gazing at the bright orange roof of the White Horse Inn in the distance. She hid in a small alley, silently chanting incantations, her hand gestures subtly changing. Wes. A strange and mysterious incantation was heard uttered by Celia. In an instant, the magic within her bloodline transformed a gentle breeze surrounding Celia into a nimble fish, which suddenly darted towards the White Horse Inn. It was the second circle spell Wind Whisper. It can communicate and transmit messages with a target via the wind within a distance of 1,600 meters. The wind can travel back and forth a maximum of 3 times before dissipating into ordinary wind. Not long after, Feng Yusha's message disappeared without a trace, and there was no reply. Celia's expression changed slightly, realizing that things might have changed. Just as she was about to use the invisibility orb to enter the White Horse Inn to find out what was going on. On the wall of the alley, a tall, thin man in leather armor had a wisp of wind swirling around his fingertips. He looked at the woman at his feet, a silent smile playing on his lips. Found you, young warlock. In the sewers, around the campfire, preparations for battle are underway. Gordon sat crouching on the high platform, below which was a neatly arranged 8x9 goblin square, with Grush, the leader of the Blackfire clan, naturally at the very front. Nina was busy applying what she called a lucky potion to his left paw, right under his claws. Gordon let her be. After all, it didn't believe in such things. It only believed in the dimensional bag on its chest and the clan power below the stage. A total of 73 goblins have been deployed this time. All the combat-capable ones are here. It also included female goblins, as well as 16 elite goblins, each wielding a bone club. Among them were several elite goblins dressed in luxurious armor and arm guards. Grush, needless to say, had 2 axes tucked into his waistband, wore full half-body armor and a helmet, and possessed a strong and upright physique. If it weren't for his slightly unattractive physique, people would believe he was a goblin warrior. This time, the Blackfire clan mobilized its entire force, and Gordon was almost willing to squander his entire fortune in order to completely take over the Sea Dragon's cave. The strange feeling brought on by today's rain instantly shattered its already limited sense of security. Even at lunchtime, my favorite grilled frog didn't taste so good anymore. Nina ended up eating a few more, and even now, the dragon-blooded girl kneeling to apply lucky potion to its paws still has grease stains on her lips. But it was still a little nervous. Although it wasn't the first time, this time was much more important than the previous 3. This time, it planned to use all its skills and techniques. Otherwise, if they fail to completely subdue the Sea Dramon and it escapes back into the cave lake, then Gordon will be in a bit of a predicament. Spending money on in-game purchases isn't scary. What's scary is spending money only to end up spending less and still getting something for free. That's the most frustrating thing. Before the battle, Gordon didn't waste any words, simply issuing orders. Objective, Kobold Lair. 2 teams of goblin scouts are dispatched to scout ahead and behind. Report back immediately if any activity is detected. The rest of you, proceed according to the previous order. Yes, Master. With the 4 goblin scouts separated, a goblin team of over 70 people was formed. They emerged one by one from the narrow crack. Their eyes, which appeared especially crimson in the darkness, were impossible to conceal and were terrifying. The rain stopped, but the war had only just begun. Zjored's kale had not eaten for 2 days after waking up in its spacious, dry cave. I just stared blankly at the empty cave, a strange emotion welling up inside me, along with the hunger in my stomach, which even made a rumbling sound that seemed to echo my own. Before they met the Sea Dragon Best, his wife Phyla and son Long Xiao both loved this cave, and it loved it too. Because it is large enough, it is one of the largest caves in the Kobold tribe, second only to the chieftain. There were even small caves inside where treasures were stored, although they only contained some worthless trinkets, glass shards, and glittering little stones. But the Skio family loved it, that's why the cave was so big. All of this is thanks to the exceptional, expert-level skill of the red scale miners at Zjo. The skill level of a miner is linked to their status within the kobold tribe. After all, the more talented a miner there is, the greater the chance that they will become vassals of the dragon and gain its approval. With each swing of his pickaxe, Zhou accurately struck the weakest point in the rock, creating a tunnel that was extremely stable and perfectly sealed. It can also accurately distinguish the amount of minerals in the soil from which direction. Although I've never used it, it's definitely etched in my memory. The clan chief once remarked that it was probably the most outstanding miner in the history of the Redscale clan, and that after its death it would surely be able to serve the kobold god, Lord Kurtumak. Unfortunately, the Kalando sewers didn't have a single mine for them to dig and showcase their skills. So most of the time, these kobolds could only idly play with their burrowing skills in their lair. Most of the traps and caves at the entrance were made by Skio and his wife Phyla when they were bored. However, ever since his wife Phyla was taken into the sea by the self-proclaimed greatest master of the Redscale clan, the sea dragon Best, he has not left the house for a long time and has been living off the food rations that his son, Longjiao, divides among himself. Sea dragon Best didn't like the kobolds who mined, it preferred those who fought. As a result, Zhou, whose combat skills were never high, plummeted in status within the Redscale clan. If it weren't for its son Longjiao's formidable strength, having reached the Tier 1 elite kobold rank at a young age, it might have been left far behind by the clan long ago. However, my son also died a couple of days ago, killed by a group of adventurers, who cleaved him in two at an angle with a heavy sword. It had originally intended to plead with Lord Best to grant its son a respectable kobold funeral, to be buried in the mine. This was the first time it had sincerely pleaded with Best, the ruler of the Redscale clan, since its wife Phyla left. However, Best the Sea Dragon, who had already changed the Redscale clan's funeral practices to sea burial, did not respond to this hunchbacked, short dog-headed man at all. It roared and used its winged arms to push all the piled-up corpses into the sea, intending to wait for them to swell up before feasting on them. When not fighting, it finds this way to taste better and be more flavorful. As for Skio, it had no interest in paying attention to an insignificant kobold. If it weren't for Best being in a good mood after receiving a considerable amount of money, or if it weren't for the fact that most of its followers had been lost and it still needed to employ people, it would have been a different story. In the past, I would have thrown it into the sea to be pickled long ago. Ignored, Zhou returned to his cave like a walking corpse and lay there for 3 days, starving for 3 days as well. It felt a strong urge to argue with Pompey, the one-eyed man who used to love arguing with it the most about who was the best miner in the Redscale clan. It hadn't argued in a long time. But then it suddenly occurred to me that Pompey had died in the battle a few days earlier, even before his own son. The one-eyed creature that once angrily denounced it for not having a dragon face was now completely blind and dead. A knife cut diagonally from top to bottom, connecting the eye to the jaw, leaving only a bit of skin connecting them. If it weren't for the prominent circular white patch on the corpse's chest, Zhou wouldn't have believed it was. The memory continued, and it didn't know how much time had passed when it heard a sound coming from outside the cave. It seemed to be, hurrah, hurrah, the sound of a goblin? Are those goblins really going to come to the Redscale clan? It seems they've really gotten old. When they were young, the goblins would unite to resist them when they came out. Although Zhou's actual age is in the prime of his life as a kobold. But it looked like an old human woman. It had lost all its energy and spirit, curled up in the dry cave, closing its eyes and waiting to die. Immediately afterwards, the newly appointed kobold leader's shouts and curses echoed from the lair. He was going to send men out to capture those green-skinned bastards who dared to mock the kobolds and offer them as sacrifices to his master, the sea dragon Best. Not long after, the first group of Redscale clan members went out, but an hour, or 2 hours later, Scythe had no recollection of them, but it knew that none of them had returned. They had vanished into the entrance. Then, the sound of ula ula came again from the entrance of the kobold's cave. The goblin from before has returned, but it seems rather weak and listless. Even after all this, you still dare to provoke us? Therefore, the kobold leader knew that if he didn't take action and eliminate these goblins, he would lose all his authority. So it decided to take matters into its own hands and teach these green-skinned bastards a lesson. So it began to gather its forces again, but most of the kobolds, already sensing danger, refused, with only a small number willing to follow it. Just as it was about to unleash its fury and forcibly summon the creature, a detached dog-headed human voice echoed from a distant cave. I'll go chase these goblins away. Zhou, can you do it? The kobold leader naturally recognized the man as the father of his companion Longjiao, who was said to be the best miner of the Redscale clan. However, he scoffed at this, thinking, what use is a miner? Power is eternal? Only power is the best shortcut for the kobolds to please Lord Best. While your dad was swinging a pickaxe, digging a tunnel, you were still drinking milk in your uncle's tunnel, you little brat. Seeing that the leader before him was beginning to doubt him, Skio, with an air of confidence that seemed to come from nowhere, launched into a tirade against the newly appointed kobold leader, Dipasy, leaving him alternating between red and white-faced, but unable to refute her. Because what it says is indeed true. All right, then you go to the front of the line. As the leader, Dipasy could naturally arrange the seating order for the kobolds. He intended to use this old relic who dared to disrespect him as cannon fodder. The second group charged towards the goblins who were shouting hurrah, hurrah, in a provocative manner. The kobolds' equipment mostly consists of round shields made from their own scales and spears forged from melted metal, making them incredibly easy to deal with the green-skinned dwarves. Even Deppies himself couldn't understand how the first group had lost. However, they soon chased the goblin, who was clearly on the verge of death but ran faster than anyone else, out of the entrance. Then, as soon as Dipasy stepped out of the entrance, he saw hundreds of small, scarlet eyes staring at his group of less than 10 kobolds. Dipasy's first reaction was that this was something they couldn't solve, only Master Best could. It wanted to escape back and report to Lord Best that these green-skinned bastards had actually united. By the god of the kobolds. However, a dark shadow jumped down from above the entrance, completely blocking the small entrance and cutting off their escape route. Just as Dipasy was about to order an attack on the intruder who dared to trespass into the kobold ranks, it saw those dark golden vertical pupils, those ferocious dragon horns, and those magnificent black wings. Kobold god? Master Best? Can anyone tell me this isn't real? Gods above, this is actually a real dragon. How could there be a real dragon in the sewer? Although it's just a fledgling dragon is still a real dragon. Dipasy was stunned by the black dragon before it, and then it heard a majestic dragon's roar that made it want to kneel down. It was spat out from the mouth of the black dragon, which was already beginning to take the shape of a giant dragon. Kneel on your frail knees, you great rulers of the Blackfire clan, you great molten dragon lords, and offer your loyalty, you reptiles. But, great true dragon, you know we kobolds do not serve two masters? If you wish for a contest between true dragons, I can help you summon the great ruler of our Redscale clan, Lord Sea Dragon Best. Dipasy had never heard of the Blackfire clan, nor did it know what a molten dragon was, but it never considered seeking another master. Even though what is before it is a real dragon, as a fledgling dragon, it is still too weak and cannot compare with Lord Sea Dragon Best at all. So Dipasy looked at the dark-skinned fledgling dragon with a humble tone, a hint of pride in his voice. It's just too small. Compared to the great Lord Best, it is only the size of one of his wings. That's it? You want me to switch allegiances? You're a tier 1 elite kobold. The baby dragon looked at it with curiosity. Dipasy raised his neck and nodded vigorously. That's right, I am the kobold commander appointed by Lord Best, Dipai. Before Dipasy could finish saying his name in the dragon language, he heard the baby dragon in front of him open its mouth and smile. Then it pounced forward swiftly. Dipasy only had time to raise its shield to block, but the immense force from the shield still caused it to be pinned to the ground by its sharp claws, unable to move. That's good. This time, it won't be a waste. It tried to struggle and say something, but then it heard the black-scaled fledgling in front of it say something that puzzled it. However, this question remained unanswered until its consciousness faded. The black-scaled dragon's claws had already pierced its heart. Gordon stepped on the kobold elite, dismantling the white orb of light he had obtained shield mastery and adding it to robust. Healthy, 12/20, 13/20, upward arrow. Life 42/42-43/43 upward arrow. It sensed the strengthening of the body, then looked around at the remaining somewhat panicked but still resolute kobolds, and shook its head helplessly. He realized that the gap between himself and that sea dragon beast was too great. Even if these kobolds knew it was a real dragon, they still couldn't bring themselves to worship it. There was no way around it. The difference in size was undeniable. No matter how stupid these kobolds were, they wouldn't submit to such a weak master. It had just threatened to kill itself, but those kobolds still refused to acknowledge it as their master. Just as Gordon was about to give up on his plan to subdue the kobolds, he heard an urgent voice. You incomparably powerful true dragon, I, Scythe Redscale, willingly submit to you, to cower beneath your wings, to fulfill your will. I will give my life to accomplish it. Please accept me, your servant who is utterly useless except for my loyalty. A hunched figure suddenly emerged from the kobold tribe, knelt directly on the ground, and placed his hands on the ground at Gotun's feet. With the highest kobold courtesy, he touched Gordon's claws with his forehead and allowed his scalp to be pierced by them. I accept your loyalty. Gordon naturally didn't mind. Although the creature was old, weak, sick, and disabled, as long as it was willing to submit, its plans for later would be much easier to execute. It has a title bar, so it's not afraid that it's just feigning submission. If there is any activity in the title field, it means that it has indeed submitted wholeheartedly. Therefore, Gordon immediately opened his own panel upon agreeing. Sure enough, the kobold before them was truly subdued. Next to the title bar for Blackfire Overlord, there is now a distorted font composed of square brackets. It quickly solidified and took shape. But it wasn't the kobold enslaver, tyrant, ruler, or nemesis that Gordon imagined. Instead, it read Savior of the Dragonborn. Gordon clicked on the information in the title panel. The sewers, at the entrance to the kobold's lair. Gordon stared blankly at the new title that had appeared on his panel, under the watchful eyes of the numerous goblins and the captured kobolds. Title Savior of the Dragonborn. With your lava dragon and true dragon bloodline, you instantly rescued and subdued a dragonborn in despair. Although it was just the smallest kobold among dragon-like creatures, there was no doubt that you were now a majestic and towering being in its eyes, like a god. You showed it what the dawn is like in the darkness, and it now worships you, a true dragon of pure blood, to the extreme. You have also become the savior in the eyes of a kobold. Effect, 1 Dragon Breath Enhancement Upward Arrow. Second, its loyalty is 100%, and it will never decrease until it encounters the next true dragon stronger than you. 3. Not unlocked. The title effect also has light blue text underneath, the same as Blackfire Overlord. The Dragonborn Savior, 1, 10. The implication is self-evident, the next unlock requires the submission of 9 desperate individuals. Gordon looked at the title, then glanced at Skio, who was still kneeling on the ground. Looking at the hunched and emaciated kobold, it couldn't help but wonder how miserable the kobold must be. That's why people place their hopes on it. Its current form is merely that of a fledgling dragon in its growth stage, only 2 or 3 times larger than when it was born. Compared to the older sea dragon, its size is worlds apart. However, Gordon didn't ask any further questions and directly equipped the title that had been condensed in the title slot. After the title was worn, Gordon's physical appearance remained unchanged. However, the elemental energy in the blood and the basal vessels, the most vital organs of dragons, began to undergo drastic changes. In less than 10 seconds, they had grown considerably. The increased proportion of frenzied elemental energy in the blood, coupled with the strengthening of the basal vessels, made Gordon feel that its ability to convert elemental energy had been further enhanced, with improvements in both speed and quality. However, it can't test the waters with a spit right now, so it has to suppress its desire to experiment. Anyway, there will be an opportunity later, so there's no rush. As a hunter, the true dragon has that patience. So it began to explain its plan B to the hunched-over dog-headed man, Skio. In other words, if it successfully subdues the kobolds, how should its plan extend until it completely eliminates the sea dragon beast that dwells beneath the ocean in the cave? Gordon developed a total of 4 AD plans, ranging from easy to difficult. Plan A is the simplest. The kobolds, upon seeing it, will immediately switch sides and kneel completely before its claws, leaving the sea dragon helpless and isolated in the water. Plan B, on the other hand, can be implemented as long as even one kobold is willing to submit, making it easier to lure out the kobolds still in their lair and wipe them all out without alerting the sea dragon. As for plans C and D, they involved risking alerting the sea dramon to eliminate these kobolds one by one. This is why Gordon brought so many goblin followers. He couldn't handle so many kobolds by himself. One wrong move and the whole game is lost. Gordon even prepared the most extreme retreat plan, including deciding which batch of goblins to sacrifice as rearguard. However, Gordon, who had already spent money on in-game purchases, didn't believe this would happen. However, normally speaking, by that point, success will depend entirely on luck. If the old sea dragon were to see the real dragon and hide in the water, then Gordon would have no way to deal with it. This escape route is something it can only look at again after it has defeated the sea dragon in the water. As for communication, it didn't even consider it. This cunning and ferocious dragon beast might attempt to communicate and interact with evil creatures of equal strength. However, they are also prone to betraying their promises. In their minds, the law of the jungle prevails, and there is no such thing as justice or adherence to contracts. After all, even Tiamat, the mother of dragons, was not known for keeping her word. The communication between the dragon and the kobold lasted for 10 minutes. During the exchange, Gordon understood why he had fallen into despair and regarded Scythe, his first new familiar, as his savior. He's such an unlucky guy. First, his wife was devoured by a sea dragon, then his son died in a battle with adventurers, and in the end, not even a corpse was left, becoming someone else's meal. No wonder it so desperately longs for a real dragon to save it. Because in its heart, it had imagined countless times that if a real dragon ruled them, the outcome might be completely different. After all, the true dragon, even though it refuses to acknowledge any blood relation between itself and kobolds, is a creature of this nature. But I would absolutely never eat that kind of thing. Only those brainless dragons would eat kobold flesh. Just as humans wouldn't eat the flesh of other humanoid creatures unless they were in dire straits. Most of the hunting behavior of true dragons is not for physical needs, but to satisfy their appetite. After the conversation ended, the kobold lowered his head and looked like he was obediently listening to the dragon's instructions. Soon, the black dragon's indifferent voice came from above. Did you hear me clearly, Skio? Skio, whose heart was already burning with the flames of revenge, nodded heavily, the blood flowing from his forehead wound splashing onto the greystone slab. Listen carefully, master. Skio's voice was no longer weak and feeble, instead, it carried determination and strength. The voice was loud and energetic. Gordon glanced at him slightly. When they first met, this kobold looked like he was on his deathbed and very old. Only Skio himself knows the truth. During the conversation, it neither exaggerated nor belittled the strength of the sea dragon best, telling Gordon the whole story in detail, which did not surprise it. The new owner already knew about the sea dragon best inside. Moreover, its intelligence network was no less than that of the kobolds who spent their days in their lairs, indicating that it had clearly made preparations. How could Skio not be surprised, delighted, or utterly dejected? Furthermore, Gordon's complete disclosure of its prior plans further fueled its confidence in this war called expansion. Humans are always blind, and the kobolds are no exception. At this point, Scythe had already come to believe that Gordon was sent by a god to save him. After all, the kobold tribes also have a tradition of being saved by true dragons, don't they? Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how a fledgling dragon, which looks to be less than 3 years old, could expand its territory in this way. Normally, a fledgling dragon should focus on developing cautiously and survive the 2 weakest stages of the true dragon stage before making any moves. Hatchlings like its new owner, Gordon, are extremely rare. Of course, Zhou was also unaware of the significance of that sea route to Gordon. After receiving Gordon's approval, Sky began to act according to the plan Gordon had given it. It returned to the entrance first, where it could already hear the dog-headed man barking impatiently. It could also faintly hear the kobolds inside hesitating whether to disturb Sea Dragon Best's rest. Without giving it any further thought, Skio walked straight out through the narrow kobold passage. Kobolds are dragonborn, so they naturally possess dark sight, allowing them to clearly see Skio emerging from the entrance. The kobold, who had once been quite prestigious in the Redscale clan, walked out of the entrance with a sorrowful expression on his face. He walked with a somewhat unsteady, hunched posture, just like before. One of the kobolds couldn't contain himself any longer and asked Skio what was going on outside. Skio gave a bitter smile. They've driven the goblins away and don't need me anymore. They're outside eating the food the goblins left behind, and they asked me to tell you to come too. Then Scythe went back to his lair without saying a word, head bowed, dejected. All the kobolds witnessed the conflict between Sio and the kobold leader. It's not impossible for Daipasi to do something like this, and Sio, this kobold, has always been honest and simple. Almost no kobold has ever thought that he would lie. Therefore, the moment they heard there was food outside, they all rushed outside, afraid of being a step behind. The barking and the rapid footsteps filled the air as all the kobolds in the lair poured out and quickly disappeared at the entrance. After the last kobold entered the cave, a black dragon emerged from its cloaked state, blocking the only path into the lair. Without the illumination of a campfire, the dark gold vertical pupils appeared exceptionally bright in the darkness. Gordon nodded slightly to Skio, the kobold servant who was looking over from afar, and then walked gracefully into the narrow passage. A burst of chaotic noise quickly arose, but it was soon subsided. Comments. When the kobold Skio saw his new master again, the black dragon hatchling had entered the nest. The red phosphorus clan kobolds who went out have vanished without a trace, not a single one has returned. Instead, there were more than 30 goblins, full of fighting spirit, each wielding a bone hammer or other weapon. Apart from Grush, all the other elite goblins are here. The remaining ordinary goblins were all strong and valiant green-skinned men, not far from being elite. The black baby dragons moved forward in front of them, looking more like pets than their owners. But what one could see were the goblins' devout eyes, and a hint of sharpness and seriousness flashing in their dark golden vertical pupils. He then realized that the fledgling dragon before him was not as simple as he had imagined. Owner. Scythe bowed respectfully to Gordon. It was not good with words and could only greet the true dragon in its heart with the most standard etiquette. Where is that sea dragon beast? Gordon's expression was somewhat unpleasant. These kobold bones were actually harder than he had expected. Apart from Skio, none of them submitted, refusing to submit to a fledgling dragon as their master. Although his tone was respectful, he simply refused to submit, which gave Ji Dun a real headache. It wasn't that it lacked the fighting strength of the kobolds, but rather that it was worried that the unusual situation here would arouse the vigilance of the cunning sea dragons. Having a few more kobolds would make things much more normal. It never intended for these newly subdued kobolds to fight. Master, it's in that underground passage. Just follow it for about half a candle's time, and you'll get there. Besides a high platform, there's also its lake. As a member of the kobolds, Skio had naturally been there. It describes things in great detail, down to the smallest grains of sand on the platform, and even the widest and narrowest points of the passage in feet. It tried to tell the true dragon before it everything it knew. Gordon nodded slightly as he looked at the circular body of water to the east of the lair. Can it come out from there too? Gordon raised his paw, pointed to the water, and asked the kobold. Although they learned from Lovey that they had been ambushed from behind by the Sea Dramon, Lovey herself couldn't explain how they ended up in the rear. Yes, master. That body of water is where groundwater and seawater converge. We've already opened up a passage there, and Best could easily crawl out from there. However, it hates fresh water and generally avoids that route unless absolutely necessary. As Joe spoke, he gazed at the body of water, his thoughts drifting back to the past. The beginning of enslavement started with the chieftain's expansion into the waters. Looking back now, it feels like I dug a tunnel through to hell. Gordon didn't notice the kobold's strange behavior. It nodded slightly. All of this was part of its plan. Since the sea dragon beast could attack from behind, it must have a secret passage. It's not a mage, it can't teleport out of thin air. It had already devised a targeted approach. Master, I can collapse it if you need to. Scythe seemed to sense the importance in Gordon's eyes, and it immediately thought of its specialty, digging. Kobolds are masters of underground digging, whether it's mining or building fortifications. It can accurately identify load-bearing points and know which sections of the tunnel will not collapse. But this also means that it can easily find the tunnel's weak points and destroy them. Oh, Gordon looked at the kobold scythe in front of him. Is that even possible? But then Gordon thought about it, and it made sense. After all, digging was the kobold's specialty. Otherwise, why would those evil five-colored dragons be so fond of finding kobolds as their servants? It's important to know that this excludes kobold warlocks. Other kobolds are significantly weaker than other races. In their normal state, they are only slightly stronger than ordinary goblins, but after advancing, they are completely outclassed. They're only after these things because they can mine cryptocurrency, and they don't need to pay wages or provide meals. They will also contribute the treasures they have collected to the dragons. 2 words perfectly describe it. Simp. However, this kind of sycophantic behavior might still lead to them getting everything they want in the end. The delighted Dragon Lord was not stingy in transforming his followers into Kobold Dragon Vein sorcerers. Can both tunnels collapse during excavation? Gordon asked. Master? No problem, just give me some time. Sio was excited, rubbing its paws together eagerly. It couldn't wait to pick up its long untouched pickaxe. All right, we have plenty of time. I'd like to set things up here properly. Gordon nodded, but then suddenly remembered something and asked. I hope it won't wake up that sea dragon. Don't worry, Master. Best doesn't care whether we live or die, it only cares if our monthly offerings are delivered on time. Stiggle spat out a mouthful of phlegm, then bowed to Gordon. Master, I'll go back to the cave to get my tools. Okay, go ahead. Gordon readily agreed, watching the kobold's retreating figure with some surprise. Now, Skio's back was ramrod straight, giving Gordon the impression that this kobold seemed considerably taller than the others. However, this thought didn't linger in its mind for long before it was completely dismissed. It commanded in the deep, hoarse voice that originally belonged to the lava dragon. Warriors of the Blackfire clan, it is time to serve the Molten Dragon Lord. Clean this area thoroughly, apply the raging oil I gave you, and then coat it with the gold refining fish oil made from sea fish. The sound wasn't loud in the lair, but it was loud enough for all the goblins present to hear clearly. These goblins, who had undergone several days of training, readily agreed, applying the fiery oil that Gordon had given them. It wasn't the first time they'd done it, it was just in a different place. Go and dig a shallow pit the same size as the water, and then coat it with clear oil. Oil is also a type of alchemical potion. It can burn in water, and water cannot extinguish it. The only correct way to extinguish it is to roll it on the ground. All the goblins immediately got to work. The kobold lair was much larger than the bonfire hall. However, the presence of many building ruins took up space, which actually reduced the workload considerably. 1 bottle of flaming oil is enough to coat a 10x 10-foot square stone slab. Gordon had Nina buy this the most, it was cheap and effective. As for the refined fish oil, besides having an extremely strong fishy smell, it burns very poorly and doesn't get very hot. It's supposedly a material used to make low-temperature candles. About half an hour later, the kobold lair was gradually being cleared up, and Nasjo was already finishing up the last underwater cave collapse. Although Gordon felt that the Sea Dramon probably wouldn't last that long, he waited another 20 minutes just in case. When Skio emerged from the water with his mining pickaxe, the goblins outside were already sitting neatly on the ground. In front of me was a tattered box that I'd picked up from somewhere. The box was tightly closed, but there were still gaps through which I could see what was inside. Peeking through the fresh cracks, one can see plenty of copper coins with a silvery sheen. Is this a box of coins? After Gordon saw Scythe emerge from the water, he first asked, as before, how the passage had been collapsed, and then conducted an on-site inspection. Finally, he handed a silver coin to Scythia and said to it, Go forth, Skio. I await your good news up there. Yes, don't worry, Master. Zjo is fearless. The ramrod-like kobold nodded emphatically, put down his mining pick, and headed straight for the underground cave. Gordon watched its figure grow smaller and smaller, silently counting down the time. When the time was almost up, it took out the last bottle of invisibility potion, but it didn't drink it right away. Instead, he crushed a bottle of fish oil, applied it to his body, and then drank the medicine. Gordon's figure disappeared into the darkness. The kobold's lair suddenly fell silent, with only the sound of goblins breathing and the whistling of the wind blowing through the passageway. Best wasn't hungry today, it didn't even want to eat the pearls inside the oysters. It planned to save its stomach for tomorrow, after the food had fermented properly, before indulging in a hearty meal. It lazily stretched out its slender body covered with blue-green scales, stirring up the undercurrents of this seabed. Then, with its paws puffing, it played with a pile of rusty coins, some copper, some silver, and some gold leaning against the ground beneath it. But the colors weren't very appealing. After all, it's in the water, and it's not a bronze dragon, so it doesn't have many demands. It only inherits some of the habits of a true dragon. What I like even more is the feeling of these hard little things rubbing against me. That feeling was very comfortable, indescribably pleasant. Of course, pleasant times are always fleeting, just as it wants to take a good nap. A brand new silver coin, gleaming with a silvery sheen, slid diagonally from the azure sea, carrying bubbles as it fell to the bottom, finally landing on a coral reef not far from the sea dragon's lair. A coin falling from the sky. Best's vertical pupils lit up slightly, and it happily flipped over in the water, but the dragon language coming from the surface made it frown slightly. A surge of violent and manic emotions welled up within him. Why are these kobolds looking for me before the sacrificial ceremony? After carefully placing the silver coin back into his collection, he glanced at it with some reluctance. Then it twisted its body, maneuvering the water, and quickly floated upwards. In less than 3 breaths, it emerged from the calm water, looked at the lone kobold on the high platform, and asked with its enormous mouth, large enough to devour the kobold before it, What do you want with the great sea dragon Best? You stupid, disgusting crawlers. The hunched dog-headed man before him was clearly trembling with fear, just like the others before him. But what it said surprised Best. Nest, coins, goblin. The simple meaning is quickly linked together by it. Goblins have come to Lord Best's door with coins, seeking his protection? There were so many coins in that box. As the kobold described it, the image in Best's mind became more and more vivid, and his mouth, full of sharp teeth, opened slightly. In the end, it couldn't be contained and a crack appeared, enough to frighten a noble lady. They await your arrival up there, Lord Best. In Best's eyes, they were all dog-headed men who looked the same, bowing humbly as they spoke. Well done. Best gave his kobold retinue an approving look and nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, I realized that the relatives I had taken in were actually quite useful. It didn't ask for too many details, and even if it had, the kobold might not have been able to answer them. Moreover, it didn't believe the reptile in front of it would dare to deceive it, so it immediately sank underwater and then went up through the underground passage. The kobold stood up, waited for 5 or 6 seconds, looked at the water where the ripples were gradually disappearing, and then took off running, heading into the passage. Its agility makes it impossible to tell that it was previously hunched over. Right now, Zhou felt as if his whole body was burning up, with endless power flowing through his blood. When the already elderly sea dragon, Best, swam upstream and emerged from the fresh water that made it somewhat nauseous, the initial excitement of potentially receiving a large stack of coins had completely vanished. It quickly floated to the surface of the water, and its huge body covered with blue-green scales slowly emerged from the empty cave waters, with its purple dorsal fin fully unfurled. When it begins to look around, Gordon, lurking in the corner, was also watching it from his hidden position. This sea dragon, which is much larger than the one in the Dragon Legacy, is estimated to be about 20 feet long when its entire body is revealed. In stark contrast to Gordon's 6-foot length, it's no wonder those kobolds were unwilling to submit. Even Gordon himself, if he didn't possess a spell scroll, would probably feel fear upon seeing such a colossal creature. Perhaps because the sea dragon beast had reached old age, its blue-green scales had a blackish sheen. If it weren't for the sea dragon's strangely shaped dragon wings, claws connected to Pu, and somewhat unconventional purple dorsal fins. Under dark vision, Gordon almost mistook it for a different kind of black dragon. However, now that the script has been written, all Gordon can do is hold his breath and wait quietly for the right moment. As soon as Best surfaced and looked around to make sure nothing was amiss, he shook off the disgusting fresh water from his body. The feeling of being moistened by fresh water always made it feel strange, like there was seaweed or kelp mixed in with its scales, which was extremely uncomfortable. It greedily inhaled the salty scent of the sea in the air, a smell it had never experienced before here. It used to smell of mold and sewage, which made it just as nauseous. Of course, if someone asks which is better, fresh water or moldy sewage, Best would surely devour this BD, becoming food was his only purpose. After stretching for a moment, its vertical pupils, glowing with an eerie green light in the darkness, immediately focused on the only place where creatures gathered. A group of food it had eaten before, but larger than any of the previous individuals it had encountered. These were goblins. Looking at the goblins sitting on the ground, staring at him with some fear, Best's appetite was somewhat whetted. The goblins brought for sacrifices by the kobolds in the past had the same look in their eyes. They tasted delicious, with a sweet and sour flavor. Best had a good memory and remembered the taste of every creature. However, Best managed to restrain himself, because what attracted him more was the tattered treasure chest placed in front of the goblin. It immediately spotted the copper and silver coins peeking out from the crack and tear. What an amazing color. It's so much better than the color of coins underwater. Best admired it in his heart. Its movements were also swift, like a snake, twisting and turning as it moved forward. The smoothness of the ground in the kobold's lair today made Best feel like it was in water. It was so silky that it quickly reached the box. There weren't any gold coins among them, but the copper and silver coins still brought Best great satisfaction. As it excitedly and impatiently opened the box, still wondering whether there were 1,000 or 800 coins inside, it heard a cracking sound coming from the darkness behind it, along with a somewhat familiar roar. Is that a dragon's roar? But before it could grasp the meaning of the dragon's roar, its mind was still drawn to the opened box. However, the moment its gaze swept inside the box, it felt as if its blood was about to boil. Anger and shame filled its chest. It's been tricked. There aren't even 100 coins inside, let alone 1,000? Apart from the copper and silver coins visible through the cracks, everything else was just pebbles. It was a terrible mess. Best's anger had barely begun when he noticed that the goblins who had been crouching motionless had all stood up, holding a bottle of something that looked like oil and water. My intuition told me it wasn't that simple. So it subconsciously unleashed its fierce aura, attempting to make this lowly and despicable creature tremble under its dragon might. Sure enough, as its aura exploded, all of these small green creatures were stunned. Best smiled disdainfully, and was about to turn around to see who dared to plot against the cunning sea dragon king Best when. Then they heard another dragon roar from behind, this time carrying wisps of magical energy. Having been born with a trace of sorcerer's blood, it could sense the magical energy contained within, giving it a feeling similar to that human in the robe from last time. It had a bad feeling about it. Sure enough, after a dragon's roar, the goblins that had been dazed returned to normal due to Gordon's war laws, and even became a little more ferocious than before. One by one, they threw the fuel bottles they had already handed over to the sea dragon beasts that were surrounded by raging oil. Then they quickly retreated. This was no longer a war they could intervene in. The Sea Dramon, possessing the advanced reflex ability, sensed something was wrong from the pile of flying glass bottles and tried to twist its body to dodge them. However, a faster magical beam struck Best directly, momentarily slowing its agile body. Its once agile body suddenly slowed down, and many bottles that it could have avoided shattered on its scales. Third ring spell slow. Its once proud agility vanished instantly, its speed reduced by half. The black slime from the fuel canisters thrown by dozens of goblins mostly landed on the enormous blue-green monster, covering its scales, back, and wings. It made Best feel as if it were wearing another layer of scales, all sticky and making it a little confused about what these goblins wanted to do. Best was completely bewildered, but instead of leaving, it wanted to see what the creature behind it was. So it's not panicking, because it doesn't think the goblin in front of it poses any threat. Furthermore, if it wants to leave, no one can stop it. The escape area is just 100 feet away, which it can reach in less than 2 seconds at full speed. So when it was covered in slime, it even turned its head curiously, wanting to see who was so brave as to challenge it. Challenge the cunning king of the sea dragons, and Best, whose wisdom rivals that of a true dragon. Then it saw a hideous monster with a blazing red glow emanating from its chest, although its size is less than a quarter of its height. But that familiar appearance made Best realize what the creature in front of him really was. A real dragon cub. A real dragon has entered the kobold's lair? While this idea was still lingering in the mind of the Sea Dramon, Gordon used the enhanced dragon breath potion and equipped the savior of the dragonborn item, which boosted his dragon breath power. With this enhancement, his lava spit was ready to unleash its power. Before the slowness spell's duration had dissipated, he unleashed that violent and scorching elemental energy. A bright white pillar of magma shot out from Gordon's mouth, and in that instant, the entire lair was as bright as day. The transition from night to day also brought the somewhat dazed expression of the sea dragon beast, its body covered in black fuel, into sharp focus. Then, the white lava, spewing out in a cone shape, instantly spread like a spider web across the upper half of the sea dragon's body, which constituted the largest portion of its body. The scorching magma came into contact with the sea dragon's thick, pale blue wings and the scales on its chest, and also reacted with the slime clinging to them. The next second, the sea dragon's mournful roar echoed throughout the entire kobold lair, causing soil to cascade down the rock walls. At this moment, the sea dragon was in a very sorry state, with white lava dripping continuously from its upper body, wings, and scales. It kept writhing, trying to escape the burning flames, and Best quickly realized it. The sparks on the ground have already begun to spread like wildfire, engulfing it. Ignoring the burning sensation on its body, it looked at the true dragon with dark golden vertical pupils, its eerie green pupils filled with resentment. Best remembered this grudge. It glanced quickly at Gordon, then swam at an incredible speed towards the waters east of the kobold's lair. That young dragon hatchling couldn't stop itself. Best was quite certain of this. Behind the burning flames, the sound of shattering echoed once more. The scroll shattered in Gordon's mouth, and the overflowing blue-white magical light dissipated around its mouth like stars. An invisible magical ripple struck the fleeing sea dragon beast with incredible speed. Third ring spell suggestion. The sea dragon, engulfed in flames, froze instantly, its previously venomous gaze turning into blankness. The spellcaster's seductive voice followed from behind. I think what you need most right now is to extinguish the flames on your body. I doubt there's any body of water cooler than this, right? Gordon pointed to the small puddle filled with bright oil and said to the sea dragon beast that was engulfed in flames. On one side is an uncomfortable freshwater area where immersing it feels like sand is mixed into the scales, on the other side is a shallow, seemingly pleasant pool. The options available to the Sea Dramon are not many. Its mind was blank, cunning and cruelty vanished, and it began to unconsciously follow the voice. And he felt that what the black fledgling in front of him said made a lot of sense. The freshwater doesn't look as pleasant as the puddles over there. Even the worst puddles are better than freshwater, at least the ones over there smell better than freshwater. The suggestion spell is very effective against sea monsters like the Sea Dramon. Its big head doesn't think too much, it simply thinks Gordon's suggestion is excellent and is willing to give it a try. Although the spell's effect didn't last long, it was enough to entice the sea dragon to roll around in the small pit covered in clear oil. The Sea Dramon, now in a state of sedition, also began to turn its head, ignoring the flames burning on its scales and the tattered blue-green wing membranes that had been burned to shreds by the lava. It began to move, swiftly traversing the sea of fire, heading in the direction Gordon had indicated. Gordon was relieved to see that the suggestion spell had worked without any problems. The lava eruption was less effective than it had anticipated. Although the attack hit the sea dragon beast in front of it, causing the oil stains covering its body to ignite, the damage it sustained was likely only moderate. It still has the ability to fight. Gordon has always been invincible with his magma breath, turning both adventurers and sewer monsters into charred remains under its power. However, Gordon had already prepared himself for the breath attack to be largely ineffective. So this is still part of Gordon's plan. After all, the monsters before them were not those weak humans, defenseless goblins, or hairy, fire-weak ratmen. It was a genuine tier 3 dragon beast, and an old one at that. Its scales are already more or less comparable to those of a young real dragon. Therefore, it possesses a certain degree of elemental resistance, and it has a certain reduction effect when subjected to damage from fire, ice, acid, etc. In addition, the elderly dragon beasts have abundant blood and energy, and are physically strong, with even more blood than the young dragons, making them virtually indestructible. Therefore, the magma breath was able to cause such widespread damage, prevent the sea dramon from unleashing its full power, and still inflict moderate injuries. Gordon was already very content. All of this was within Gordon's expectations, and there were no major deviations. As the saying goes, the curtain rises, and the script unfolds as it begins. In the blink of an eye, the sea dragon beast in sight moved with lightning speed, crawling across the burning path like a snake, and was less than 100 feet away from the puddle. At this moment, it was indifferent to Gordon's figure, the goblins watching, and even the flames burning beneath it. Only one sentence echoed in its mind. Roll over in that cool puddle, and the flames on its body will be extinguished. The agonizing pain that gnawed at its very bones would disappear, and it was already impatient for it to return. Looking at the puddle 30 feet away, which was very close at hand, a slight smile appeared on the sea dragon's lips, and it suddenly exerted force with its lower body. The entire dragon sprang up like a spring, its thousands-pound body rising 6 feet off the ground. They rapidly approached the rugged, shallow puddle, which was approximately 40 feet by 40 feet in diameter. That spot was enough for the entire dragon to lie down comfortably. Just as the sea dragon beast touched the cold, oily puddle, Gordon knew its time had come, and without further hesitation, it crushed the spell scroll it had prepared beforehand. First circle spell Gigantify allows a creature whose size does not exceed that of a normal human to double in size. Note, even dwarfs have the right to pursue happiness. A dwarf mage who aspires to experience all the customs and cultures of the continent of Ion. Gordon's body suddenly grew taller, expanding from less than 6 feet to over 10 feet, as if he had been magnified. The effect of the giant growth spell gave Gordon a taste of what it was like to be a baby dragon, but time was limited, and Gordon didn't have time to marvel at it much. It darted away like the wind, its skeleton expanding rapidly as it moved, only stopping slightly when it reached 14 feet long and 5 feet tall. His dark gold vertical pupils turned dark red, revealing his tyrannical aura. Without a doubt, the berserk state has been activated. Meanwhile, the sea dramon had already realized what was happening. Upon contact with the puddle, the flames covering its body seemed to have absorbed some powerful tonic, instantly doubling in size. The entire puddle was engulfed in flames, truly a sea of fire. The sea dragon beast, which was falling into the center of the sea of fire, was still unaware of what was happening. The fact that he had just been hit by the caster's spell. Just as the sea dragon was regretting its actions and trying to get up and leave the center of the sea of fire, a black shadow more than 5 feet tall suddenly appeared from within the wall of flames. The shadowy figure strolled through the flames, while the sea dragon's eyes burned with intense heat, yet beneath it, the flames resembled those of a docile cat. They seemed to be intimidated by its ferocious face and dark red vertical pupils. Is that the baby dragon from earlier? The sea dramon stared in disbelief at the fledgling dragon, whose size had more than doubled and whose body was now covered in thick scales. This is no mere fledgling dragon, it's comparable to a fully grown sea dragon. Moreover, judging from its aura, it's not an ordinary true dragon, but rather a golden dragon or a red dragon that can reach the 3rd rank even in its infancy. Great. Just as the sea dramon was pondering how to address the true dragon before it, Gordon walked a certain distance away, giving it no time to speak at all. Simply bend your limbs slightly. Dash charge. An invisible gust of wind suddenly burst forth from its scales, forming a huge, visible pillar of wind that blew the surrounding flames askew to one side. Gordon's massive body, propelled by the powerful gust of wind, crashed directly into the stunned sea dragon. Bang! Scales clashed, flesh made a real impact sound, and the sea dragon, which was trying to beg for mercy in dragon language, was immediately slammed against the rocky wall of the cave behind it. With the sound of rocks sliding down the mountain, the sea dragon beast finally spoke. Great dragon, Best is willing to submit to you and follow you until death. The dragon's language was somewhat stuttering, but its plea for mercy was very clear. It was exactly the image of a weak sea dragon trying to make its abuser stop. However, there is a saying in the metallic dragon language. Never trust a cunning and evil dragon, whether it be a beast or a real dragon. Their words are even more deceitful than those of the mischievous imps who delight in playing pranks. Fine, I accept your submission. As soon as the sea dragon finished speaking, Gordon glanced at the unresponsive title panel and said expressionlessly. Amidst the flames, Gordon's voice, hoarse yet powerful, devoid of any emotion, reached the ears of the sea dragon. Best. Just as Best was secretly pleased and about to say the next sentence, continuing to communicate with the black dragon that was as strong as a red dragon in front of him. Then the ferocious black dragon spread its wings from the flames and pounced straight at him from below the wall. The chilling, sharp blades on its claws made its attitude crystal clear. One dragon must die here today? As an amphibious creature, the sea dragon's melee combat ability on land is practically non-existent. All the advanced combat skills and agility used underwater cannot be utilized on land. This is Gordon's only advantage. However, it remained vigilant, remembering that the sea dragon before it possessed the same breath damage as the bronze and blue dragons. A spell-like ability resembling a lightning breath band of lightning. As expected, the sea dramon, believing itself to be in dire straits, began to fight back with all its might. Its scales began to crackle and sparkle with electricity, creating an inexplicable harmony with the roaring flames. Streaks of blue lightning flickered within its mouth. This is the strongest killing method of a Tier 3 Elder Sea Dramon, and also a core type of magic ability capable of wiping out an entire adventure team. Bundle of Lightning. At the same time, upon witnessing this scene, a cracking sound came from between Gordon's teeth. The scroll containing the second circle spell Energy Protection, worth 150 gold coins, shattered with a crash. Blue and white magical light flickered within the flames. An invisible circular energy barrier enveloped Gordon's entire body. Its dark red vertical pupils gazed fearlessly at the distant bolts of lightning. The light blue bundle lightning from the sea dragon's mouth, slightly lighter than the color of its scales, was also ejected shortly after Gordon released the energy protection scroll. In the pitch-black cave, a thick, twisted bolt of lightning, shaped like a Z, suddenly shot out from beneath the firelight luminous wall, striking Gordon's black-scaled dragon body without reservation. Just as the sea dragon beast Best was about to strike the somewhat abnormal, enormous black fledgling dragon with his beam of lightning, they breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the dragon was rather arrogant and wouldn't bother to dodge its lightning. It's important to know that its bundle lightning is a powerful spell that can even stun robust aquatic monsters like second-tier great sea lions. Those adventurers who dared to enter its territory would be directly electrocuted and emitted a burnt, acrid smell. Whether in the past or now, its bundled lightning has never disappointed it, and besides, once wasn't enough. Just as Best was about to witness the wretched state of the fledgling dragon, the bundle of lightning struck the charging dragon with perfect accuracy. In the air, a purple magical ripple appeared out of thin air 3 feet in front of the fledgling dragon, blocking the lightning's attack. Best could only watch helplessly as the shield completely absorbed the lightning before slowly dissipating into the air. The spellcaster's methods. It's the spellcaster's doing again. If Best were a humanoid creature, he would definitely show signs of gritting his teeth and baring his fangs. The former's expression was due to the spellcaster's scroll repeatedly putting it at a disadvantage. With its third-tier strength, it could easily crush a fledgling dragon, even though it was a true dragon's fledgling. But on its side, it felt like it was being overwhelmed by the fledgling dragon, with hardly any room for maneuver. The latter, however, had flames still burning fiercely on its body, growing ever stronger. Even though Best's scales were comparable to those of a young dragon, it felt its body becoming extremely dehydrated under such intense heat. The numbness that had been burned away was now returning, and even with its strong constitution, it was starting to feel the strain. Of course, what angered it even more was how many gold coins this fledgling dragon had spent preparing to defeat it. Although Best had little concept of treasure, it was keenly aware of magical artifacts and spellcasters' items like scrolls, knowing the price of a single spellcaster's item could be a fraction of the value of its collection. This is a price that would make even an adult sea dragon tremble with fear. Meanwhile, Gordon watched indifferently as the bundle of lightning disappeared under the offset of energy protection. Its ferocious head remained expressionless, and then, right in front of the sea dragon, it swallowed a bottle containing a potion with an effect similar to stone skin. With the dragon melee about to begin, it wouldn't be stingy with the money for the potion. Since we bought it, we should use it. Otherwise, are we going to hide it away like a dragon's treasure? It doesn't have that kind of fetish. The grayish-white mottled color quickly appeared on Gordon's black scales, and even his brownish-yellow belly turned pale. His physique seemed to have increased even more due to the stone skin potion. At first glance, it appears to be a real dragon with a wingspan of 10 feet, a length from nose to tail of nearly 15 feet, and a body covered in mottled gray-white scales. It's like a red dragon painting its scales with a layer of pale lacquer. Gordon's speed was not slowed down by the bundle of lightning. It charged straight toward the sea dramon, whose burning intensity had gradually subsided, accompanied by a wind of fire. Just before its hind claws landed on the sea dramon, the battle-hardened old sea dramon reacted with remarkable agility. It tried to roll away, but the burning pain in its chest slowed it down, giving Gordon the opportunity. 4 sharp claws plunged into the sea dragon's thick, hard scales without reservation. When Gotan passed through the sea dragon's scales, his claws were a little hesitant and difficult, but once he got through, he was unimpeded. The sharp claws pierced directly into the flesh of the sea dramon Best, who was still in pain and burning. Immediately, it felt an even more piercing pain in its upper body, and its long body twisted involuntarily, trying to entangle the creature in front of it. Without a second thought, Gordon released his claws and slipped out of the encirclement that was about to trap him. Then it transformed into a fish, searching for an opportunity around the sea dragon beast. However, the sea dramon also maintained a well-organized defense, preventing Gordon from attacking its weakest point, its most fatal throat. Gordon did indeed aim at that spot, but the sea dramon was too vigilant, causing the attack to fail. Time ticked by, and Best, growing increasingly impatient from Gordon's relentless attacks, continued to rage. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes, and a sudden burst of blue lightning appeared from his mouth once more. Its dorsal fins, which had been listless, suddenly burst into blue sparks. Best knew that if it continued to drag on, the wound in its chest would worsen, and it would surely die due to its declining physical strength. So it decided to use its last trump card. 2 consecutive bursts of bundle lightning. This was all thanks to a talent it acquired from its bloodline in its old age. Dragon-type super breath talent, breath recovery. As a member of the dragon race, you can use your breath attack twice in quick succession. However, the cost is that the elemental energy in your blood will be depleted for a certain period of time, and you will be unable to use your breath attack again until your elemental energy is restored. The sudden burst of electricity from the Seadramon startled Gordon, but without its energy protection, it could only try to avoid the bolt of lightning. But this close-range bundle of lightning is not so easy to dodge. Without advanced reflection, it is almost impossible to avoid. The lightning struck Gordon without any resistance this time. The powerful, high-voltage current penetrated the grayish-white stone of the stone skin technique without any hindrance. However, Gordon suffered from enchanted scales, which had already stacked to 6 layers, causing the originally high-voltage current to dissipate significantly. The damage was reduced by a full 30%, and it was this 30% that caused Gordon to feel numbness all over his body and muscle spasms. However, it was not completely paralyzed by the electricity. Its claws could still move. But it still cunningly curled up stiffly, its back to the Seadramon, and secretly rummaged through its dimensional bag. To conceal its presence, it deliberately folded one of its dragon wings and spread the other. He deliberately drooped over his body to cover his upper limbs and head, making it look like he had been electrocuted into a puddle of mud. As expected, the Seadramon had no doubts when it saw Gordon's appearance. After all, it knew the power of its bundle lightning. Therefore, Best was now filled with joy, and his previous listlessness after exhaling had recovered considerably. It mustered its strength and swam to Gordon. Haha, you're destined to fall at my feet, young dragon. Just as Best arrogantly announced the defeat of the fledgling dragon before him. With a crisp crack, a crescent-colored divine light drifted out from beneath the dragon's wings. A scroll of the first circle spell Great Healing, worth 80 gold coins, created by a priest of the Temple of the Moon Goddess Surin and commissioned to be sold by Fran Velo, exploded under the cover of dragon wings. Although its price is almost the same as that of a regular second-level spell scroll, its effects are undeniably effective, making it perfect for this situation. It can not only heal moderate injuries, but also eliminate common negative status effects in the body. Effects such as paralysis, fear, poisoning, burning, freezing, and drowsiness can all be removed. Gordon, whose paralysis was instantly lifted by the moonlight, sighed softly. Yeah. Caught completely off guard, the Seadramon revealed its most vulnerable part to Gordon, its soft throat beneath its jaw. Gordon, whose grayish-white stone layer had been completely removed by the beam of lightning, had his scales regain their black sheen. As it spoke, it suddenly lunged upwards and bit down on the sea dragon's throat. Its sharp teeth easily pierced through the scales, which were softer than those on other parts of its body, just like claws. The sea dragon tried to break free, but Gordon's 4 sharp claws were firmly embedded in its upper body, making it impossible for it to shake off the ferocious dragon no matter how hard it tried. Its bites, in the face of Gordon's enchanted scales, were like those of a weak infant. Apart from the clanging sounds, nothing else could be heard. Its struggles grew weaker and weaker as Gordon sucked the scalding blood faster. Until the very end, the cunning and resentment in its large, dark green vertical pupils had vanished without a trace. Instead, there was a gray, hazy, deathly light. At this moment, the only sounds in the Kobold Lair's main hall, besides the crackling of flames, were the sucking sounds of wild beasts. The afterglow of the flames shone on the 2 intertwined dragons, their scales reflecting the firelight in a breathtakingly beautiful display. What perfect creations of God! Especially the victor of this battle, a 5-meter-long real dragon. Its ferocious dragon head was dripping with the blood of the dragon beast beneath it, its long neck constantly swallowing. The thick, glossy black scales covering its entire body shimmered like the finest work of art in the firelight. And there is that not so large but majestic ridge, as solid and steady as a mountain, unmoving. Those dark red vertical pupils were even more chilling. However, this posture did not last long and collapsed as the victor relented. As for the reason, it was because Gordon saw a bronze-colored ball of light floating out of the sea dragon's corpse, which is why it decisively let go of its mouth. Only after the orb of light emerges does death truly occur. Gordon rejects all destabilizing factors. The first thing to do after letting go is to clean up the mess and enjoy the even sweeter fruits of victory, the talent fragments. Although the blood of the Seadramon does indeed taste like the ocean, sweet and viscous, sucking on it is like sucking on yogurt. But compared to the allure of higher-level talent fragments, they are insignificant. The bronze-colored light was absorbed into Gordon's body almost 2 seconds after it appeared, but he wasn't in a hurry to look at it now. Gordon's first task was to find a suitable location for recovery. After all, it didn't know what else might be hidden in the lake within the underground caverns of the Kobold's lair. Although based on the personal experience of the young girl Love, and supplemented by the Kobold Skio, but Gordon remained vigilant. If the sea dragon is like a certain black dragon, a twin brother, and there are 2 of them, that would be awkward. It needs a sufficiently safe distance and a sufficiently concealed location. Soon, it found a place near the exit where flames were burning, with the remains of buildings providing cover. It strode forward, first gathering some goblins to guard the cave entrance, while it itself hid in the still-burning sea of fire, lying down near the exit, its head still facing the passage, remaining vigilant at all times. After confirming that there was no danger in the surrounding area, Gordon began to deactivate his berserk state and begin to recover from his weakened state. But it didn't forget to send a goblin to bring in the kobold captives outside. After all, although the entrance to the kobold's lair is secluded, if an adventurer happens to see the kobolds being captured, it might cause some trouble. Today, Gordon felt too full and didn't want to deal with those adventurers anymore. After issuing a series of commands, the initial Gigantify spell effect also expired after a certain time. Its body returned to its original length of less than 6 feet, resembling that of a fledgling dragon. But Gordon had no time to feel the effects of his shrunken body. He was overwhelmed by a much heavier sense of weakness. Faced with this weakness, it didn't even want to move its tail. I just want to be a lazy, unambitious dragon, quietly enjoying the scorching heat of the surrounding flames. However, Gordon was still able to concentrate on examining this new acquisition. That bronze-colored orb obtained from the sea dragon beast, which looked different, seemed to be a higher-level talent. Gordon couldn't wait to use his consciousness to touch the flashing little green dot on his retina. Like a pale blue panel resembling ripples on water, it unfolds within its field of vision, and brief data updates appear in the list. Gordon glanced at it and found that the progress of analyzing the talent fragments was still 40%, and it seemed that it would take a while to finish analyzing them. However, besides the bronze-colored talent aura, Gordon also noticed some differences in his character panel. In the talent list, several first-tier talents had undergone subtle changes. Gordon's memory was not bad, and he noticed the anomaly at a glance. They've all grown, whether in terms of endurance, gluttony, or robustness and dual-wielding capabilities. These first-tier talents all automatically increased by a little. It's unclear whether this was due to the growth brought by the main body after the battle or something else, but there's no doubt about it. This battle helped it grow. The only explanation Gordon could think of was probably the reward he received after defeating a monster of a higher level. Even ordinary hatchlings without stats will grow much stronger after surviving a difficult hunt. Therefore, there's no reason why it shouldn't grow. Although it was only a first-tier talent increase, it was a free gift, so Gordon was still very happy. The only regret is that the second-tier talent doesn't seem to have improved, with the list values remaining unchanged. It seemed as if talent fragments could only be used to accumulate them, just as Gordon was thinking this. Swish! Another line of data refreshed, and the talent detection progress finally finished. Detection successful. The talent is a Tier 3 breath recovery. Activate talent/not activate talent. Yes. Gordon knew from the name of the talent that it was an exceptional talent, and activated it without hesitation. Spit recovery, 1/20th, thus stood out prominently in Gordon's talent list. The description of the talent breath recovery was just as Gordon had expected. It did indeed allow him to unleash another breath attack in a short period of time, but it would lengthen Gordon's recovery time. But for Gordon, who can only use his breath once a day, none of this matters. The doubts in my mind were also resolved. No wonder that Sea Dragon was able to use Bundle Lightning twice in a row. So that's why. After the recovery talent fragment merged into his body, Gordon immediately felt that he was more sensitive to the use of his internal organs and blood vessels, and he was more adept at mobilizing elemental power. It even now feels that if it wanted to, it could spit out a cone-shaped stream of magma from its mouth, just like before. Although it wouldn't be as ferocious as before, it would be enough. The fact that lava breath could be used again gave Gordon a tiny bit of reassurance. The sense of security hadn't lasted long when a chaotic barking sound came from the nest. The kobold captives were brought in by the goblins, and the first thing they saw in the lair was the enormous dragon beast lying lifeless on its back, blood flowing from its neck. It was Lord Sea Dragon Beast Best who never missed a single offering or sacrifice. However, their commotion wasn't due to that, rather, it was because these kobolds, upon realizing the death of their Sea Dragon Best, were all shouting for submission to the true dragon. That intense pleading power allowed them to stubbornly writhe like maggots even after being tossed aside by goblins. He crawled to the edge of the fire closest to Gordon, knelt down and begged Gordon for forgiveness, loudly proclaiming his ignorance in the dragon language. Furthermore, at the end of their conversations, they all unanimously placed all the blame on the dead Sea Dragon Beast Best, claiming it was all due to its coercion. These kobolds, who were utterly loyal to the true dragon, were also deeply distressed, and so on. All right. Gordon's indifferent voice came from the sea of fire, and the kobold lair fell silent instantly. Only the sound of firelight could be heard. Since you sincerely submit, then swear an oath. From this day forward, you will be the retinue of the great molten dragon lord. Gordon's voice was devoid of any emotion. It didn't have any particular thoughts about these kobolds. After all, these kobolds were just choosing a good tree to perch on and attaching themselves to the strong. Furthermore, Gordon, who held the title of Blackfire Overlord, wanted to conduct an experiment, so he did not refuse the submission of these kobolds. Subduing followers is always what true dragons like best, and these kobolds aren't exactly traitors, are they? Sure enough, amidst the cries of submission, Gordon added another title to his title list. But this title arrived so quickly, before Gordon could even see it clearly, that it became intertwined with Blackfire Overlord. A brand new title is being born. Title, Lord of Kalendo. Triggering conditions, 1. The submission of 2 clans of different races. Note, the clan must have at least 30 members. 2nd, there are no other forces within a 3-mile radius. 3rd, the number of dependents must reach 100, and there must be 5 first-tier creatures and 1 second-tier dependent. Note, a country within a country, a city within a city. You have achieved this. The sewers in this area will obey your will. Any hostile creature that dares to enter your territory will be regarded as an intruder by your followers. It must be said that you, less than 10 days old, have accomplished many things that even your peers, the true dragons, could not even dream of. Expand. Let all of Kalando know your ambition. Let the savagery of the lava dragon once again ravage this city. Wearing Effect 1, increases strength-related talents, robust, by +2. Second, Dragon Breath damage increased by 1050 degrees. 3. Dragon's Might, Roar of the Young Dragon, +1. 4. Able to affect the morale of all subordinates, war laws, +1. 5th, the loyalty of your family members who sincerely submit to you will never waver. 6. Unlocked, Reputation 300, radius of 5 miles. Reputation, 129. Currently, these are probably the only people who know of your existence and your identity. Number of followers, goblins, 87, kobolds, 41. Gordon stared blankly at the information above, but the title had already been automatically bestowed upon him, and a familiar feeling flowed into his body. This is the taste of talent fragments. Gordon was already very familiar with this feeling. Its talent list began to change again, a change that caught it somewhat off guard, forcing it to hastily begin to process it. The increase in size, strength, and basal vessel utilization, the key to a fierce aura, and the violent energy flowing in his blood have all increased once again. The feeling is indescribable. It didn't take long for the black dragon hatchling, which was lying in the sea of fire, to digest these growths and open its vertical pupils. By this time, it had grown to be 7 feet long, and if it stood upright, it could probably look down on Nina. With Berserk added, his body is probably not much different from his body after the giant transformation surgery. It began to decipher this entirely new title system word by word. Previously, it hadn't had any intuitive feeling about terms like Power Up, Dragon Breath Up, or Dragon Might Up. Now that the two titles have been merged, the effect is completely different from before. The effect of causing changes to its talent list out of thin air is real and tangible. It's not just a feeling of improvement, but a tangible reminder. 2 clans, goblins, and kobolds, that's a pleasant surprise. Gordon looked at the trigger conditions listed on the title and nodded slightly, but when he saw the last suffix, he became a little puzzled. Second-order organism? Where did this second-order creature come from? Grush? No, that's not right. Although it looks about the same as the Goblin Warrior in terms of presence, there's a significant difference in size. It still has a long way to go before it becomes a Goblin Warrior, perhaps 6 months, perhaps a year. But it is now the strongest member of the Blackfire clan, a fact that Gordon is quite certain of. After all, they've lived in the same hall for so many days, otherwise, it wouldn't have chosen it as the leader. The weak cannot gain the respect of the Goblin clan. But there weren't any strong members in the Kobold tribe either. Apart from 2 level 1 kobolds of unknown profession, they were just a bit larger than the other kobolds. When it beats you up, you're even worse than an elite goblin. Despite the intimidating power of their bloodline, Gordon still harbored doubts about their first-tier status. This is much weaker than the giant rat rider of the Ratman. Could there be an invisible sorcerer? Just as Gordon was puzzled, a figure carrying a mining pickaxe walked into the passage leading to the underground cave. Only when the afterglow of the flames burning in the kobold's lair illuminated its face could its full appearance be seen. It was an ugly and ferocious lizard head, with 2 short, thick spiral horns protruding from the top. It has a body twice the height of an ordinary kobold, and is covered from head to tail with fine red scales. It also had a pair of slightly smaller red wings on its back, with fresh blood still clinging to the wing membranes. This is a kobold with dragon veins. It is obvious that it has a high concentration of red dragon blood, which allows it to break through the lifespan limit of 20 years for kobolds and live for hundreds of years. Many bards have tales of it, and it is certain that it has a place among all the powerful kobold tribes or the minions of evil dragons. This dragon-blooded kobold, which looked different from others, did not possess any of the imposing presence of a dragon-blooded kobold at this moment. The moment it first saw the sea dragon's already cold corpse, the pickaxe in its hand fell to the ground. Kurtomak, you damned BD, you're finally dead. It rushed onto the sea dragon's corpse, first praying to the kobold god, then scratching and cursing at the sea dragon's body. He was muttering nothing but kobold slang and vulgarities. They spout nonsense like, you're a dragon 1,000 times more disgusting than a dwarf, or adventurers are several times better than you. However, it didn't vent for long before it saw Gordon's gaze fixed on it. This dragon-blooded kobold named Sio no, we should also add Warlock to that. The dragon-blooded kobold Warlock then eagerly stepped forward, wagging his even thicker tail than before, and offered Gordon the highest form of submission. Great Master, seeing that there was no movement for a long time, I took the liberty of digging down the passage to get up here. Please punish me, Master. It's all right. You can take these kobolds down and dig it open later. Have you awakened the dragon vein? Gordon showed no interest in the fact that it had dug up the underground passage, but instead became very interested in the dragon-headed kobold that had suddenly appeared before him, and asked a question. Zhou didn't dare to hide anything and told them everything. Even he himself was a little confused about how the dragon vein had awakened. After some explanation, Gordon learned that its awakening method was an extremely rare bloodline stimulation awakening. Blood vessel stimulation and awakening, as the name suggests. Only when one's emotions are extremely agitated, coupled with a strong desire for bloodline power, can the latent power of one's bloodline be triggered, and even then, the probability is extremely low. However, even among such a large number of kobolds, there are exceptions. 1 or 2 cases will appear from time to time. Oh, so, you're now a second-tier warlock. Gordon looked at the kobold in front of him and asked with a hint of surprise. Yes, Master. My bloodline tells me I can indeed cast magic. The materials for my spells are my blood and scales. The Dragon Vein Kobold Warlock did not hide anything and told the truth. It also told Gordon the spells it knew. Second circle spells Fireball and Fire Arrow, first circle spells Lesser Fireball and Burning Hand, and zero circle spells Reading Magic, Mage Hand, and Magic Trick. Finally, there's the spell-like ability Dragon Breath. It's a very luxurious spell slot. If used properly, wiping out an entire adventure party wouldn't be a problem. Excellent, excellent. From now on, you'll be the leader of the kobolds, just like Garrosh. Gordon nodded approvingly, and then bestowed upon it the same position as the leader of the Blackfire clan. Now, I need to rest for a while. You'll be in charge of guarding this area and managing the goblin settlement. From now on, you will live together. After telling Joe what was on his mind, Gordon closed his eyes. After a major battle, it needs a short rest, just a little while. At the White Horse Inn, the city guards of Kalando had completely surrounded the inn where the murder had occurred, and the captain of the city guard was leading a team to investigate the scene. They're all daggers, one strike is enough to kill, sir. A middle-aged man, dressed plainly and with an ordinary appearance, wiped the blood from his hands and spoke to the city guard captain behind him. Just a simple dagger. Right. But why is there so much blood? Never mind, as long as it's not those damn cultists. Upon hearing that someone had reported the incident, the city guard captain, Sirius, hurriedly led his men to the scene. He thought it was another case involving cult members, but breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the person in front of him say it was just an ordinary case. All right, murder. We'll ask around later if anyone found anything this morning. Now, collect the body, guys, back to Queen's Road. Cyrus directed the guards behind him to carry the dozen or so corpses from the White Horse Inn onto the prepared elevated carriage. The plan is to park it at a designated church and wait for someone to claim it. If no one comes, it will be dumped in a mass grave outside the city. Huh? So this is what noble lords are like? Dozens of people dying here are less important than a sheep on Queen's Road. SHH. Keep your voice down. That was Duke Weem's favorite sheep, dismembered in the street. These lackeys are lucky to even come here to see it. They're busy searching the whole city for the killer? I heard they've turned the dock area upside down, since it's the closest place. The onlookers were buzzing with discussion. However, as the guards left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Nobles are nobles after all, and they could only grumble a few times at most. Well, none of my ancestors were nobles, right? However, this murder case has caused widespread panic on this ordinary street, including the nearby Green Shade Hotel. The hotel owner, Eric, also looked gloomy and dejected. The murder caused many of his guests to cancel their stays and move to other hotels, resulting in significant financial losses for him. Fortunately, a wealthy gentleman arrived in the morning, though he seemed a bit strange, and he was accompanied by a beautiful blonde woman who was unconscious. But as long as he gets enough money, he doesn't care about anything else. Eric knew perfectly well what he should and shouldn't say the moment he received the money from the mysterious man in leather armor. The hotel is on the second floor. Inside a room, Raberg stared grimly at the blonde woman still unconscious on the bed. He held a silver ring, which resembled a collar, in his hand, and hesitated. He made a mistake that morning. The damned Gale deflected his dagger from its trajectory, and the dagger, which was originally aimed at her back, only grazed her arm. What he found even harder to accept was that the sorceress girl then wore a silver crown and disappeared right before his eyes. Just like before, there wasn't a trace of blood or any other evidence. A wondrous object that requires no spells or actions. Searching for it now would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, and Rabig hesitated as he looked at the slave collar in his hand. This is a creation of a mind sorcerer, something he brought from the Underdark. Wearing it imbues a charming creature with a fixed power, making it obey only the ring's owner. However, removing the collar is very difficult. It requires at least a 6th level psychic ability to unlock it. Wouldn't it be a waste to use it on the blonde warrior in front of him? If he had to use it, he would rather choose the sorceress girl. Moreover, that better suited his aesthetic preferences, delicate and petite. Damn it, let's wait and see. Rabig put away the collar, set up several traps commonly used by thieves in the room, and then went straight out the door. He had already cast a sleep spell on the blonde girl, enough to keep her asleep for dozens of hours, so there was no need to worry about her waking up early. What Rabig was most worried about was that the young master should be close to succeeding, and he couldn't afford to drag things out. The wooden door slammed shut, and silence returned to the room. Half an hour later, a petite girl dressed in a black and silver robe quietly appeared in the room. Corando, the noble district, a white-domed building sits in the very center. Through the second-floor windows, you can see Kalando's famous Queen Street, lined with blooming tulips on both sides. This is the estate of the Weems family, one of the most prestigious noble families in Kalando. On the second floor of the white building, in a luxurious room, in front of a full-length mirror engraved with intricate and ornate patterns, a pretty noble woman is twirling in front of the mirror, admiring her new clothes. This new dress is a court gown made by Sylvia's tailor shop using the finest and most luxurious fabrics. The pale yellow court dress accentuated the girl's graceful figure. Leah, how do I look today? The girl, dressed in her new clothes, looked at herself in the mirror with great satisfaction, unconsciously tilting her head up, down, and turning her face to admire herself from various angles. Miss is beautiful. Lord Hughes will surely be captivated by you. Laya, dressed in a maid's outfit, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I hope so. Otherwise, I've spent so much money. I dressed so formally, and if he doesn't compliment me today, what will I do with him? The girl clenched her small fists angrily, wanting to say something, but then lowered her head in frustration. I wish I could meet Hughes now, so he wouldn't remember what I used to look like. Miss, this is how you'll show Lord Hughes how hard you've worked? Losing weight from 200 pounds to where you are now in just a few months is something not everyone can do. Laya remained non-committal. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her mistress. She even thought the chubby, freckled girl from before was cuter, at least she was always smiling back then. Instead of now, he only feels happy when he goes out to see the young master of the Ramrafine family. Hehe, Laya, you're the best. I'll miss you the most. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman's worries turned to joy, and she began a playful exchange with her headmaid, who had grown up with her since childhood. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. The noblewoman gestured for the maid to open the door. After the door was opened, a middle-aged man who looked like a scribe bowed and said, Miss Rulia, His Excellency the Duke reminds you to take the household guards with you when you go out, otherwise he will be very worried. He was deeply saddened by Adam's death today and didn't eat lunch while staying in his study. I understand. I'm also very upset about Adam's situation, Uncle Marn. I'll take guards with me when I go out. Rulia was somewhat saddened, but she immediately performed a perfectly ladylike gesture, thanking him for the notification. The clerk, Marx, and Engels glanced admiringly at the noblewoman before him, who had blossomed into a beautiful young woman. She sighed inwardly, so this is what it feels like to pursue love? Things can change so quickly in just a few months. Perhaps only the wishes made by sorcerers are so effective. Unfortunately, Hageslam Rafain is Princess Havelo of Amn's fiancé, but his Weems family is no slouch either. It's still worth a shot. As long as you don't take your vows of marriage before the goddess Valjin, there's still time. After all, the Amun people value the spirit of contracts above all else. Before a contract is signed, anything is possible. Then, Miss Rulia, I'll head back now. Marn removed his hat to bid farewell to the beautiful noblewoman, then left quickly without lingering. He had many things to do. These past few days, that mysterious cultist had become increasingly rampant, daring to conduct a cult ritual on Queen's Road. They even dared to use Adam, the little goat that His Highness and Miss loved most, as a sacrifice, causing panic throughout the entire noble district. After the clerk left, Laya glanced at her mistress with slight concern and said softly, Miss, could you postpone Lord Joshua's ball this afternoon? After all, quite a few major events have happened these past few days, dragons, cult members, and more. Calindo has truly had a lot of bad luck. No need, Laya. Just prepare a carriage for me later, and bring some guards with you. Rulia flatly refused. She had dressed up so beautifully today, it would be a real waste of all her morning's work if she didn't go out. Helpless, Laya could only say goodbye and leave the room, leaving Rulia alone inside. Meanwhile, inside the room, Rulia looked at herself in the full-length mirror, dressed in a gorgeous dress. She had fair skin, delicate features, and long, flowing golden hair. Anyone who saw her would praise her as the embodiment of beauty. With me like this, I'm sure you won't refuse me anymore. Rulia touched the smooth skin on her face and murmured to herself. After all, I've already given enough. I won't, never. As she said this, a hint of ferocity appeared on her face, but it quickly vanished, and she returned to her original expression. She sat quietly in a luxurious white oak chair, tilting her head to comb her long, flowing golden hair, waiting for the maid's instructions. Inside the study of an ordinary manor in a noble district, Hughes Ramfrion is talking to his elderly father. Father, I think we should take this opportunity to search for the ocean dragon's lair overseas. Since it has claimed Calindo as its territory, its lair certainly can't be too far from here. This professional, who had already reached the 6th tier level, looked at his son and nodded slightly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. That's good. I'm relieved to hear you think that way. However, an hour ago I sent Syl and Trina out to sea to search for the underwater lair of the ocean dragon. Really? Hearing this, Hughes couldn't help but stand up. He knew that Cyr and Tristina were his father's key men. This operation was clearly carried out without prior notification to anyone. It's estimated that only his father's close confidants were involved. This legendary ocean dragon was an advanced elemental dragon in its lifetime, not a god-level dragon. The treasure it left behind is worth at least several million gold coins. Why let those sea elves and mermen benefit from it? Wade smiled nonchalantly, making no attempt to hide his determination to acquire the treasure. Were there other people involved in this operation? Hughes was somewhat surprised. Of course, no one can keep something like this all to themselves. Even if I were the city guard commander, I couldn't. But after sharing the spoils, I should still be able to get tens of thousands of gold coins. These are the families involved in this trip: the City Lord, Weems, Belfast, Durun. Waiter M. Riafan rattled off the names of 7 or 8 prominent families in the city to his son. Well, Hughes sighed. He had thought he could keep it all for himself, but it turned out he would only get a share. He had been too wishful thinking. Let's not talk about that anymore. How are you feeling now? Much better, father, Hughes replied quickly. That's good. Be careful not to wander around the sea lately, that person might see you. Who? Nayland Averto, the shield of Corando. Wade looked very serious, he was clearly not joking. That old bronze dragon. Hasn't it been gone from Sword Bay for 10 years? Why has it suddenly come back? Hughes had heard of this name from Wade, Kalando's shield, who had helped AM repel several attacks by aquatic ogres and trolls on the naval battlefield. Of course, this was for a fee. I don't know. Judging from the letter the city lord gave me, it seems a gathering of bronze dragons has ended. A gathering that lasts 10 years, only a true dragon could pull off something like that. Very well, father, I understand. I will stay away from the harbor and dock areas recently, and I will be very cautious around beggars and fishermen seeking help. Hughes nodded. He understood his father's meaning and knew what he was worried about. That's good. Miss Weems is coming to see you this afternoon. Go have some fun, and dress smartly. Even if you don't become a prince, being a duke wouldn't be bad, right? Seeing that his son was so understanding, Wade didn't try to persuade him any further. Instead, he changed the subject and joked around. Yes, my father. Hughes thought about the girl in his memory who was gradually changing and obsessed with his appearance, and he felt a little helpless. He didn't even know when he had been entangled with her. Or maybe I'm just too handsome? He looked at his reflection in the bronze mirror, straightening his clothes as he silently pondered. When Hughes went out, the magnificent carriage belonging to Duke Weems's mansion was already parked in front of his house. A blonde noblewoman was waving happily at him from the carriage window. It was none other than the Duke's daughter, Riria. Her expression was somewhat reserved at first, but after seeing Hughes get into the carriage, she couldn't hold back anymore and asked with a happy look on her face, "Lord Hughes, how do you think I look today?" The noblewoman stood up, turned around in the spacious carriage, and wore an ingratiating smile. Good. Hughes nodded slightly, but his expression clearly showed that he was only giving a perfunctory answer. However, Rulia seemed oblivious to this, and instead became even happier, practically beaming with joy, and asked, "Lord Nascius, how about we go have some afternoon tea first? We can even have a dance afterwards? I know a nice place." Hughes never expected that the girl would be so direct, expressing her feelings so clearly without any restraint. This caught him somewhat off guard. "I'm sorry, Miss Rulia, I have some things to attend to this afternoon and may not have much time. We'll part ways after I take you to Sylvia's tailor shop." Hughes looked at the fair-skinned and lovely noblewoman in front of him and quickly declined. He realized that if he backed down, the girl might become even more aggressive, so his voice began to turn cold. If it weren't for the joint admonition of Duke Weems and his father, Wade, he didn't even want to see this lovely duke's daughter, for no other reason than that. Lately, he's felt a strong aversion and repulsion towards her, as if they were inherently incompatible. But he dares not speak of it to anyone else, lest the relationship between their families. But it's impossible to expect him to keep backing down. It's worth noting that the two first met a few months earlier at Weems' estate. She was helped to his feet by two maids. He would never forget the piercing creak of the oak floor beneath his feet that day, and the beaming smile on her face. Looking back on it now, it feels like a nightmare to him, and seeing the girl in front of him again, who seemed like a completely different person, is even harder for him to accept. "All right then, Lord Hughes, shall we go to the tailor's shop now to get the clothes?" Riria wasn't annoyed by Hughes's refusal. Instead, she asked tentatively in a soft, weak voice. Completely ignoring the girl's delicate expression, Keshes nodded indifferently and said coldly, "Go, if possible, Miss Rulia, I hope it's soon." With that, Hughes leaned back on the velvet cushions, closed his eyes to rest, and stopped talking. Despite Hugaslam Riafan's cold demeanor, even with a forced smile, Riria's expression remained somewhat unnatural. A silence fell over the carriage. Rulia, still wearing a faint smile, looked out the window at the ever-changing scenery, lost in thought. Time passed slowly. As the magnificent buildings transformed into ordinary, simple structures, it meant they had arrived in the working-class district. Because the priests of the goddess Vol'jin always need the finest clothes to please her, Sylvia's tailor shop is not in the noble district, but in the temple district. Logically, they shouldn't have passed through the commoners area, but Rulia wanted to stay with Hughes a little longer, so she told the coachman to take a detour. As the carriage wheels traveled into the middle of a street in the working-class district, a cracking sound of shattering glass came from above the carriage. She immediately ordered the swordsmen guarding Rulia to draw their swords and keep a vigilant watch over their surroundings. But the act of drawing the sword caused the surrounding residents to scream and panic. Fortunately, the chaos subsided quickly. From the conversations of the people around her, Rulia learned the truth. It turned out that a silver pseudo-dragon, appearing out of nowhere, had simply smashed the hotel window. It was a very ordinary yet unusual little thing, since windows in Kalando were broken almost every day, but pseudo-dragons were quite rare. The riots were like a brief interlude, quickly passing by. As the carriage continued its journey, it soon arrived safely at Sylvia's tailor shop. The two got off the bus one after the other. "Miss Rulia, I'm in a bad mood today. I apologize for my rudeness just now." After getting out of the car and about to part ways, Hughes got out and realized that his behavior just now was somewhat inappropriate. So he whispered an apology to the Duke's daughter in front of him. He had no other intentions, he just didn't want this small matter to affect the two families. After all, even if he becomes a prince of the AMN Empire in the future, he will still have to focus on winning over these dukes. "It's all right, Lord Hughes, Riria won't be unconcerned. As long as it's you, everything will be fine." The blonde noblewoman spoke nonchalantly, but the unnaturalness in her eyes and her slightly stiff movements betrayed her. "That's good. Goodbye. Hughes felt he had finished dealing with the matter and was in a good mood preparing to take his leave, but unexpectedly, Riria suddenly called out to him. Is there anything else, Miss Rulia? Lord Hughes, I have one last question. If I, or Princess Havelo, who would you choose? Rulia seemed to have made a great decision, and asked through gritted teeth. I'm sorry, Miss Rulia, I'm already engaged to Her Highness the Princess. Hughes's words left no room for negotiation. But even after hearing this, Rulia didn't give up and kept asking. So, if she's gone, you can be with me. Miss Rulia, you might not be sleeping well. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. When Hughes heard her speak like that, he didn't dare to respond and left her as if she were a plague. Rulia stood there, watching his tall, slender figure, still muttering to herself. I won't give up. Her expression shifted from hesitation to determination, as if she had made a decision, and she headed towards Sylvia's tailor shop. Today she wants to buy an extra dress to give to her favorite head maid. A clanging and BG sound rang in my ears. Gordon's consciousness gradually returned, and it opened its dark golden vertical pupils. After a good rest, it felt the power it had lost return to its limbs, allowing it to easily support its now somewhat enormous body. It raised its head slightly and began to look at its surroundings. Strange yet familiar, it quickly remembered why it was there. Zjo, Grush. Its sound pierced through the flames, startling the gathered retinue. Soon, the Dragon Blood Kobold Warlock Skio, who was overseeing the project, and Grush, the leader of the Blackfire clan, approached the increasingly robust Black Whelp with awe. They knelt on the ground, lowering their heads below Gordon's line of sight, their expressions full of humility. Zjo/Grush is here. My master? What are your orders? How long have I been asleep? Gordon's voice was devoid of any emotion. 2 hours, my master. As a sorcerer, Scythe possessed an accurate grasp of time, down to the minute and the second, and so it said respectfully. Oh, the passage down there. Gordon nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Then, naturally, he did not forget what he had been told before falling into slumber, and he asked Sio. The passageway has been reopened. As for the resettlement of your family, construction is still underway. Around this time tomorrow, they should be able to carve 20 or 30 spacious caves into the rock face, enough for your family to live in. Although Scythe disliked kobolds, they were his master's retinue, so he did his best to serve them. Well done. Gordon nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement as he praised the kobold. Zjo quickly lowered his head even further, speaking humbly. To receive your praise is my greatest honor, my master. Your food is ready. Shall we eat now? Having spoken with Grush, the leader of the Blackfire clan, Sio, though not knowing much about the fledgling dragon before him, still managed to handle things meticulously. No rush. Although Gordon felt a little hungry, he hadn't forgotten that he had left Nina in the campfire hall. Now that everything is resolved, it's natural to send someone to pick her up. It didn't need to worry that its slumber would affect Nina, as it had told her before leaving that it might take half a day or even a day to deliver a message. Now that its slumber is over and it has regained its strength, it need not worry about any other unforeseen events. It turned its head towards the kneeling Grush. Grush, go and gather the goblins. When you return to the campfire hall, bring back the stored food and the necessary tools. Also, remember to bring Nina along, and protect her carefully. Understand, Grush? Gordon gave the order to Grush with a stern expression. Yes, master. I would give my life to ensure that Miss Nina suffers even the slightest harm. Grush's voice was loud and clear, and he was quite excited and happy. After all, which goblin of the Blackfire clan doesn't know that the person closest to their master is Miss Nina? Protecting her is simply a matter of trusting the Blackfire clan? His status, need I say more? Thinking this, Grush unconsciously glanced at the Dragon Blood Kobold Warlock beside him. The smugness in his eyes was undisguised. Gordon didn't bother to watch the goblin's smugness and didn't send Skio, naturally because he was worried that Nina wouldn't recognize it. Moreover, Zjo has other uses as well. As Grush roared and summoned the goblins to set off, it turned its gaze to the other side and said to Zjo, "You'll come down with me to check out that underground cave later. Remember to bring a few people who are good swimmers." Gordon addressed Scythe, who was digging a cave. It hadn't forgotten that even after the sea dragon died, its lair remained. We'll definitely need more people to explore the nest later. Kobolds are born swimmers, making them perfect for exploring lairs. Moreover, this also prevents it from personally taking risks. It's important to understand that this isn't its home turf in the sea, so it can't afford to be careless. Yes, master. I will choose a suitable candidate. Skio understood Gordon's words and immediately set off to arrange suitable candidates. When Sio and 7 or 8 kobolds stood bowing about 10 feet in front of him, Gordon slowly stood up and addressed them. Let's go. As it spoke, it stepped on the dying embers of the flames on the ground and headed towards the underground passage not far away. Although this wasn't Gordon's first time navigating the underground passage, it was the first time he had reached its end and seen the underground cavern described by Love. The cave ceiling is arched, and Gordon, with his dark vision, can clearly see the sharp, inverted stone pillars above it. On one side of the rock face in front of them was a narrow path leading to the sacrificial altar, where the kobolds used to perform their rituals. On the other side, the sea appeared a deep blue under the torchlight. Go down. Gordon didn't approach, but instead gave orders to the kobolds. Yes, master. The kobolds, filled with awe, jumped into the sea without the slightest hesitation. A moment later, the humanoid figure covered in red scales disappeared beneath the blue waves. Gordon kept a close eye on the number of kobolds listed under the title's followers, checking to see if there had been any changes. About 10 minutes later, all the kobolds and their families safely reached the shore. Some of them even brought coins or shiny stones they had taken from the sea dragon's nest to show off their accomplishments. Gordon accepted them all. It was only natural for the true dragon to take the offerings from the kobold's retinue. Then Gordon began to inquire in detail about the kobold's underwater environment and what was special about it. Then, based on the fragmented clues they gleaned, Gordon quickly pieced together the approximate outline of the nest. After confirming the situation, Gordon, along with the dragon-blooded kobold sorcerer Sio, jumped into the sea and dived down like a fish. Regardless of the type of dragon, underwater breathing is arguably the most basic ability. Gordon reached a depth of 20 meters without any difficulty and saw the seabed covered with coral, reefs, seaweed, and fine sand. The underwater area is much larger than the area on land, roughly 2 to 3 times larger. It was surrounded by rock walls, with only a circular opening made of seaweed on the opposite side of the rock wall, which swayed and danced in the water. If nothing unexpected happens, that should be the exit of the sea dragon's lair. However, Gordon didn't rush out to look, it wandered aimlessly inside the sea dragon's lair. After all, the feeling of being in someone else's home is always a bit novel. However, as Gordon continued to scan the area, the small sea dragon's nest was quickly laid bare before him. Just as he was judging that the treasure inside the nest was worth approximately 200 to 300 gold coins. Then we heard Skio exclaim in surprise, it seemed to have stepped on something. It also breathes underwater and can talk freely in the water. Master, there seems to be something here. And it looks like I stepped on it. Gordon looked over at the sound and saw Skio pointing innocently at his feet. It was now crouching down at the foot of the cliff, near the passage below, digging at the sand beneath its feet. The gravel wasn't thick, and Joe easily revealed what was hidden beneath it. This is a statue, and judging from the mage's hat on its head, there is no doubt that it is a mage. Gordon leaned closer, just as Joe had cleared away all the gravel covering the sculpture's surface, revealing a small hole in the lower half of the sculpture. You can see the hollow inside. However, this did not prevent Gordon from seeing the common language written under the sculpture's base. Gordon couldn't help but read it aloud, word by word. A true mage always retains the heart of an apprentice, gleamed. Then it saw a glimmer of golden light shining through the crack. Gordon saw a golden pocket watch hidden in the hollow hole beneath the base. Its valuation ability is activated unconsciously. Upon seeing the price, Gordon unconsciously swallowed hard. It cannot identify. It will be available for purchase at noon tomorrow. I had been building up a lot of emotions, but when I got to the computer, I couldn't type a single word. This book will be available tomorrow. I've been writing it for a month and a half, over 200,000 words. I should have written over 10,000 words in this chapter alone. P.S. This chapter is really good. You can read it for free on Kidian. Then, my author friend said that you have to play the victim when you publish a book, so I'll do that too. I'm selling these sob stories for 3 UN each, or 3 for 10 UN each. Anyone interested? If not, I'll ask again later. Okay, that's the end of the sob story. Now let's talk about updates. I didn't have any drafts saved up before I went online. I used them all to pay back the drafts I promised to write. I'm also a bit slow with my typing speed, so I'll write 2 chapters later and save them for release at midnight tomorrow. Then I'll write 3 more chapters, and tomorrow I'll update 5 times. After it's published, I'll guarantee at least 6,000 words per day. Then I'll open another bounty. 1 update per leader, 10 updates per alliance leader. Then, starting with an average subscription of 1,000, 1 extra chapter will be added for every 100 increase. That's about it. If I start again later, I'll wait until I've finished updating and paying off the debt. I'll try to finish within a month, but if there's too much, then it'll take 2 months. I just won't let it drag on to the next book. At last, I'm selling these sob stories for 3 UN each, or 3 for 10 UN each. Anyone interested? If not, I'll ask again later. Dragon writing is a niche art form, let us all strive together. An antique-style pocket watch gleamed with a golden luster in the dark sea water. Gordon removed it from the sculpture in gleamed. When placed on its paw, its vertical pupils were filled with disbelief. It's important to know that the true dragon's innate valuation skill can value all valuable items up to the high-level magical artifact level, from monster materials to high-level magical artifacts. But this is the first time Gordon has ever seen something like this that can't be identified numerically. However, the dragon's legacy also provides an explanation, namely the value of this item. It can no longer be measured in gold coins. To be most precise, it is priceless in the hands of those who need it. This refers to items classified as ancient, legendary, or divine artifact. Undoubtedly, without exception, the materials alone for this level of item cost millions of gold coins, not to mention the effort and dedication involved. Do not attempt to forge weapons without sufficient financial resources, as there are numerous examples of people going bankrupt due to the forging of legendary weapons. Gordon didn't know which category the treasure before him belonged to, but he was certain that he had indeed struck gold. Although the treasure is yet to be discovered, it's already in our hands, isn't it? Gordon touched the pocket watch, then poked the gold button below with his paw. The pocket watch sprang open, revealing a white gold clock face base inside. The pocket watch had no second hand, only a stationary hour and minute hand, pointing directly at the 12 o'clock position, completely still. Gordon tried moving the hands or the minute hand, but to no avail. It examined the pocket watch in other ways and found that, apart from not running, it was no different from an ordinary pocket watch. However, this is also a characteristic of most ancient, legendary, and artifact items. Very few items can have their power activated without incantations, hand gestures, or inheritance rituals. How about we sell it, exchange it for gold coins, and keep spending money on in-game purchases? The idea popped into Gordon's mind. After all, acquiring an unusable piece of equipment and exchanging it for gold coins was a wise choice. However, Gordon thought again that such a thing was not easy to sell, only those at the legendary or even demigod level could afford the price. If you try to sell it at a regular auction house or other shop, you won't get a good price, and you might even get yourself killed. After all, it was just a fledgling dragon. So the thought of Gordon flashed through its mind almost instantly, and it was gone. It would be nice even as a decoration. Gordon looked at the pocket watch, pondered for a moment, and then put it into his dimensional bag. Will there be more? Gordon had a sudden inspiration, and he and Scythe dug around in the sand again, but found nothing except a few sea clams, so Gordon gave up. It then spoke to Joe, who was standing to the side. Sko, you're in charge of that area? I'll check out this area. Gordon felt there were still some areas left to search, so he ordered Scythe to continue the search, and the two split up. Following the cliff face, it discovered a recessed crack, which could be easily misled by the texture of the surrounding rocks if one did not look closely. So it crawled inside, but came out again in less than 3 seconds. The narrow crevice was filled with corpses, knives, goblins, and humans. They were all piled up at the bottom of the crack, forming a small mountain, mostly with kobolds. It appears that the cracks were designed to prevent the body from swelling and floating to the surface. It retreated in a huff, but it was Scythe who found out. He went inside in shock, and soon swam out carrying a kobold corpse with bloody wounds that had turned white. Its expression was sorrowful, so Gordon didn't leave it underwater any longer and let it surface on its own to deal with the body. Scythe gave Gordon a grateful look, then floated up without lingering. Gordon then went alone into the sea dragon's lair and began rummaging through it for anything of value. 10 large pearls worth 5 to 10 gold coins, and tiny pearls worth 20 to 99 silver coins, appearing at first glance to be 70 or 80. There were also more than 50 gold coins with a somewhat dark luster, several hundred silver coins, and copper coins piled up like a small mountain. The coin is decorated with blood coral, a relatively high-quality collectible from the Sea Dramone, which also has some value and is said to be an important material for underwater breathing potion. Gordon put them all into his dimensional bag, planning to take a look at them later. After collecting all the items from the nest, Gordon took a moment to go up and call down the kobold servants who were waiting there. It needed someone to scout ahead for it. After all, Gordon hadn't forgotten that its purpose in coming down here wasn't to collect the sea dragon's treasure. Rather, it was to confirm the underwater passage and to determine where it led. So, not long after, it is located more than 10 miles east of the Carlando Wharf area, beside the huge reef with turbulent waves. 4 jagged black rocky horns slowly rose from beside the reef, and a black head, with half its head showing, floated on the surface of the water, revealing a pair of dark golden vertical pupils. It was Gordon who had traveled dozens of miles through the tunnels of the sea dragon beast's lair. Dark green seaweed strands still clung to its head, but it had no time to care about that now. Looking up greedily at the clear blue sky above and the harbor in the distance where ships of all sizes gathered, merchant ships constantly coming and going. Further afield, you can see rows of buildings, forming a bustling metropolis. This is the city of freedom, Carlando. It twitched its nose, a faint smell of the sea, but without a doubt, it was the fragrance of freedom. With a grim expression, Rabig hid in the shadows of the crisscrossing alleyways of the slums, listening intently to the surging footsteps of the people around him, trying to catch the scent of his prey. This is a unique method used by the shadow assassin to track enemies. He can smell the prey he has marked and remember the scent of their shadows. As long as they are within a certain range, he can smell them. It's a very useful tracking method, but the mark on Celia's body is about to expire. Time is running out. If they haven't been found by this time tomorrow, it means he has completely lost them. Lebeg was really upset to be tricked today by a girl who was not even 15 years old, even though she was a third-tier warlock. But he could still feel a sense of humiliation and shame, a feeling that reminded him of his unbearable past. In the afternoon, he rushed back to the Green Shade Hotel as soon as he heard the sound of shattering glass. The room was empty, the blonde woman had vanished. The open window directly in front creaked in the wind, shattered glass lay scattered on the brown wooden floor, and the half-functioning alarm traps were all silent mockery. The sunlight, still refracted by the sharp edges of the fragments, shone brightly on his face, making it feel burning hot, even more painful than the whips of the drow. Before he could continue trying to track them down, the city guards, alerted by the news, arrived at the door and surrounded the inn. If it weren't for Laberg's quick thinking and escape through the shadows on the hotel roof, he would have been in trouble. He might have already run into the city guards. Damn it! Looking back, Rabig couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. But before he could finish speaking, he smelled a familiar scent in the air. This is the scent of prey. Praise be to the shadow, I've found her. An antique-style pocket watch gleamed with a golden luster in the dark sea water. Gordon removed it from the sculpture in Galmuden. When placed on its paw, its vertical pupils were filled with disbelief. It's important to know that the true dragon's innate valuation skill can value all valuable items up to the high-level magical artifact level, from monster materials to high-level magical artifacts. But this is the first time Gordon has ever seen something like this that can't be identified numerically. However, the dragon's legacy also provides an explanation, namely the value of this item. It can no longer be measured in gold coins. To be most precise, it is priceless in the hands of those who need it. This refers to items classified as ancient, legendary, or divine artifact. Undoubtedly, without exception, the materials alone for this level of item cost millions of gold coins, not to mention the effort and dedication involved. Do not attempt to forge weapons without sufficient financial resources, as there are numerous examples of people going bankrupt due to the forging of legendary weapons. Gordon didn't know which category the treasure before him belonged to, but he was certain that he had indeed struck gold. Although the treasure is yet to be discovered, it's already in our hands, isn't it? Gordon touched the pocket watch, then poked the gold button below with his paw. The pocket watch sprang open, revealing a white gold clock face base inside. The pocket watch had no second hand, only a stationary hour and minute hand, pointing directly at the 12 o'clock position, completely still. Gordon tried moving the hands or the minute hand, but to no avail. It examined the pocket watch in other ways and found that, apart from not running, it was no different from an ordinary pocket watch. However, this is also a characteristic of most ancient, legendary, and artifact items. Very few items can have their power activated without incantations, hand gestures, or inheritance rituals. How about we sell it, exchange it for gold coins, and keep spending money on in-game purchases? The idea popped into Gordon's mind. After all, acquiring an unusable piece of equipment and exchanging it for gold coins was a wise choice. However, Gordon thought again that such a thing was not easy to sell. Only those at the legendary or even demigod level could afford the price. If you try to sell it at a regular auction house or other shop, you won't get a good price, and you might even get yourself killed. After all, it was just a fledgling dragon. So the thought of Gordon flashed through its mind almost instantly, and it was gone. It would be nice even as a decoration. Gordon looked at the pocket watch, pondered for a moment, and then put it into his dimensional bag. Will there be more? Gordon had a sudden inspiration, and he and Scythe dug around in the sand again, but found nothing except a few sea clams, so Gordon gave up. It then spoke to Joe, who was standing to the side. Sko, you're in charge of that area? I'll check out this area. Gordon felt there were still some areas left to search, so he ordered Scythe to continue the search, and the two split up. Following the cliff face, it discovered a recessed crack, which could be easily misled by the texture of the surrounding rocks if one did not look closely. So it crawled inside, but came out again in less than 3 seconds. The narrow crevice was filled with corpses, knives, goblins, and humans. They were all piled up at the bottom of the crack, forming a small mountain, mostly with kobolds. It appears that the cracks were designed to prevent the body from swelling and floating to the surface. It retreated in a huff, but it was Scythe who found out. He went inside in shock, and soon swam out carrying a kobold corpse with bloody wounds that had turned white. Its expression was sorrowful, so Gordon didn't leave it underwater any longer and let it surface on its own to deal with the body. Scythe gave Gordon a grateful look, then floated up without lingering. Gordon then went alone into the sea dragon's lair and began rummaging through it for anything of value. 10 large pearls worth 5 to 10 gold coins, and tiny pearls worth 20 to 99 silver coins, appearing at first glance to be 70 or 80. There were also more than 50 gold coins with a somewhat dark luster, several hundred silver coins, and copper coins piled up like a small mountain. The coin is decorated with blood coral, a relatively high-quality collectible from the Sea Dramone, which also has some value and is said to be an important material for underwater breathing potion. Gordon put them all into his dimensional bag, planning to take a look at them later. After collecting all the items from the nest, Gordon took a moment to go up and call down the kobold servants who were waiting there. It needed someone to scout ahead for it. After all, Gordon hadn't forgotten that its purpose in coming down here wasn't to collect the sea dragon's treasure. Rather, it was to confirm the underwater passage and to determine where it led. So, not long after. It is located more than 10 miles east of the Carlando Wharf area, beside the huge reef with turbulent waves. 4 jagged black rocky horns slowly rose from beside the reef, and a black head, with half its head showing, floated on the surface of the water, revealing a pair of dark golden vertical pupils. It was Gordon who had traveled dozens of miles through the tunnels of the sea dragon beast's lair. Dark green seaweed strands still clung to its head, but it had no time to care about that now. Looking up greedily at the clear blue sky above and the harbor in the distance where ships of all sizes gathered, merchant ships constantly coming and going. Further afield, you can see rows of buildings, forming a bustling metropolis. This is the city of freedom, Kalando. It twitched its nose, a faint smell of the sea, but without a doubt, it was the fragrance of freedom. With a grim expression, Rabig hid in the shadows of the crisscrossing alleyways of the slums, listening intently to the surging footsteps of the people around him, trying to catch the scent of his prey. This is a unique method used by the shadow assassin to track enemies. He can smell the prey he has marked and remember the scent of their shadows. As long as they are within a certain range, he can smell them. It's a very useful tracking method, but the mark on Celia's body is about to expire. Time is running out. If they haven't been found by this time tomorrow, it means he has completely lost them. Lebeg was really upset to be tricked today by a girl who was not even 15 years old, even though she was a third-tier warlock. But he could still feel a sense of humiliation and shame, a feeling that reminded him of his unbearable past. In the afternoon, he rushed back to the Green Shade Hotel as soon as he heard the sound of shattering glass. The room was empty, the blonde woman had vanished. The open window directly in front creaked in the wind, shattered glass lay scattered on the brown wooden floor, and the half-functioning alarm traps were all silent mockery. The sunlight, still refracted by the sharp edges of the fragments, shone brightly on his face, making it feel burning hot, even more painful than the whips of the drow. Before he could continue trying to track them down, the city guards, alerted by the news, arrived at the door and surrounded the inn. If it weren't for Lauberg's quick thinking and escape through the shadows on the hotel roof, he would have been in trouble. He might have already run into the city guards. Damn it! Looking back, Rabig couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. But before he could finish speaking, he smelled a familiar scent in the air. This is the scent of prey. Praise be to the shadow, I've found her. An antique-style pocket watch gleamed with a golden luster in the dark sea water. Gordon removed it from the sculpture in Gulmuden. When placed on its paw, its vertical pupils were filled with disbelief. It's important to know that the true dragon's innate valuation skill can value all valuable items up to the high-level magical artifact level, from monster materials to high-level magical artifacts. But this is the first time Gordon has ever seen something like this that can't be identified numerically. However, the dragon's legacy also provides an explanation, namely the value of this item. It can no longer be measured in gold coins. To be most precise, it is priceless in the hands of those who need it. This refers to items classified as ancient, legendary, or divine artifact. Undoubtedly, without exception, the materials alone for this level of item cost millions of gold coins, not to mention the effort and dedication involved. Do not attempt to forge weapons without sufficient financial resources, as there are numerous examples of people going bankrupt due to the forging of legendary weapons. Gordon didn't know which category the treasure before him belonged to, but he was certain that he had indeed struck gold. Although the treasure is yet to be discovered, it's already in our hands, isn't it? Gordon touched the pocket watch, then poked the gold button below with his paw. The pocket watch sprang open, revealing a white gold clock face base inside. The pocket watch had no second hand, only a stationary hour and minute hand, pointing directly at the 12 o'clock position, completely still. Gordon tried moving the hands or the minute hand, but to no avail. It examined the pocket watch in other ways and found that, apart from not running, it was no different from an ordinary pocket watch. However, this is also a characteristic of most ancient, legendary, and artifact items. Very few items can have their power activated without incantations, hand gestures, or inheritance rituals. How about we sell it, exchange it for gold coins, and keep spending money on in-game purchases? The idea popped into Gordon's mind. After all, acquiring an unusable piece of equipment and exchanging it for gold coins was a wise choice. However, Gordon thought again that such a thing was not easy to sell. Only those at the legendary or even demigod level could afford the price. If you try to sell it at a regular auction house or other shop, you won't get a good price, and you might even get yourself killed. After all, it was just a fledgling dragon. So the thought of Gordon flashed through its mind almost instantly, and it was gone. It would be nice even as a decoration. Gordon looked at the pocket watch, pondered for a moment, and then put it into his dimensional bag. Will there be more? Gordon had a sudden inspiration, and he and Scythe dug around in the sand again, but found nothing except a few sea clams, so Gordon gave up. It then spoke to Joe, who was standing to the side. Sko, you're in charge of that area? I'll check out this area. Gordon felt there were still some areas left to search, so he ordered Scythe to continue the search, and the two split up. Following the cliff face, it discovered a recessed crack, which could be easily misled by the texture of the surrounding rocks if one did not look closely. So it crawled inside, but came out again in less than 3 seconds. The narrow crevice was filled with corpses, knives, goblins, and humans. They were all piled up at the bottom of the crack, forming a small mountain, mostly with kobolds. It appears that the cracks were designed to prevent the body from swelling and floating to the surface. It retreated in a huff, but it was Scythe who found out. He went inside in shock, and soon swam out carrying a kobold corpse with bloody wounds that had turned white. Its expression was sorrowful, so Gordon didn't leave it underwater any longer and let it surface on its own to deal with the body. Scythe gave Gordon a grateful look, then floated up without lingering. Gordon then went alone into the sea dragon's lair and began rummaging through it for anything of value. 10 large pearls worth 5 to 10 gold coins, and tiny pearls worth 20 to 99 silver coins, appearing at first glance to be 70 or 80. There were also more than 50 gold coins with a somewhat dark luster, several hundred silver coins, and copper coins piled up like a small mountain. The coin is decorated with blood coral, a relatively high-quality collectible from the Sea Dramone, which also has some value and is said to be an important material for underwater breathing potion. Gordon put them all into his dimensional bag, planning to take a look at them later. After collecting all the items from the nest, Gordon took a moment to go up and call down the kobold servants who were waiting there. It needed someone to scout ahead for it. After all, Gordon hadn't forgotten that its purpose in coming down here wasn't to collect the sea dragon's treasure. Rather, it was to confirm the underwater passage and to determine where it led. So, not long after, It is located more than 10 miles east of the Carlando Wharf area, beside the huge reef with turbulent waves. 4 jagged black rocky horns slowly rose from beside the reef, and a black head, with half its head showing, floated on the surface of the water, revealing a pair of dark golden vertical pupils. It was Gordon who had traveled dozens of miles through the tunnels of the sea dragon beast's lair. Dark green seaweed strands still clung to its head, but it had no time to care about that now. Looking up greedily at the clear blue sky above and the harbor in the distance where ships of all sizes gathered, merchant ships constantly coming and going. Further afield, you can see rows of buildings, forming a bustling metropolis. This is the city of freedom, Carlando. It twitched its nose, a faint smell of the sea, but without a doubt, it was the fragrance of freedom. With a grim expression, Rabig hid in the shadows of the crisscrossing alleyways of the slums, listening intently to the surging footsteps of the people around him, trying to catch the scent of his prey. This is a unique method used by the shadow assassin to track enemies. He can smell the prey he has marked and remember the scent of their shadows. As long as they are within a certain range, he can smell them. It's a very useful tracking method, but the mark on Celia's body is about to expire. Time is running out. If they haven't been found by this time tomorrow, it means he has completely lost them. Lebeg was really upset to be tricked today by a girl who was not even 15 years old, even though she was a third-tier warlock. But he could still feel a sense of humiliation and shame, a feeling that reminded him of his unbearable past. In the afternoon, he rushed back to the Green Shade Hotel as soon as he heard the sound of shattering glass. The room was empty, the blonde woman had vanished. The open window directly in front creaked in the wind, shattered glass lay scattered on the brown wooden floor, and the half-functioning alarm traps were all silent mockery. The sunlight, still refracted by the sharp edges of the fragments, shone brightly on his face, making it feel burning hot, even more painful than the whips of the drow. Before he could continue trying to track them down, the city guards, alerted by the news, arrived at the door and surrounded the inn. If it weren't for Laberg's quick thinking and escape through the shadows on the hotel roof, he would have been in trouble. He might have already run into the city guards. Damn it! Looking back, Rabig couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. But before he could finish speaking, he smelled a familiar scent in the air. This is the scent of prey. Praise be to the shadow, I've found her. Celia, he's here. A sharp, urgent voice rang in Celia's mind. It was Liz's distorted voice. The dark street, a desolate neighborhood, with all the surrounding buildings and people clearly visible. The silver pseudo-dragon Liz stood on high ground, where she could already see the evil assassin, Rabig, moving at high speed in the distance. Its voice had already been swiftly transmitted to Celia through the telepathic connection between the magical pet and its master. Celia, standing in a spot bathed in sunlight, sighed softly. It seems he truly is someone capable of chasing the shadows. Shadow assassin, huh? Celia thought indifferently, still puzzled by the fact that this person had been chasing and spying on her all the way. He and Magalza had clearly used advanced invisibility magic, leaving not a trace on the prime material plane, so why were they caught up with so quickly after they were revealed? At the time, I thought it was just a body odor, but after taking a shower, I still ran into him in Carlando, and a few vague possibilities began to emerge. Even after she had settled the unconscious Margarithia, she still had one use of dimensional crown in her hand. She had to figure out the assassin's tracking method, otherwise, even if she got far away from Carlando and ran to the cold north, she would still be in trouble. They're likely facing an unpredictable assassination attempt. The enemy is in the shadows, while she's in the open. How can they possibly win? So, today she was planning to solve the problem once and for all, and sure enough, she figured out the assassin's tracking method. The Shadow Chaser is also known as the Shadow Assassin. Deep within the darkness, he can pull all living things that exist in the light into darkness. It is a relatively rare profession. Only those who are proficient in blind combat or possess extreme dark vision, advanced reflexes, or advanced agility will choose this advanced profession. Everyone had arrived, and Celia had no intention of waiting for him any longer. With a gentle breeze caressing her, she took light steps and slipped away in one direction. From the perspective of a pseudo-dragon, Celia's speed is not much slower than that of the high-speed assassin, Lebeg. Not far away, in the shadows, was a broken sewer opening. If he chases shadows, then she hides in the darkness. She had already decided that she would shake him off in this intricate sewer system and then leave with the awakened commander. She hadn't considered ambushing him. The assassin's strange magic could silence the surroundings, and she didn't know silent spellcasting or instant spellcasting, making her a natural counter to spellcasting classes. She wasn't about to go up there and invite trouble. The silver pseudo-dragon Liz also quickly flew back to Celia's vicinity, urging her on. Celia, he's here, right behind those two houses. Celia didn't hesitate any longer after hearing this, and poured a mouthful of the potion that would temporarily grant her dark vision. He then jumped into the sewer. Almost 10 moments later, Rabig arrived, smelling the scent in the air that only he could detect. Sweet and fragrant. Little mouse, would you like to play a fun game with the pet lizard? Wearing leather armor, Rabig looked at the sewers not far away. Although the aura was very faint, he could still sense it. They went there. The sewers, how I miss those familiar places. Rabig walked along, a smile spreading across his face. The short sword at his waist was now gripped upside down in his hand, and his brand new leather boots ruthlessly trampled the still wet black mud after the morning's bloody rain. He carried the wind as he delivered the verdict. Let's end it all here. Without hesitation, Rabig jumped into the sewers as well, returning once again to the underground world that felt like a mother's embrace. Even though it's shallow, you've already gone in, haven't you? How familiar and repulsive that taste is. He smelled the mold and sewage in the air. The place he used to live in was also a sewer, but it was the sewer of Zhor City. It must be said that the sewers built by the Grey Dwarfs beneath the Drow City are far better than those of this self-proclaimed City of Freedom. Rabig stepped on the sticky, unidentifiable substance on the ground and glanced at it with some disgust. I'll change it when I get back. He thought about it, then walked in one direction along the corridor of the canal, turning a corner with practiced ease. If Celia were here, she would surely be amazed that his gait was exactly the same as hers. I am the king of the sewers? Little mouse, aren't you being a bit naive to play hide-and-seek with me here? Rabig murmured words that were composed of incomprehensible sounds, words that only he himself understood. As his pace quickened, a look of madness appeared on his face. Celia? Someone's approaching, hurry. Liz, flying behind, urged the sorceress in front to hurry up. The sorceress, who had used the second circle spell Lightness of the Wind to boost her speed, had already reached her limit. So fast? He caught up. Celia's voice trembled slightly, as if she had made a mistake in her choice. Even faster than on the Kalando, like a phantom steed, it arrived in the blink of an eye. I even doubt if he's human. Liz flapped her dragon wings and flew beside Celia, communicating with her telepathically. This can't go on. He seems to know this sewer system like the back of his hand. We can't outmaneuver him anymore. We can't beat him. Liz glanced behind her and started urging them on again. Celia didn't have time to look back. She tried to increase the power of the wind again, but this almost caused her to lose her balance. If it weren't for her good agility, she might have fallen flat on her face. After regaining her balance, Celia could hear the chilling laughter of the man behind her. Little mouse, come here, come into my arms. Rabig's voice clung to Celia's ears like sludge from a sewer, clinging to her like a maggot. Stop struggling? In a quarter of an hour at most, my dagger, no, you'll be in my arms. Come on, baby, I'll show you what true happiness is. Speak up. Why won't you speak? Can't you hear me? Rabig's voice grew increasingly distorted, and Celia's steps became somewhat unsteady, making Liz a little uneasy. If Celia hadn't told it not to launch a sneak attack, it might have recklessly rushed forward to stop him. If this continues, we really will be caught up? Just as Liz was struggling with her decision, Dark Vision, which was already 90 feet away, saw a long line of green goblins on the opposite bank of the river, seemingly carrying something. Celia, go over there, use the monsters to block him. Liz, who had a broader perspective, offered Celia her advice without hesitation. Celia didn't think much of it. After all, she possessed Lightness of the Wind and Windrobe, making her a formidable opponent among the monsters. He's definitely much better than the assassin behind him. Maybe this will allow us to get rid of it? Continuing forward is a dead end anyway. Celia paused slightly, then ran towards the nearest log lying across the sewer on her left. But Rabig behind him tensed slightly. A large tribe of goblins? Could there be sorcerers or priests? Thinking of this, Rabig slowed his pace slightly, wanting to see how Celia got there. He wasn't a reckless person, so he was naturally happy to have Celia take the lead. Celia watched as a long line of goblins gathered ahead, carrying large and small bags. She felt a chill run down her spine, but with pursuers behind her, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and press on. Then, just when she thought she was about to be attacked, she heard a familiar voice coming from the goblin party. Sister Celia. Nina. Celia stared in astonishment at a silver-haired little girl nimbly weaving through the goblin figures. Those fair, delicate, and familiar features, along with those bright, vertical pupils, belonged to a friend from the orphanage. Nina, the dragonborn girl. Both of them looked quite surprised. Sister Celia, what are you doing here? Nina, what are you doing here? They spoke almost in unison. Celia wanted to say something more, but she felt Lebeg's gaze from behind her. So she quickly hunched over and hid in the shadows where the elite goblins had concealed her. Suddenly, Liz's voice echoed in his mind, offering her advice. Celia, don't go. You can go with these goblins. That assassin is scared. He hesitated. I saw it. You're a third-tier warlock, protected by goblins. You might not be afraid of him. Liz hadn't wanted to provoke Nina, but now that her life was in danger, she couldn't care less and quickly tried to dissuade her. However, Celia shook her head and didn't say anything more to Liz. Instead, he smiled lightly at Nina and said, Nina, didn't you see that coming? You're living well here. Someone who can make such a large goblin tribe submit must be no ordinary person. Is he good to you? Yes, gee, he's very good to Nina, really very good. Nina nodded subconsciously, about to blurt it out, but immediately changed her mind and added. Then he. Celia wanted to say something more, but her words stopped abruptly, and she suddenly laughed heartily. Forget it, I was originally thinking of taking you on an adventure, but now it seems like that's out of the question. Haha. Celia glanced at Lebeg behind her and, noticing he was approaching, immediately bid farewell to Nina. Then I'm leaving, Nina. If you ever have the chance, please remember to place a daisy on Grandma Oran's grave for me. She loved the flowers I picked for her. Celia had observed Nina carefully as she spoke and discovered that Nina was thriving among the goblin tribe. Moreover, one could see fear, admiration, and even fawning in the eyes of those elite goblins as they looked at Nina. Therefore, she swallowed back many of the things she wanted to say, knowing that saying more would be pointless. In this world, just being alive is a blessing. She saw that Nina was living such a free and happy life, and that she wasn't being forced. I simply said goodbye without saying anything and left. After saying goodbye to Nina, she immediately used lightness of the wind to rush towards the corner of the distant corridor. This time can be used to create a significant gap. The goblins along the way did not stop her at all, letting her go as she pleased. Nina, however, looked at Celia, who had suddenly and carefree departed, with a somewhat bewildered expression. But then, a sharp, grating female voice suddenly entered her mind. Nina, is it okay for me to call you that? Your sister Celia is being hunted down. If you can, please help her. Her enemy is dangerous. It's a tier 3 shadow assassin, and she won't last long. Oh, by the way, that tier 3 assassin was carrying a dragon fang. Remember to mention, that's a true dragon weapon. A silver pseudo-dragon flapped its wings a few times above the sewers, attracting Nina's attention. It was a fake dragon named Liz, whom she knew. Liz possesses a natural telepathic ability, allowing her to connect with strangers over short distances. She just rarely uses it. She hates it when others hear her voice. But for the sake of the roasted black pine sturgeon and Celia, it disregarded everything else and bombarded Nina with information. Then he hurriedly flew forward to chase after Celia, who had already disappeared around the corner. Wait a minute. After hearing this, Nina quickly stepped forward, reaching out to call them to stop. But then he thought it wouldn't be right for him to make the decision on his own, and it might implicate Mr. Gordon, so he hesitated for a moment. After all, a tier 3 professional sounds pretty impressive. But she couldn't bear to see Celia being chased, and for a moment she was at a loss, tears welling up in her eyes. Just then, a commotion arose from the goblins behind them, and a man wielding 2 swords charged into the group. They wanted to use the path along the edge of the corridor to pursue Celia. Seeing his imposing aura, the goblins all gave way, as these monsters could still recognize the presence of a third-tier professional. Lauberg even stared at the goblins with a hint of brazenness. He hadn't heard their conversation at all when he was still some distance away, because Celia was deliberately speaking in a low voice. He hadn't even seen Nina. They simply assumed she used some special technique or intimidation to prevent the goblins from attacking. Therefore, after observing that there were no goblin priests or sorcerers in the party, he subconsciously concluded that these monsters were useless. In reality, it really is useless. Even Grush, seeing him, all stood aside, not daring to move, and let him go after the woman in black. Without Gordon's leadership, they weren't as fearless as they seemed. Perhaps seeing these timid goblins stirred a violent restlessness within Rabig. He just wanted to get through safely. But as he approached the end of the goblin party, he couldn't resist striking them with his sword. With a single slash, he slit the throat of an elite goblin. The goblin's corpse fell, bleeding profusely from its wound, instantly forming a large pool of blood. It terrified the goblins around them. Seeing the goblins' cowardice, Lebeg disappeared from their sight with unrestrained laughter and a chilling shout. He didn't have time to play with these green goblins, he wanted to have more time. I'll play with that wind elemental mage lady, let her know what real teasing is, and wash away the humiliation of being tricked this morning. Miss Nina, should we tell Master? Grush looked at the ferocious man, swallowed hard, and figured he'd probably only get one stab in if he went up there himself. Fortunately, he didn't try to be a hero and step forward to stop her. He looked at Nina with lingering fear and asked. Nina didn't know how to answer, she just looked worriedly around the corner, tears welling in her eyes. I put my hands together and prayed silently in my heart. May the gods protect you? However, Gordon already knew without them having to tell him. In the Seedraman's nest, Gordon, who had just returned from the tunnel, was looking at the sudden change in his title bar. Upon discovering that under his title of Lord of Kalando, the number of goblin followers had suddenly decreased by 1. Its slightly narrowed vertical pupils widened instantly. A sudden jolt ran through it, and a thought flashed through its mind. Something's wrong with the goblin party? One goblin died. Whatever it is, it means one thing. Nina is in trouble. Gordon didn't even have time to land on the seabed before he leaped out of the water. Nina's accident means it might be exposed, and it doesn't want to use up the underwater tunnel it just settled into so soon. Gordon quickly shook the water droplets off his wings, then, like a cat, shook his half-open black scales and expelled himself from the seawater. Then, relying on the rapidly increasing heat within his body, he instantly evaporated the seawater, and his entire body quickly dried out. They nimbly darted into the cave. Not long after, its roar was heard. Zjo, bring the kobolds and weapons. Follow me? Yes, my master. Gordon led a squad of 10 kobolds, along with dragon-blood kobold warlocks, away from the lair. We set off on our way back to the campfire hall. Its pace was very fast. If its hind limbs hadn't been underdeveloped, it would have even tried to run upright on its 2 legs. After all, it felt that would be faster that way. Before long, it ran into a long line of goblins in a corridor. They were all carrying large and small bags and looked perfectly normal. Gordon made no attempt to conceal himself, so before he could even utter a sound, Grush's signature voice could be heard. Great Master, Supreme Sovereign, the cowardly Grush has insulted your glory, please punish him. A goblin with slightly charred elbows, wielding 2 battle axes, suddenly collapsed in front of Gordon, his head bowed low. Although the sobbing in his voice sounded a bit fake, Gordon didn't have time to care. Its gaze had already fallen upon the dragonborn girl who had followed Grush out. Gordon glanced at her and, finding Nina unharmed, he squinted slightly, looking down at the silent goblin Grush lying below. Grush, tell me everything from beginning to end, or you'll be soaking in the sea all day when we get back. Gordon's voice was indifferent and cold, with a slight hint of anger. How could a goblin suddenly die in such a perfectly good team? He needed an explanation. Great Master, a human has provoked us and even killed one of our brothers with a dagger. I really wanted to step forward and teach that human a lesson, to show him what the wrath of black fire was, but then I remembered Miss Nina was still here, and the responsibility you gave me was to protect, not to defeat, so I could only watch helplessly. Get to the point? You have one more chance? Gordon abruptly interrupted its attempt to change the subject and claim credit, and reprimanded it without any emotion. Grush immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly lay even lower, his twisted green face almost touching the ground. He trembled as he spoke. There was a human wielding a dagger, very powerful. We were no match for him, so when we retreated, he killed one of our brothers. It was my incompetence, my great master. I willingly accept the punishment. Grush is prepared to be punished. However, Gordon did not fly into a rage. Instead, he looked down at the goblin, who was now trembling with fear, and said indifferently, Grush, next time just tell the truth. Don't add those long, boring lines. It makes me feel like you're still a useless piece of trash after making so many excuses. Why not just admit you're a loser? That would be more straightforward. Do you understand? Gordon's dark golden vertical pupils stared at Grush, without the slightest ripple. Understood, Master. Grush felt as if the dragon before him could see right through him, and murmured, Are you scared out of your wits? Speak louder. Yes, Master. This time, Grush's voice was powerful enough to echo throughout the entire corridor. Gordon nodded in satisfaction and looked at Grush, asking a question. Then tell me now, who dares to challenge the majesty of the Molten Dragon Lord? I will tear him to pieces. Gordon's voice immediately rose a few decibels. If that person were in front of him, he wouldn't mind letting him taste the flavor of lava. Master? He's a professional fighter, probably stronger than the old goblin warriors. He's wielding a dagger, and his attack speed is incredibly fast. Grush couldn't find an adjective to describe it, so he could only use goblin warrior as a comparison. That's not alone. Gordon was about to speak when he heard Nina's soft, hesitant voice beside him. Mr. Gordon is a tier 3 shadow assassin, and he's said to be very powerful. Gordon's voice stopped abruptly. He coughed a few times and then spoke seriously to Grush. In this matter, you certainly did well. You fulfilled your duty. When facing a strong opponent, you must protect yourself first. After all, your lives are also my treasure. How could you die so easily without my permission? The dragon's voice dropped a few decibels, but it was still loud enough for the entire goblin party and the kobolds behind them to hear. To them, it was still like a deafening roar. These are actually the dragon's treasure? What an honor! So they all knelt down without thinking. Their eyes were filled with fervor and worship, and they all spoke humbly. Yes, great master. Having managed to fool him, Gordon nodded with great satisfaction, seemingly convinced of the charm of his own words. However, it didn't forget, turning to look at the dragonborn girl who had somehow appeared in front of its dragon wings, and asked, Nina, you seem to know the person who killed the goblins. I don't know him, but Mr. Gordon. I know the people he's hunting. It's Celia, the one I told you about last time. She's being hunted down right now, and it breaks my heart. I don't know what to do. Gordon looked at Nina's helpless face and wanted to put on a sympathetic expression to show that he also felt sorry for her and was powerless to help. After all, it was just a fledgling dragon less than 10 days old, and it was about to offer some words of comfort when. Then Nina continued, her voice choked with sobs. All the information I received so far came from Liz. She also said that the man possessed a true dragon weapon called Dragonfang. Gordon's expression hardened slightly upon hearing this. The true dragon armor was a magical artifact capable of maximizing the enhancement of a true dragon. This is naturally mentioned in its dragon heritage. It is said that dragons possessing true dragon armor are all the best among all dragon species. However, this still didn't entice Gordon. Its general strategy remained unchanged, and it continued to coax Nina. Perhaps, this is the fate of adventurers. Nina, you don't need to worry too much. Perhaps your sister Celia, with the protection of the goddess, will be able to escape danger and be saved. Yes, I hope so. May the gods bless you. Nina understood Gordon's feelings. After all, she couldn't bear to see Gordon risk his life and fight against professionals for Celia. It's just a kind of sadness of helplessness. However, there are some things that Gordon cannot avoid simply by wanting to. As Gordon strode along with light steps, it had already left the kobolds far behind. Just as it was passing through a passageway, a round thing rolled out and happened to roll right to its feet. This is a crown covered in rust. Then, from inside the corridor, one could hear the sound of Kyukyu calling. That's the cry of a false dragon. However, what Gordon is more curious about now is the identification of the item in front of him, which is a string of symbols. It fell into deep thought. In the sewer passageway, the sound of maniacal laughter rose like the tide, wave after wave. Haha, look what I caught. This is a little mouse that couldn't escape its fate. Now, Miss Warlock, embraced by the shadows, how are you going to escape this time? Rabig's triangular eyes held a smug smile as he looked at the girl who was lying on the ground, unable to move, her hands and feet tightly bound by shadowy tentacles. He wanted to see the girl's expression of despair, but to his surprise, Celia's expression was completely indifferent, like an iceberg, as if she wasn't the one being bound. She didn't seem afraid on her face, but her slightly trembling body clearly showed that she was reacting. However, she seemed oblivious to Rabig's words, her face bearing a certain sense of relief, and she closed her eyes and remained silent. This made Rabig, who had originally intended to continue his playful conversation, somewhat agitated and violent. He found a memory of the past in the girl's face. Damn it! So much so that he heard the voice of the fake dragon above his head. I was initially excited, but now I'm starting to feel annoyed. Kayakyu? Kayakyu. The silver pseudo-dragon Liz was still circling above the sewer cave, anxiously looking down and calling out to Celia in distress. Its owner is the one who can bring it roasted black pine sturgeon. However, through the mental link, Celia simply instructed it to keep leaving, returning to the northern forest. Cleeyes had no intention of leaving. It flapped its silver dragon wings, the sound of which, along with its mournful cries, echoed desolately through the corridor. Shut up. Enraged, Rabig activated the talent within his bloodline known as silence. Within 30 feet, all was silent, no living thing could utter a sound. The air in the sewers fell silent for a moment, even the sound of the flowing water in the canals subsided. However, less than a second later, that damned fake dragon's voice came again. Kayakyu? Kayakyu. Liz flew 30 feet away, near the corner of the passageway, where it continued to circle and cry mournfully. Rabig felt an urge to slit the throat of that fake dragon. What angered him even more was the girl's unchanging face. With a maniacal laugh, he took out an exquisite silver collar from his dimensional bag, opened his mouth, and realized he was getting dizzy as soon as he spoke. He patted his head and quickly ended the silence. I almost forgot I can't make a sound either. Hee little mouse, I hope you can keep that expression for a while. He shook the delicate necklace in his right hand and the emerald ring on his middle finger, then approached Celia with a strange smile and said in a trembling voice, Do you know what this is? A slave collar. Creations of those psychic sorcerers underground? Capable of controlling people's minds. I've heard that even the most unruly drow bastards, when they wear this ring, will become as docile as domesticated lizards in their presence. Just do whatever it tells you to do. I originally intended to leave this for those be underground, but seeing you, I truly can't bring myself to slit your throat. Although your blood must smell very sweet and fragrant. But I'd rather see you kneeling before me, begging me to kill you. Lauberg had a sickly smile on his face and acted like a clown. He stood in front of Celia, who was lying face down, pacing back and forth, muttering to himself. Celia shuddered at his words, opened her eyes, looked up at the tall, thin man before her, and spoke her first words to him. Kill me? Indifference tinged with a hint of pleading. You're scared? You're scared. You're finally scared. I thought you wouldn't be afraid. Rabig, like a madman, licked his lips, which were dry from talking too much, while staring at the girl beneath him. How could I bear to kill you now? I'd much rather see you kneeling and begging me later, writhing and groveling, begging me to devour you. Then I'd rather die. Celia's voice trembled. She couldn't imagine how she would face herself if she became like that. Haha, that's not up to you. Rabig stared greedily at the girl's body, outlined by her black robe, like a hungry wolf drawn by the scent of blood. He found that many of his memories from the Underdark were being stirred up by the girl before him. Perhaps one could inflict upon her the suffering one had endured in those years. It must be said that his knowledge broadened considerably after interacting with the drow elves. As he thought about it, Rabig became increasingly excited. He also sensed that something was wrong with him. His tyranny and unrestrained laughter did not belong to a profession called assassin. Calmness and composure are key. But when he saw the sorceress girl in front of him, he couldn't stay calm at all. Seeing the nightmares of the dark underworld etched in her mind's eye when she closed her eyes, he vowed to make this girl who dared to mock him pay the price for the rest of her life. However, Rabig felt he should convert to Christianity. He became so tyrannical, and he found pleasure in watching others suffer. It is no longer suitable for the doctrines of the Night Lady Shar. Perhaps it would be more fitting for him to be embraced by the tormented Lady Lavada. Moreover, his nimble hands allow him to use any weapon, and a whip is also a good choice. Looking at the exquisite figure at his feet, he was already somewhat impatient. His mental state was approaching a threshold, meaning he was about to reach the climax. So much so that he didn't see or hear the girl beneath him, the change in her expression, or the long-lost voice of the pseudo-dragon. His mind was now filled with the pain he had suffered in the Dark Lands, which he was now replaying in front of the delicate girl before him. So when Celia tried to stall for time, she heard Naraberg say urgently, Submit, kneel before the master from this day forward. Beg for his grace and mercy. Then Celia felt a cold, heavy shackle on her neck. The pressure made her feel somewhat dazed, and her vision began to blur. She could only see the assassin's figure gradually disappearing into nothingness. There was only a glimmer of emerald light and eerie sounds lingering in my ears. I submit, master, grace, mercy. The sound repeated itself, a demonic murmur. Celia's expression went from struggling at first, to contorting later, then gradually softening, and finally becoming submissive. Owner. The sorceress girl, having broken free from the shadows, stood up. He knelt on the ground, reverently chanting to the figure wearing the emerald ring. Where are your companions? To test the effectiveness of the enslavement collar, Rabberg went straight to the heart of the matter and asked. Master? Marguerite is under the bed on the second floor of the Green Shade Inn. I didn't take her with me, I just used invisibility orb to hide her. Celia's face showed struggle, but she obediently said what she meant. Hehe, what a cunning little mouse. Rabig looked at the girl who had become his familiar and nodded in satisfaction. The cunning that had once driven him crazy now sounded incredibly comforting. Let's go, I've had enough of this moldy, sewage-smelling sewer. Don't worry, I'm not like those filthy bastards who think about S**X all the time, regardless of the situation. I will give you an unforgettable experience. He stared intently at the girl who had stood up and was now 5 feet behind him. Thank you for your mercy, Master. Tears streamed down Celia's pale cheeks, but her words were filled with utmost humility. Rabig laughed it off, saying she'd get used to it, and maybe she'd enjoy it even more than he did in the future. He was full of vigor and took the lead as he stepped out of the passageway, when he suddenly felt the air was scorching hot, as if a huge furnace had appeared in front of him. He looked around, but there was nothing there. Could it be my imagination? Shouldn't the sewers be cool? Just as Rabig was filled with doubt, he felt an invisible pair of thick arms embrace him from in front of him, their unparalleled strength rendering him unable to move. Lebeg instinctively struggled and resisted, only to find a large, black-scaled fledgling dragon suddenly appearing before him, taller than him when it stood up. It was also holding itself. It looked like a teddy bear, and a rusty crown hung from the horn of the black baby dragon. It looked quite ridiculous. Kolapberg couldn't laugh. He looked down because he felt an unbearable heat flowing through his chest. This is, magma? Who are you? Rabig looked up as if to say something, only to see the black fledgling dragon roaring and grinning from its gaping maw full of sharp teeth. You slaughtered my family, and you dare ask me who I am? Lebeger froze on the spot. Goblin? You're the lord of those goblins. He muttered to himself, but Gordon was too lazy to continue the conversation, partly because the dragon's breath was already poised to strike, and the scorching stream was surging towards them. This is lava. The searing pain lasted only a moment, accompanied by the sinister grin of the black fledgling dragon. Those who provoke the lava will be swallowed up and annihilated by it. Then his consciousness vanished into nothingness. A bronze-colored orb of light merged into its chest, which was flowing with red magma, and Gordon finally released the assassin's corpse, which had already been half melted away by the magma. Soon, the data on the light blue panel scrolled smoothly within my field of vision. Detecting talent fragments. Detection successful. The talent detected is Tier 3 Ring of Silence. Activate talent/not activate. Talent Ring of Silence. Within this realm, you will be the master of sound. From the softest buzz of a mosquito to the loudest roar of a dragon, if you so desire, these creatures will be rendered speechless under your aura, including yourself. Area of responsibility, within a 30-foot radius. Note, this is a fair duel. Spellcaster? Gordon's vertical pupils contracted slightly. This talent is perhaps too much of a counter to spellcasters who cannot silently cast spells, and also to high-level spells that require chanting to cast. That's absolutely outrageous. But, it likes it. Gordon happily added the talent to its talent list. When it saw that there was an additional silence ring, 1/10, in the third-tier talent list, it nodded slightly and began to close its eyes to digest the power brought by the talent fragment. Soon, the technique of using the circle of silence was easily etched into Gordon's blood. For Gordon, this absorption method felt like embedding a chip or implanting a program. Simply click the start button in the bloodline whenever you want to use it. Just as Gordon was trying to process the memories brought by the fragments of talent, he heard Nina's anxious voice calling out to him. Sister Celia? What's wrong? Gordon followed the sound and noticed that, since the ring's owner was dead, the sorceress seemed to be acting strangely. He was listless and bewildered, his eyes unfocused, like a puppet. Even the pseudo-dragon Liz was perched on Celia's shoulder, chirping softly. Its mental link had failed, and it was unable to communicate with Celia, who was wearing the collar. Mr. Gordon? How did it come to this? A mind control ability. Her mind is locked down by the ring, and she can't respond. Gordon, who possesses the dragon's heritage, naturally saw Celia's current state at a glance. The death of the ring's holder had put her into a standby state. Mr. Gordon, what should we do then? As Nina pleaded for help, the pseudo-dragon Liz turned her pleading gaze to the real dragon, whom she was somewhat afraid of, and its roasted black pine sturgeon. It's simple, just find her another master, or you can find a level 6 or higher mind mage to remove the collar. Gordon gestured with his chin, indicating that the corpse directly below had already turned to skeletal form in the lava, revealing the green ring on its finger. May Mr. Gordon wear it? Nina looked at Gordon with pleading eyes. She didn't want to become her former sister's master. If she really had to have a master, then she felt that Mr. Gordon was indeed a good candidate. Are you sure? Gordon looked at the dragonborn girl, who was not even 10 years old, with a strange expression. You can take her to find a psychic, they can remove the collar. It's very simple. Kalendo might not have them, but there are definitely powerful shinicists deep within the more remote mountains. But Mr. Gordon can also take Celia with him to search. Why not? At least for now, let's get Celia back to normal. I believe in Mr. Gordon, and besides, it's better for Celia this way. After all, that way, she won't betray you, and you won't have to worry about her leaking your information, right? Despite her young age, Nina has seen through many things with remarkable clarity, from the adventurers of the past to Love. She already knew the true dragon before her and would never overlook any potential threat that might expose it. However, Gordon was someone she had watched grow up. She was quite confident in Mr. Gordon's character. At least Celia was better off in his hands than in that despicable thief's. Nina had already put it that way, and Liz hadn't objected, instead looking at him with hopeful eyes. Gordon stopped pretending and acting coy, and directly removed the green seal ring from the corpse from the scalding lava. Slip it onto your middle finger, which is covered in scales. Is this the ring that can enslave people's minds? Gordon stared at the emerald set in the ring, a slight thought flickering in his mind. With the infusion of soul energy, the remnants of the ring's previous owner were instantly wiped out. Immediately afterward, as his soul completely took over the green seal ring, Gordon's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. It glanced at Celia, who stood motionless to the side like a puppet. Suddenly, he felt an invisible thread connecting him to the sorceress girl before him. A sense of dominance arises spontaneously, as if it only needs to issue commands. The human female with the creation of the mind sorcerer before her will be subject to its desires. They can become a puppet on strings, and even their thinking can be altered. Wake up. It issued the first command, and then, almost simultaneously, the stunned girl in black robes snapped out of her daze and immediately. He then bowed in the most humble manner to the ferocious and terrifying black fledgling before him. Greetings, great master. She murmured softly, her voice devoid of any emotion. Then he returned to his previous indifferent expression, but his eyes were struggling, clearly indicating that he had regained consciousness but could not control his body. Gordon could only helplessly think that the designer of this collar had a really bad sense of humor. Remove restrictions on body movement, free to move around. Gordon deleted some commands stored in the ring and replaced them with the simplest, and most effective, commands. Simply obey it, do exactly what it says. Celia's tense expression immediately relaxed. She looked incredulously at her hand, which could move again, and then at the fledgling dragon in the distance, her eyes filled with panic and shock. She could hear external sounds while she was in a daze, so she heard all of Gordon's words. So, it was this dragon that took Nina in? What a kind dragon. Sister Celia. Nina threw herself into the arms of the girl who had regained consciousness, her tears instantly soaking through her black robe. Clearly, what the thief had just said had terrified the dragon-blooded girl. If it weren't for Mr. Gordon, she wouldn't know what to do. Nina cried for a short while, then sobbed as she got up from Celia's lap, wiped her tears, pointed to Gordon who was scavenging equipment, and introduced him to Celia. This is Mr. Gordon, he's always been the one protecting me from harm. It's a lava dragon, but it's not bad-tempered at all. Don't be fooled by its fierce appearance. The song, is it your master? Celia wanted to say Gordon's name, but found herself facing a real dragon greedily wielding the dragon fang dagger. Her only name for it. Only the master. Sizzle. Gordon used his claws to push the lava on the moss-covered stone steps into the sewage like a plow, making a pleasant sound. A cloud of white steam rose above the sewage, emitting a foul stench. The shadow assassin's corpse had been completely melted away, leaving only charred bones and scattered bits of cooked flesh on them. Gordon did not throw the body into the river, but instead handed it over to Grush, who was behind him, to take the body back. It planned to dump the body into the sea through the underwater tunnel, so that even if there were any methods to find the remains, no one would suspect that the primary crime scene was in the sewers of Kalando. Although the cover-up wasn't thorough enough, this was all Gordon could do. After all, once something is done, the traces cannot be erased. A wish-granting spell might be possible. After collecting his spoils, Gordon turned his attention to his newly acquired slave, the sorceress girl. It walked over, pulled the assassin's dimensional bag from its chest and handed it to Nina, while asking Celia a question. Celia, right? Tell me what's been going on these past few days? How did you get involved with him? Gordon's meaning was quite clear, he needed information, otherwise he'd be foolish enough to be unsuspecting when someone came knocking on his door. Although we've solved one problem now, it's very likely that a whole bunch will come next time. At that point, Gordon, who was completely unprepared, might really either have to run away or die in that filthy and stinking sewer. Celia looked at the fledgling dragon before her, who, both nominally and psychologically, completely controlled her destiny. He spoke in a somewhat unnatural low voice. Master, these are all henchmen of that evil mage. He lured our adventure team into a legendary mage's demiplane under the guise of a quest, to search for his treasures. The team leader and I were only able to escape by chance thanks to the dimensional crown. Celia told her master, who possessed the ring of slavery, without any reservations about her adventure. Galmudan. Upon hearing this news, Gordon suddenly realized something. Yes? Isn't that human mage sculpture at the bottom of the sea dragon's lair Galmodan? That legendary pocket watch, used for reasons unknown, was also obtained from beneath his sculpture. Could there be a connection? However, Celia didn't know much about Galmudan's exploits. Aside from knowing that he was a powerful legendary planeswalker, she knew nothing else. She was already racking her brains trying to trick the tower spirits into revealing which item could allow them to escape in the demiplane, leaving her no time to focus on anything else. Gordon was not discouraged. Instead, he squatted down to the girl's right, scratching the protruding black scales on his chin with his paws while pondering how to learn more about Galmudan's deeds. However, its vertical pupils lit up slightly when its gaze returned to Nina and Celia. Since Galmudan has a statue in Kalando, he must be quite famous here too. I'll just have Nina and Celia help me collect it. There must be something like that in the Temple of Ogmar. After learning that Celia was a third-tier sorcerer, Gordon was quite comfortable with Nina and Celia going out together, especially after acquiring Celia, a powerful sorcerer, as his slave. Gordon's plan can now be filled in with a few more details. For example, you could buy a house near the Kobold Lair to connect the lair to the surface of Kalendo. This not only makes it convenient for Nina to come and go at any time, but also allows it to keep track of her movements. Moreover, walking all the way to the sewer entrance is rather unsafe, especially for a dragonborn girl. If possible, Gordon would prefer that Nina wear clothes that normal girls could wear, instead of going out and having to disguise yourself like a shapeshifter. It looked down at Nina, who was counting the dimensional bags. Nina seemed to sense it and looked up at the fledgling dragon looking down at her. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke with a smile. Mr. Gordon, we're rich again. What do you want to buy this time? Nina can buy it for you. She happily raised her hand, waving the dimensional bag that Gordon had just handed her. Inside was not only a stash of over 300 gold coins stored by the Shadow Assassin. There were also items that Gordon later obtained from the Sea Dragon's lair, including a pocket watch, pearls, coral, and coins. Clearly, he had amassed this many gold coins again in less than a day. Nina was so confused that she forgot who gave her the money. Gordon looked at Nina as if she were an idiot, but Nina just smiled. He then held it on its forelimbs and rubbed his head against the dragon's neck, which was covered in black scales. She murmured happily, "Mr. Gordon, you've grown taller again." After undergoing 3 strengthening exercises, Gordon's height had reached 4 feet, his body length 7 feet, and his wingspan 7 feet. While he wasn't as tall as Nina when standing, even without his chin pointing upwards, he was already a head taller than her when squatting. "You were just arriving here a while ago. Now you're so big. And it's only been a few days." She watched Gordon, who had grown considerably in less than a day. He gestured to Gordon's height at birth, pointing to her legs. Nina saw both Gordon and Celia today, and she couldn't be happier. After all, the 2 most important people in her life were right in front of her, and she started talking nonsense. "The dragon will grow up eventually. You might only be able to apply medicine to my toenails later." Gordon didn't mind at all, readily admitting it, since there were no outsiders here, its voice carrying a slightly muffled quality. It sounds somewhat comical, especially when paired with the rusty crown that hasn't been removed yet. It's even more endearingly goofy. Celia then realized that her master was less than a month old. Gods above, when did the lava dragon grow so fast? She still thought Gordon was a young dragon. It seems that even a young white dragon approaching adolescence is probably not as big as the fledgling dragon before us. She looked in surprise at the human and dragon nestled together before her. Celia, who spends most of her time adventuring in the north, has naturally seen the white dragon. "I've seen white dragons not only in cities, but also in forests. Those noble mages ride white dragons. I've also been chased by a raging white dragon that lost its dragon egg." In addition to the information passed between adventurers, she was most familiar with the white dragons among the true dragon species. Therefore, she couldn't help but compare the white dragon with the fledgling dragon before her. The difference was absolutely stark. "Celia, after we return to the Kobold Lair, go and escort your leader away from Kalendo. Then come back." Gordon didn't forget to give Celia the order. Although it's highly likely that the leader Celia mentioned will keep it a secret, Gordon still doesn't want to trust him. Although Celia looked somewhat conflicted, she still responded in a low voice. "Yes, master." It didn't take Gordon long to bring Nina and the others back to the Kobold's lair. Of course, the main reason is that the location where Celia fought Lebeg was only a few hundred meters away from its lair. Nina and Celia were momentarily stunned when they first entered the Kobold's lair and saw the huge, grotesque, and dead dragon carcass still lying there. Judging from the wound on the sea dragon's neck, it must have been bitten by a young dragon that was twice the size of Gordon. However, neither of them asked, and they simply ignored it. One is trust, the other is that asking is pointless. "Mr. Gordon, is there a roasted dragon meat today?" Celia's barbecue skills are amazing. Nina walked to the dragon's corpse, touching its blue-green scales without any fear, and looked at Gordon, who was baring his teeth behind her, with bright eyes, and asked. It had just equipped itself with true dragon armor and dragon fang, and swallowed this magical artifact according to the memories in the dragon's legacy. "I feel a bit itchy in my upper and lower jaw teeth now. I've been constantly opening and closing my mouth, breathing in and out, and it's giving off a strong sulfurous smell." "No way, I was just grilling it casually." Celia, who was following Nina's left, spoke in a low voice, her expression no longer as complicated as before. Moreover, under the persuasion of the pseudo-dragon Liz, he realized that if he insisted on keeping Margarithia, it seemed to be harmful and not beneficial, and it would be meaningless for both of them to force themselves to stay. Perhaps this experience will allow her to return to her family and live a peaceful life as a noble lady. Although she will face an arranged marriage, it would still be a good option. Adventurers, in the end, die from adventure. It wouldn't be bad to take this opportunity to get her to quit. Gordon nodded slightly in agreement after hearing Nina's words, then opened his ferocious maw and asked Nina through his throat. "Nina, can you take a look and tell me what's growing here?" It felt as if 2 more teeth had grown in its upper and lower jaws, very large and long, like 4 tiger teeth had grown in its mouth. However, he couldn't see with his vertical pupils. He originally wanted to go to the water to look in the mirror, but it was the same even with Nina there. Nina responded cheerfully and ran like the wind to Gordon, curiously looking at the new teeth that had grown in its mouth. Then he said in surprise, "Very sharp teeth, just like the dog in Mr. Rem's shop. It has teeth like that too, and it always barks fiercely at me, but Mr. Gordon, you're much cuter than it. Ah, Mr. Gordon, you need to brush your teeth? They smell really bad." While Nina was still commenting, Gordon suddenly exhaled a breath of sulfur with a slightly sour smell, which made her involuntarily cover her nose and deny it repeatedly. Gordon smacked his lips dismissively after hearing this, and said, "It seems to work pretty well. I'll try catching a shark later." The situation in the sewers is currently stabilizing, and Gordon has no intention of expanding for the time being. The main problem is that the goblins and kobolds haven't settled down yet and don't even have a place to live. Therefore, the only place Gordon can feel safe at the moment is probably the shallow waters 10 miles east of the dock area. As long as it doesn't show itself, virtually no one knows that a true dragon is lurking beneath the turbulent undercurrents. "Let's finish eating before we leave." Gordon spoke to Celia, then stepped forward and tore a large chunk of the most prized flesh dragon spine meat from the sea dragon's corpse. Apart from being covered in a layer of white fat, the rest is all lean meat, making it an excellent cut for grilling. Without a second thought, the sorceress handed the lump of meat, weighing several dozen pounds, to Celia. She quickly caught it and murmured something. "Yes, master," as the main force of goblins and kobolds surged in from behind. To make management easier, Gordon ordered the Blackfire clan goblins to be responsible for the outer perimeter of the lair, while the kobold Skio was in charge of the rear half, which was the area with the underground passage. He and Nina lived in an underground cave, although going up and down was a bit tiring. "At least we're finally free from the stench-filled environment of the campfire hall, sharing a room with goblins." Nina and Celia arrived at the underground cave together with ingredients from the Seed Ramon. I was slightly surprised again. After all, half of this underground cave was filled with azure sea water, and the other half was a tall altar. Even though they were somewhat prepared, they were still taken aback when they saw the scene in the arched cave adorned with flames. This scene, imbued with fairytale and fantasy elements, was something Celia had only ever seen when she encountered the pseudo-dragon Liz in the north, even though she had been an adventurer for some time. This is naturally the image that Gordon instructed the remaining kobolds to embellish before he left. Otherwise, on the high platform, there were still quite a few humanoid skeletons spit out by the sea dragons, as well as food scraps that were only half eaten. And without flames, there would be no beauty as we see it today. "Let's bake it right here. Later, I'll have Skio build you a small cave next to the main cave. You can live there from now on." Gordon tossed the carcass of the sea dragon he had dragged down aside as he spoke to Celia. He planned to slowly roast the dragon carcass over a fire later. Make sure it's cooked through first, otherwise it might spoil. Anyway, there's still some cooking oil left, so it's not a big problem. Celia nodded, took the fiery glue she had obtained from Nina, and used the kobold's spear as a skewer stick. She then took out a lot of seasonings she had made herself from her dimensional bag. During her adventures, she never neglected her stomach, provided the opportunity was available. Of course, when she needed to be hidden, she could also eat those cold, dry jerky pieces and hard-to-swallow black bread. As the blazing flames lit up the clearing, they reflected on the stone wall the figures of the dragonborn girl who was busy helping out, the black-robed sorcerer, and the silver pseudo-dragon Liz with drool dripping from her shoulder. Gordon casually found a corner, lay down on the clean, gray-white ground, where not a single grain of sand remained, comfortably resting his head on his paws, his tail tip curving to below his nose, and his broad dragon wings covering his entire body as much as possible to maintain a constant temperature. Viewed from above, Gordon appears curled up into a sphere covered in black scales. It closed its eyes and fell into a brief slumber. After an unknown amount of time, the aroma of meat woke Gordon from his sleep. Without even opening its eyes, it relied on its slightest sense of intuition to bite off the skewer of meat that Nina had placed on its nose, and then ate it all up like it was eating a skewer, leaving only a spear still covered in grease. "It tastes good. It feels like eating grilled black carp or lamb without having to spit out the bones." Gordon opened his vertical pupils with satisfaction, only to find that Celia was nowhere to be seen in the cave, except for Nina. All that remained were dozens of skewers of sea dragon meat beside him, and a dragonborn girl struggling to hold up the next skewer and feed herself. "Sister Celia has left? She said she'll be back after she finishes taking care of the group leader's affairs." Nina saw Gordon wake up and explained things to him quite appropriately. Then he urged, "Mr. Gordon, please eat. Celia, Liz, and I have all eaten, and we're very full. I'll brush your teeth after you finish eating." As Nina spoke, she patted her slightly protruding belly, the feeling of fullness filling her with energy and enthusiasm. Gordon, uninhibited, took another bite of the meat skewer in front of him, just like before. As for Celia, she had been forgotten and bound by a bond of enslavement. She was incapable of disobeying her own commands. In the afterglow of the flames, the black dragon chewed on large chunks of dragon meat. The girl struggled to stuff skewers of dragon meat into the dragon's mouth, and this cycle repeated until only the sound of chewing echoed slowly through the cave, accompanied by the gentle lapping of the sea. When Celia emerged from the sewers, the once bright blue sky had darkened, and lead grey clouds gathered again over Kalando. It was about to rain again. As a gust of cold wind swept in, Celia tightened her black robe a little, until the collar around her neck was no longer visible, before loosening it. She determined the direction of the commoners' district and headed towards the Green Shade Inn. In the darkness, a streak of silver light followed her like a shadow, growing ever more distant. A light drizzle fell from the leaden clouds, dripping onto the delicate tulip blossoms. A magnificent carriage pulled into Duke Weem's estate, and a beautiful young woman in a yellow court dress stepped down from it. Without exception, her favorite head maid was already waiting in front of the carriage door with an umbrella. "Miss, you're back? His Majesty the Duke is waiting for you in the dining room. Dinner is ready. I imagine your date with Lord Hughes was quite enjoyable." Seeing her young mistress's bright smile, Lia subtly nudged the flames. "Of course, I'm very happy." Rulia remained non-committal, then seemed to remember something. "Oh, right. Lia, I also bought you a dress. Wear it in my room later and let me see. And tonight, you'll sleep with me? Just like when we were little." Rulia's face was full of joy, and she spoke coquettishly, her expression completely genuine. "Miss, no need, and this won't do." Lia hesitated. After all, she was no longer the naive little maid she used to be. The strict class system had long been ingrained in her mind. "It's raining today, please. I'm terrified of thunder. What if it thunders? I can't sleep without you, Lia, please." Rulia stepped forward, hugged the arm of the maid holding the umbrella, and pleaded sweetly. Under this onslaught, Lia could not hold out for long and reluctantly nodded, agreeing to Lia's request. Then Lia, holding her umbrella, followed half a step behind Rulia, watching the girl with a delicate blush and a smile still lingering in the lamplight. "I couldn't help but silently pray for her in my heart. O gods of heaven, hear my call? May you, great ones, bless her so that her wish may be fulfilled." As the rain outside intensified, Celia, wearing the windrobe, returned to the Green Shade Inn without getting a single drop of rain on her. Fortunately, the room where Marguerite was hidden remained unoccupied, saving her a lot of trouble. Of course, this was because after the city guards came to this street twice, many residents were in a state of panic, let alone outsiders or adventurers. They would rather choose the more expensive Thorn Inn on the next street than come here. However, Celia still paid 2 silver coins for the room and got the innkeeper to give her the key. I walked up to the second floor with my head held high and pushed open the somewhat dilapidated wooden door with a creak. It looked exactly the same as it had that morning, except the glass that Liz had smashed had been replaced. She reached under the bed and, feeling the soft touch, knew that Margarithia was still fast asleep. Liz got up, walked to the window, and opened it. She expertly folded her wings and forcefully landed on Celia's shoulder. It spoke telepathically to the girl who had removed her hood, revealing smooth grey hair and delicate features. "Celia, have you thought about how to talk to the captain? She's not someone who's easily persuaded." "No, but I'll try to persuade her to leave. Just like you said, even if she stayed, she'd only be a second-tier warrior, which wouldn't be enough in Kalendo. Besides, her master won't believe her unless she wears it too." Celia stroked the delicate collar around her neck, her grey eyes filled with complex emotions. The day seemed to pass especially slowly, as if an eternity had elapsed. Just a few days ago, she was still an adventurer with dreams of traveling all over the continent of Ion with her adventure team. "I am now under someone else's control, and I don't know when I will be free." Fortunately, this master didn't seem to be very interested in her. Moreover, if it weren't for Nina, they probably wouldn't have been nearly as easy to talk to as they were today. "All right then, but it looks like we might not be able to go back today. She won't wake up so soon. I was hoping to go back and have another skewer of dragon meat." Liz glanced at the floor beneath the bed, then at the gloomy sky outside the window, folded her wings again, shifted her position, and rested on Celia's shoulder, speaking weakly. Celia, who had long seen through Liz's foodie nature, shook her head helplessly. "You've already eaten 3 skewers of meat bigger than your body, and you're still eating. Is your cooking delicious? Besides, I'm still growing, so it's normal for me to eat more, isn't it?" 30-year-old Liz looked at Celia with an innocent expression. The conversation between Yi Long and Yi Ren didn't last long before it was interrupted by the commotion coming from behind. The invisibility sphere was removed, and Margarithia, who had woken up in bed, murmured something, which was hard to hear clearly. The eyelashes above her tightly closed eyes trembled slightly. When someone shouts no. When she woke up and opened her eyes, she saw the gloomy hotel ceiling, not the one at the White Horse Hotel. She jolted awake, sitting up 90 degrees in bed, and then she heard a familiar voice. "Commander, you're awake." "Celia." Margarithia snapped out of her daze. She vividly remembered being knocked unconscious by the pursuing assassin. And Celia's presence here, does it mean that she suffered the same fate? Then she saw the collar around Celia's neck, a symbol of slavery, and was struck dumb, screaming in shock. "Celia, what happened? What's wrong?" "Commander, I'm fine. As for this, can you let me explain it to you slowly?" Celia gently stroked the collar, a smile playing on her lips. Without the slightest hint of awkwardness, she told a white lie to the regimental commander who had been so kind to her. A sudden clap of thunder sounded outside the window, drowning out their conversation in the torrential rain. From high to low, and finally to nothing. Soft footsteps came from the corridor, and Lia gently pushed open Rulia's door. She had now shed her everyday maid outfit and was now wearing a simple linen nightgown, which seemed somewhat out of place in this luxurious room. The manor was strictly hierarchical, and clothing was all done according to the rules. Even though she was the Duchess's head maid, she could not wear aristocratic attire underneath. Miss, Laya is here. What can I do for you? Laya's face showed a hurried expression. It was late at night, and the young lady had locked herself in her room ever since returning from the restaurant. Laya had initially thought that she wouldn't need her company tonight, but she was surprised when they arrived at the rest stop. Then a servant on night duty came to her and told her that Miss Raelian needed her and that she should go to her room immediately. She could only hurriedly put on her pajamas and go to Rulia's room. However, upon opening the door, there was no soft, gentle voice like Rulia's usual, but only silence. It seemed as if the room was completely empty. Laya gently closed the door and continued to call out softly, her curiosity piqued. Miss, are you there? She walked past the dressing room near the entrance, and through the usual lounge area. The room was brightly lit, but still empty. Only the rain was pouring down outside the window. She's already in bed? Filled with curiosity, Laya entered the bedroom, but the girl was nowhere to be seen on the soft, velvety princess bed. However, the hidden door behind the bookshelf on the left was half open, without any concealment, and a faint light emanated from inside. In the hidden door, Laya entered the bedroom, peeking out curiously to see if her mistress was inside. The hidden door was actually a standard feature in every bedroom. Basically, when nobles built their manors, they would add several escape routes, emergency shelters, or treasure storage to their bedrooms or studies. Of course, there are also nobles who secretly worship the goddess of pain and decorate the place according to their own whims, enjoying a more thrilling experience. However, as the head maid, she only went into the hidden door of Riria's bedroom to clean it during the annual birthday celebrations. They basically won't go in. Moreover, she went in to clean it a few months ago, and there was nothing there, it was empty. Why is Miss in the mood to go through the secret door today? Did you leave something inside? She didn't muffle her footsteps, but called out softly. Miss, are you there? Dash boom. As thunder rumbled and a fleeting flash of lightning illuminated the desolate buildings outside the window, a familiar female voice suddenly came from behind Laya. Leah, I'm here. Startled, Laya quickly turned around and discovered that she was standing at the bedroom doorway. A figure in a strangely dressed black robe stood there, but the voice emanating from beneath the robe was unmistakably that of his mistress. Rulia? Miss? You? Laya looked at Rulia, who was facing her directly, and pointed at her with a trembling finger. The noblewoman, with her exquisite makeup in the morning, was now wearing a thin veil beneath her black robe, her skin clearly visible in the candlelight. But what was even more astonishing was, her fair skin at the waist was etched with intricate and bizarre blue tattoos that spread inwards, the patterns twisted yet alluring. If a scholar well versed in the knowledge of hell and demons were to see that pattern, he would surely know which lord of hell it represents. Glacia, the queen of lust and lord of the sixth layer of hell. Her father was also a great being who ruled over the entire 9 levels of hell and fought against the bottomless abyss. Asmodeus. Laya, who couldn't help but take a few steps back, also saw what was placed inside the half-open hidden door. On a simple altar was a small sculpture of a human female with wings on her back, pointed horns on her head, and a swallowtail. Evil fire burned fiercely in the sculpture's eyes. That night, after finishing his official business in his study, Duke Weems heard the thunder outside the window and, feeling somewhat worried about his daughter Ria, left the study alone with a candlestick and headed towards her room. The next day, the rain stopped and the sun came out. Celia and Marguerite walked out of the hotel together, leaving the hotel owner looking at them with a puzzled expression. He remembered that only the woman in the black robe stayed there yesterday, and besides, this blonde woman looked so familiar. However, before he could think about it for long, news reached his ears. Something terrible happened last night. A cult ritual was performed at Weems' estate on Queen's Road. Several of the manor's servants, upon seeing the utter chaos in the dark room, were so frightened that they fell ill and never recovered. According to the description, the scene was littered with fragments of flesh and blood, with only the head of Duke Weems himself, used as proof of identity. And the Duke's youngest daughter, Riria, who has recently been the center of attention, has also disappeared. It is said that before dawn, the priests of the Temple of Dawn had already gone to the Duke's mansion to investigate, and what came out was a sacrificial ritual involving the devil. Kalando is about to be thrown into turmoil again. But the innkeeper was not alarmed but delighted, because this meant that the murders happening on his street would be suppressed. After all, it won't be long before the news spreads like wildfire throughout the city. In the future, everyone will be talking about Weems' estate and Queen's Road, not about the insignificant murder that happened on his unremarkable street. However, when the next piece of news reached his ears, it was like being struck by lightning. His joy was instantly extinguished. The paladins stationed in the temple district have been mobilized. This means that the entire city of Kalando will be under martial law. All the wicked must either flee the city or cower in their homes, praying to the gods that they will not come knocking. Paladins are no joke. The first thing they do when they meet someone is cast an evil detection. This also means that all adventurers and merchants who recently considered entering the city will think twice. Have you strayed from the right side? Have you done anything evil? Otherwise, you might be put on trial before you even enter the city of freedom. This could lead to a decline and stagnation in what was once a bustling working-class area of this free trade city. Eric's dream of running his business normally will once again be extinguished because of the arrival of the paladins. Celia and Magalza, who had just left the inn, also encountered 2 paladins on guard duty. I heard this rumor among the residents. A devilish ritual? Has one sold their soul to the devil? For so many years, these devilish rituals were only found in remote villages or small towns. Now they're even happening in the Duke's mansion. What's wrong with this world? Who exactly is the chief priest of the devil's ritual? Is it the vanished Duchess? Or is it someone else? The residents were buzzing with discussion, causing Celia and Marguerite to exchange bewildered glances, but they were still able to enter and exit the city gates unscathed. After a night of conversation, Magalza seemed to have been persuaded by Celia. However, instead of going home, she chose to visit the families of her deceased teammates and bring news of their deaths back to their hometowns. Captain, thank you for your help. Beneath her gold-threaded black robe, the gray-haired girl stared intently at Margarithia, who was about to board a carriage bound for the White Tower. Margarithia, however, seemed completely unconcerned. Don't worry, I will pass on your condolences to Galliot and his family. Since you cannot leave, I will naturally complete this task for you. However, is that lady really as heartless as you say? I'd like to pay her a visit to thank her for saving you. Margarithia believed most of Celia's well-intentioned lies, but she was still somewhat puzzled by this one point. After all, why would a powerful spellcaster with an eccentric personality save Celia? Whether she had ulterior motives or not, judging from Celia's current appearance, apart from the collar, she was as perfect as could be, so Margarithia had no choice but to trust her. It is indeed rather strange. Celia carefully recalled Gordon's appearance and demeanor, and realized that this young dragon seemed to be different from other true dragons. Whether in battle or in daily life, they possess extraordinary patience and do not display the savagery and ruthlessness often seen in dragons. It's more like a metal dragon that has seen the world. Celia, don't anger that gentleman. It's normal for high-level professionals to have eccentric tempers, just bear with it. Marguerite offered her suggestions hastily. No way, I respect it too much to even think about provoking it. Anyway, the carriage is about to leave. Commander, you should go and report it. As Celia spoke, a blush crept onto her face. Thinking back to how she had addressed Gordon, she now felt a pang of embarrassment. Okay, I'll be going now. Take good care of yourself. Marguerite looked at the long line of carriages ahead, where the leader was counting the number of people. As a second-tier warrior and a temporarily added guard, she definitely needed to be present. Goodbye, Commander. Celia waved goodbye, and Marguerite smiled nonchalantly. He turned around, raised his right hand above his head, waved it, and then walked towards the front of the carriage procession without looking back. Perhaps due to the paladins, many caravans left Kalando much earlier than expected. They were trying to leave the city before the paladins completely took control of the city gates. However, it is said that the temple mainly keeps its manpower in the noble district, which has been sealed off and not even a fly can get out. The demonic invasion of the prime material plane is neither a major nor a minor matter. However, the fact that they were able to infiltrate the Duke's residence so quietly is enough to show that this was definitely not a coincidence. This was enough to provoke the anger of those in the temple, who would then wipe out the evil lurking within the City of Freedom with overwhelming force. When Celia stepped into the Black Street again, she found that the thugs who had been roaming the streets for only a few days had all disappeared without a trace. Everything was closed, even the taverns that used to stay open all night were now shut down. Clearly, having caught wind of the scheme, they vanished in an instant, like rats in the dark. It is said that Finch of the Dragon Hunter gang even took his core members out to sea early in the morning to avoid trouble, as the atmosphere was extremely tense. However, just as Celia was about to step into the sewer entrance and return to the kobolds, oh no, now it should be called the Dragon's Lair. A group of paladins, clad in sun armor woven with crimson and silver, and wielding sun shields and long swords, arrived in the dark street. A priest dressed in a sun robe accompanied them, and the priest was the leader among them. Judging from the sunrise emblem on their chests or shields, composed of red, rose, and yellow gemstones, they are followers of Lozanda. The leading pastor surveyed the silent, dark street and gave a slight, cold smile. Then he spoke to the paladin behind him. The Dawn priests have commanded us to cleanse the Black Street of its evils and eradicate the wickedness from the sewers. Until nothingness, let the light of the Lord of Dawn illuminate this filthy, shadowy land completely. Yes, Lord Dawn Herald. The paladins, whose average level was as high as the 3rd rank, addressed the dawn-welcoming priests who had arrived before them and had undergone a second job advancement from the priests of Lozanda, reaching the 5th rank of professional. Praise be to the Lord of the Dawn. May the Lord of the Dawn's glory forever protect you. The leading priest nodded in satisfaction, then cast a morale-boosting divine spell on the paladins before striding into the quiet, desolate dark street. On this day, the light of dawn will rise from the sea, illuminating the shadows of this white megacity. Master, that's about it. In the underground cave, Celia, having passed through 2 layers of monster encirclement, reported what she had heard that morning to Gordon. Nina was still resting and sleeping, not yet awake, lying in the crook of Gordon's arm, clinging to the black dragon like an octopus. Gordon, who was lying on the ground unconsciously grinding his teeth, was still slightly unaccustomed to the changes that had occurred in his mouth with the dragon fang, the true dragon armor. Having those vampire-like teeth in your mouth feels really uncomfortable, like you've turned into a vampire dragon. However, upon hearing Celia's message, it immediately sprang to attention, its head slightly raised, hovering a few feet in the air, looking at Celia before it, and asked solemnly, Celia, before you come back, did you see any paladins in the Black Street? No, Master. Celia shook her head, indicating that apart from the paladins guarding the exit from the civilian district to the West City, she hadn't seen any others. The decision to seal off the noble district was based solely on hearsay. Upon hearing that there were no paladins in the Black Street, Gordon's mind relaxed slightly, but not completely, for he knew that the paladins, if they were to purge evil, the best place to start is the underworld, because only there can criminals be tried without any hindrance. Although those in the noble district are unlikely to escape the detection of evil, the evil aura emanating from them was like a lighthouse in the night, only differing in the magnitude of its light. But the devil's ritual alone is far from enough to warrant going this far. This is one of the reasons why those noble lords agreed to let the paladins come out to judge. Otherwise, before the demon's creations could unleash their fear in Kalando, they would have already been killed by the paladins exorcising /. Are you sure? Gordon asked again, and after receiving an affirmative answer, its expression still held worry, but it didn't linger for long. It simply had Celia call Grush and Zjo, the two clan leaders, to its presence so they could share their worries. There is strength in numbers, and it's always good to listen to other people's opinions to identify and address any shortcomings. However, Grush, that muscle-bound goblin, only knows how to talk. I'll do whatever my great master tells me to do. As for suggestions, I'll just do whatever my master tells me to do. He was such a fool that even Gordon couldn't help but facepalm. Scythe, on the other hand, was better. This dragon blood kobold warlock suggested that Gordon send some men to guard the main roads in the sewers area. If anything happens, they can be notified in time, which is better than waiting in vain inside the nest. However, it also suggested that Gordon could seek refuge underwater, since there was an underwater passage, and Gordon would have no problem escaping. Nina, who was beside Gordon, was also awakened by their chatter, but no one cared about it at this moment. After waking up, Nina listened to the discussion for a while, then looked at Mr. Gordon's expression and became nervous as well. It's both seeking refuge and fleeing. Nina was truly startled. She never imagined that such a dramatic change would occur after she had only taken a nap. There hasn't even been a single day of peace yet? Fortunately, Celia gave her a reassuring look, which calmed her panic, and she began to gaze steadily up at the black dragon. Phew, it's Mr. Gordon, there won't be any problems. She let out a breath and silently cheered herself on. Gordon didn't have time to notice Nina's little expressions, it was thinking more about something else entirely. What if the paladins come knocking and wipe out this den of kobolds and goblins? Wouldn't it be left all alone again? Should it send all these goblins to hide in the sea with it? But if the collective aura of so many beings were to be detected by evil, then it couldn't guarantee that these goblins and kobolds hadn't done evil deeds before. It's perfectly normal for these chaotic creatures to sway towards evil. Or should we split our forces? Send some goblins back to the campfire hall, that way, we can wipe them out in one fell swoop while still preserving our own territory. But the paladins haven't even arrived yet, and it's already so paranoid. Isn't that a bit too much? Gordon began to question his own meticulousness and caution, finding himself more like a green dragon than a lava dragon. Gathering the strength of their followers, they dealt a heavy blow to these outsiders who dared to invade the territory of the Molten Dragon Lord, deterring them from daring to offend again. That's the true style of a lava dragon. However, Gordon learned from Celia about the paladins who came from the Temple of Kalando. The lowest professional level is Tier 2, most have reached Tier 3, and there are even Tier 5 paladins or Tier 5 priests accompanying them. Gordon suddenly realized that being a green dragon wasn't so bad after all. Making a living with your brain is nothing to be ashamed of. Just as Gordon was struggling with indecision and carefully considering the flaws in his plan, his gaze involuntarily shifted to the sorceress and Nina who were staring at him intently. A bold idea suddenly popped into my mind. God says, you have sinned. Please spare me, sir. I really haven't done anything heinous. Please spare me, sir. Even small evils are still evils. They must be eliminated. The paladin looked at the underworld resident clinging to his leg, pleading desperately, and saw it in his eyes. This person's slightly denser crimson aura clearly indicates that he has killed for profit, though it is not as intense as the aura of the villain who was later beheaded. As for letting you go, that's a matter for God to decide. I have no right to forgive others. After saying that, the paladin pierced through the person at his feet with a single sword strike. The man tried to resist, but was rendered immobile by the blinding, scorching light and was inevitably stabbed. After being struck by the sword, it struggled a couple of times like a live fish thrown onto land, and then became still. Filgris, hurry up. Lord Dawnbringer is waiting for us. Okay, Murafa, I'm coming. Filgris drew his sword, not even having time to wipe the blood off it, and hurriedly walked across a block to the entrance of the sewer. The other paladins were already waiting for him there, while a man in a sunrobe was preparing to cast a spell in the sewers. The divine spell used was the priest's first circle spell, Detect Evil. Moreover, it's not an instantaneous detection of evil, but rather a detection of evil that requires a long casting animation. The amount of information a priest obtains when releasing a detection of evil depends on the time the priest spends in a particular area. So, after a long period of preparation, and with the added blessing of a 5th-tier priest, this evil detection function, while not covering the entire underworld, can certainly cover half of it. Soon, a brilliant golden light belonging to the Lord of Dawn shone from the darkness of the sewers, like a flare, instantly filling every corner of the sewers until it reached the boundary of the divine spell's range. Then, in the eyes of the priest who had become the Dawn Herald, several faint or strong red lights appeared in his field of vision. It is a symbol of evil. The pastor didn't hesitate for long before choosing to start from the nearest location. That is, head towards a location where the evil aura is relatively faint compared to the others. When they reached the vicinity of the aura, the paladins finally realized their destination. Look at the dragon-shaped sacrificial patterns engraved on the surrounding rock walls, and the totem standing at the entrance. This is a kobold's lair? Comments. The kobold lairs in the sewers look no different from those in the wild. The only difference is that there are a lot more entrances here. Their arrival seemed to have alerted other creatures, but they showed no hostility towards them, flapping their wings a few times before leaving. In the darkness, the paladins could only vaguely see a flash of silver light that disappeared in an instant. However, the paladin squad's leader, the 5th-tier priest Takedim, possessed extremely keen senses and easily detected that it was a pseudo-dragon. A fake dragon in the sewers? Although it's not common, Tucker didn't bother to think about it, since it was irrelevant to their purpose for this trip. So they didn't pay much attention and easily found the real entrance to the kobold's lair. However, Tucker's exceptional senses alerted him to something amiss within the lair. It seemed as if someone was inside, and there was a faint smell of blood. So he cautiously notified the paladins behind him, cast a third circle spell Divine Shield on himself, and cast a third circle Mass Protection against evil on the paladins behind him. Everyone be careful. There seems to be something going on inside. Yes, Lord Dawn Herald. Bathed in the radiant divine grace, the 5 paladins spoke with utmost reverence, for they were all believers of the Lord of Dawn. Lord Tucker's status is clearly higher than theirs, not to mention he is a 5th-tier professional. Tucker sent a 3rd-tier paladin forward while he positioned himself in the middle, facilitating support from both sides, a perfectly normal squad formation. However, considering the lineup and the enemies they were facing, this seemed a bit too cautious. But it was precisely because of Tucker's caution that he was able to lead this paladin squad to wipe out the evil creatures of the underworld. Tucker understood perfectly well that their ultimate goal in this operation was to demonstrate to the common people the glory of Lozanda, the Lord of the Dawn. This would be a rare occurrence under normal circumstances, had it not happened after this devilish ritual. So not only them, but even the few female paladins in the Temple of Shana came out to demonstrate divine grace. As for the demonic rituals occurring in the Noble District, the paladin squads of the Temple of Justice were responsible for handling them. No one is more suited to this line of work than a paladin of Tyr, the god of justice. In fact, judging from the results of the battle, there were 70 or 80 corpses of human villains piled up on top, enough to fill several large carriages. It is sufficient to deter petty scoundrels and attract lay believers to join. However, cleaning up the evil creatures in the sewers while you're at it makes the victory even more impressive, much better than just finding the corpses of villains. Moreover, given their combat efficiency and speed of movement, coupled with the priest's ability to detect evil, clearing out these sewer creatures shouldn't be too difficult. As the paladins ahead, shields in hand and bent low, entered the kobold lair entrance, the sounds, noises, and smells grew louder with their advance. It sounded like the wind, or perhaps the indifferent chanting of a woman, along with an inhuman, bloody stench. There really was someone there? Tucker touched the flail at his waist, ready to fight at any moment. Although this was the sewer, some vigilance was still necessary. They were told by the Lord of Dawn that they must be careful in their words and actions in everything they do. Don't be impulsive, don't be reckless. Evil will eventually be revealed in the sunlight. However, after the paladins entered the lair, he stood there somewhat stunned, seemingly shocked by what he saw. Tucker followed behind and also witnessed a scene that startled him. In the torch-lit cave, a girl in black robes with gray hair, accompanied by a little girl slightly younger than herself, is battling goblins. No, it was less of a battle and more of a one-sided bullying and crushing. These goblins, who were at most only at the first rank, cowered in fear before the seemingly frail girl in black robes, unable even to wield their bone clubs. Several who finally mustered the courage to attack were deflected by the invisible gust of wind surrounding the black-robed girl, and then blown back by a clean gust of wind from her. They scrambled and crawled to hide in a corner, trembling. Further into the cave, goblins lay motionless, still breathing. They were alive, but no longer capable of fighting. This was clearly the fate of those who resisted. This is a warlock, Tier 3. As a priest, Tucker glanced at the girl and immediately determined her profession and rank, finding the scene before him to be quite reasonable. It's worth noting that Tier 3 isn't exactly common in Kalando, as evidenced by the fact that the leader of the Dragon Hunter gang in the Black Street is Tier 3. For spellcasters, dealing with these goblins is an easy massacre. However, the sorcerer in front of them seemed to be instructing the little girl behind him, not rushing to kill these goblins, but slowly torturing them. After each attack, he spoke to the girl behind him in that icy, cold voice. Examples include 100 ways to kill goblins, in the Goblin Slaying Guide, as well as goblin weaknesses, what's most likely to happen when encountering goblins on an adventure, and how to identify a goblin's status, etc. Anyway, after Lightack came out, he heard from the girl at least 3 ways to easily kill a group of goblins using traps. Mentor and apprentice, this was the image that subconsciously surfaced in Tucker's mind. Although this mentor was unusually young, judging from her familiar words, she seemed to have already experienced quite a few adventures. The Paladin squad and his arrival naturally attracted the attention of the two who were imparting their wisdom. However, upon seeing that they were paladins, the two men's expressions softened slightly, although they remained somewhat wary, they were mostly reserved. Tucker understood why. Even if you encounter an adventure team in the wild with a paladin, you don't have to worry about him stabbing you in the back. After all, if one goes against the doctrine, then one is not a paladin, but a dark paladin. Good morning, ladies. I am Tucker, the priest who serves the Lord of Dawn. Tucker gave a reasonably polite greeting. Good morning, Dawn Herald. I am Celia, and this is my sister Nina. May I ask what brings you here? The girl in the black robe nodded slightly, clearly recognizing the priest before her, her tone and attitude showing great respect. After all, the Temple of the Dawn Lord has provided considerable assistance to adventurers, and its reputation among them is quite good. It's nothing. I was merely ordered to exorcise evil, but I didn't expect you to be here too, practicing. We apologize for our intrusion. May the Lord of Dawn protect you. Tucker's senses failed to detect any signs that the girl was lying, nor did he ask her if she needed the paladin's help. Therefore, he had no doubt whatsoever. Although he had previously detected evil presence here, it was very weak. But it was clearly the goblins. Only goblins could possess such a faint, malevolent aura. Let's go to the next location. After briefly explaining his purpose, Tucker, realizing there was nothing for them to do here, immediately gave instructions. The paladins behind them quickly turned and left. Since there were already people there was no need for them to linger any longer. Moving on to the next destination is the right thing to do. However, what Tucker didn't know was, not long after they left, a silver light followed them from afar in the shadows. Not long after, the gray-haired girl reached a deeper part of the lair and threw a golden coin into the sea. Before long, the ripples on the water's surface began to spread slightly. A ferocious dragon head emerged from the water. It was Gordon, who was at the entrance to the underwater tunnel, ready to flee at any moment. Its dark golden vertical pupils were fixed on the girl before it, silently awaiting her message. Master? They've left. They've gone to the north side of the sewers. Liz went along too. Well done. Gordon's satisfied voice echoed through the cave, lingering for a long time. After confirming that the paladins had left, Gordon emerged from the sea, which is quite remarkable. Having spent so much time in the sea, Gordon had grown somewhat disgusted with the water. I don't know if it's just the nature of lava dragons, but that's normal. After all, its favorite environment is in volcanoes with lava, preferably very high, high enough that its caves can overlook the entire territory. As for why Gordon sent Celia and Nina to pretend to exterminate goblins in order to deceive the paladins, it was also a well-thought-out plan. Firstly, considering Celia and Nina's values, they tend to fall between neutral good and chaotic good, thus avoiding being discovered by accidental detection of evil. Secondly, Celia only needs to return to her original appearance. She doesn't need acting skills or deception at all. Those paladins with noble qualities would naturally know when to leave, without disturbing the master and apprentice duo's practical goblin combat skills. It's important to know that interfering in someone else's fight in the wild is considered provocation. Such behavior is something that a believer in the Lord of Dawn would never do. Unless that person genuinely needs their help, they are unlikely to intervene. This is the most fundamental part of Gordon's plan. If you fall to the ground first, you won't be able to take me down. He beat him to it, preventing the paladins from using the pretext of eradicating evil to launch a devastating attack on these goblins. Besides, in their minds, these goblins were already corpses, weren't they? Nina, you and Celia should leave here later. The black fledgling dragon, upon arriving, wore a pleased expression. It first shook the water off its scales, then gave instructions to the two people watching it. They are no longer needed here, and besides, Gordon has more important things to entrust to them. Staying in the underground caves wouldn't serve any purpose, and besides, Gordon was already considering going to sea. It now possesses a range of self-defense capabilities, ensuring its safety in the wild as long as it doesn't encounter any powerful monsters or adventurers. However, this does not mean that Gordon will abandon the sewers. On the contrary, it will try to establish its influence in the sewers. After all, with Celia around, it's possible for it to act as a behind-the-scenes manipulator, just like its dragon predecessors. Mr. Gordon, what do you need us to do? Meanwhile, Nina, who was standing nearby, took a white rag from who knows where and diligently wiped the water stains off Gordon's scales while asking him questions. She was very attentive. Although Gordon has its own internal vaporization, it doesn't mind if someone is willing to dry it off, does it? With a contented expression, he recounted the tasks he needed them to perform. First, Celia, investigate the legendary mage Galmodan within the city. Focus on what powerful magical artifacts he possesses, and his life story the more detailed the better. Although Celia didn't know why Gordon was investigating something unrelated to him but related to her, she quickly nodded, since it was something she wanted to know as well. Also, help Nina exchange the contents of the dimensional bag I gave her for gold coins. They were all collected from the sea dragon's lair. But don't rush off later. Also take its scales and some valuable organs from its body that can be used to make potions. Gordon continued giving instructions to Celia. Compared to Nina, Gordon preferred the experienced sorceress in front of him, believing she could handle these matters better. Gordon always felt a little embarrassed about having to trouble Nina with everything. Mr. Gordon? And me? And me? Nina also wanted Gordon to assign her tasks, and she asked tentatively, her wiping motions slowing down. You? First, change out of those clothes you've been wearing for who knows how many days, then eat some things you've never tried before. Let your sister Celia show you around the city of freedom, and let you enjoy the happiness that someone your age should be enjoying. That's the task I'm giving you. Gordon's voice softened slightly. He was very dissatisfied with Nina's previous life, but he couldn't change it. He didn't allow Nina to buy new clothes because she was too conspicuous when she went out. Buying them would be useless. Her weakness was her original sin in the underworld. Staying in the sewer with it is the best choice. But now it's different, with Celia, a sorceress, by your side. Surely there's nothing so foolish as to dare provoke a powerful warlock for the sake of a dragonborn. Oh, Nina replied somewhat unwillingly and dejectedly. She secretly thought to herself that Mr. Gordon had really gotten Celia and no longer wanted her. She had no desire to enjoy that pampered life. She only wanted to be a useful person to Mr. Gordon, not a freeloader. People who have no value will be discarded. Gordon seemed to have seen through Nina's little thoughts, so he opened his mouth again and said, "But Nina, I still need you to do something. You need to take Celia and find out exactly where we are in the Black Street. Since you're familiar with this place, find an opportunity to buy a house here, so you won't have to go in through another sewer entrance every day." "Yes, Mr. Gordon?" "Leave it to Nina." You know, Nina searched every single rat hole in the Black Street. Upon hearing this, Nina's expression brightened with a happy smile, and she spoke with unbridled confidence. She was also starting to look forward to the upcoming mission. Seeing that Nina's expression had improved, Gordon gestured for her to move aside, as he needed to deal with the sea dragon's corpse. The blue-green scales of the Cedra are excellent materials for crafting armor, and can be exchanged for a lot of gold coins, so we can't let this opportunity pass us by. Nina wasn't idle either. She watched Gordon deal with the carcass of the sea dragon, which had been dead for some time, while also helping out. She cleaned the blood-stained scales and then put them into her dimensional bag. Celia, on the other hand, watched the two who had clearly defined roles, but for a moment she couldn't get involved. Her expression was somewhat complicated. She still harbored some reservations about Gordon, her master. After all, it's uncomfortable for anyone to have a master on their head, let alone a dragon. But now, seeing how Gordon is protecting Nina, it seems like things might not be so bad if things continue like this. North of the sewers in Black Street, the paladins, on their way, encountered their first organized wave of monsters in the sewers, which blocked their path to rid the evil. A patrol of goblin soldiers riding goblin hounds. Priest Tak, the leader, immediately noticed the scent emanating from the goblin patrolman. He reacted instantly, roaring angrily at the paladins behind him, and raised his flail, divine power gathering in his hand. The evil here is the undead. I can smell it, the stench of decay and death. Now, everyone, for the Lord of Dawn. Purify them. Dash. The divine power in his hands had fully converged into the flail. In an instant, the golden, sun-like radiance dispelled the shadows in the sewers, illuminating the hideous faces of these small monsters. The results are good. The initial subscription was 1,800, and the average subscription over the past few days has also been maintained at 1,800. It won't be abandoned, so please rest assured. However, I feel like the credibility I gained from adding extra chapters before the book's release is almost gone, and I've noticed that I get sleepy every night lately. I'm currently behind on updates. Normally I'll update 3 chapters, with 6 chapters from donations, and 8 chapters from an average of 1,800 subscribers, totaling 17 chapters. Haha, keep it up. I'll try to make it up by October, otherwise it'll be really tough. I really wish my laptop could type automatically. It looks like things won't end with the paladins anytime soon. Gordon didn't let Nina and Celia stay for too long. After sorting through the valuable materials on the sea dragon, he let them leave the sewers. After giving a few more instructions to the goblin leader Grush, it plunged into the sea again. It skillfully used its tail to manipulate the water flow and control its direction, intending to leave the cave and head towards the ocean outside. With its wings folded, it swims in the water, its graceful movements resembling those of a giant ichthyosaur. Of course, if such a creature exists in this world. It did not choose to take Skio, who can also breathe underwater, with it. Although its magic is derived from its bloodline, it can still be cast in water. But surrounded by icy sea water, even a fireball spell would likely be significantly reduced in both damage and range. If something were to actually happen, aside from being a convenient burden to be discarded, Gordon couldn't think of any other advantage it might have. Moreover, Gordon's purpose in going out this time was to find the location of a second lair, and he did not intend to engage in conflict with anyone. The paladin's sudden entry into the sewers shattered Gordon's already fragile sense of security once again. If it weren't for Celia, even if he had hidden himself and gone undetected, the location of this underground cave is bound to be exposed no matter what. These stubborn paladins might even jump into the water to investigate. By then, will Gordon's self-proclaimed secret lair still be secret? For Kalindo's safety, the paladins might even hire a spellcaster to block the cave entrance with terrain-altering magic. The task of finding the nest outside the sewers was of utmost importance to it, and its sense of security wouldn't allow it to hesitate even for a moment. However, when it emerged from the deep, hidden underwater tunnel, it suddenly found the sea surface dark and gloomy, with countless iron chains sunk to the bottom. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be triangular anchors. Gordon then looked up and belatedly realized that these shadows were actually the area of the ship's bottom, blocking the sunlight from reaching the sea. But, stop here? Gordon counted and found that there were no fewer than 30 or 40 ships anchored there. This area is relatively deep compared to other shallow seas, and apart from some reefs, it can be considered a natural harbor. But compared to Carando's deep water port, it naturally pales in comparison. Gordon guessed that these ships might be related to the paladins in the city. However, it was none of its business, and it couldn't be bothered to think about it. In the first place, its plan wasn't to find an island nearby. Otherwise, just the adventurers on those ships passing by would be enough to make things difficult for it. They should stay at least 20 miles away from Kalando to avoid overlapping too closely with the merchant ships returning to Kalando. Swimming 10 miles underwater takes little effort and time for Gordon. As a fledgling dragon, its underwater speed is actually not much different from that of an adult dragon. After all, everyone knows how agile a real dragon is. However, if it is a true aquatic dragon, such as a marine dragon or a bronze dragon, then doubling its underwater speed is not a problem. After thinking it through, Gordon ignored the ships moored overhead and walked around the anchor. Head towards a direction far from the coastline of Kalando, for only there might lie desolate island communities ruled by monsters. Only after swimming 5 miles and seeing no more boats on the surface of the sea did Gordon dare to peek out of the water and look around. They then chose another direction and stealthily moved on. The trip was quite pleasant, but what puzzled Gordon was, it didn't encounter a single evil sea creature during this distance of several miles. They were all sharks and pufferfish that would run away as soon as they saw it. It didn't see any humanoid evil creatures, such as sea hags, sea goblins, or sawa fishmen. They didn't even see common creatures like the solo fishman. The ocean was just as ordinary as it had been in their previous life. If Gordon looked back from the sea, he could still see the shadow of that vast city of freedom. He even thought he had almost traveled back to his original world. However, after traveling about 30 miles from Kalando, Gordon finally saw the island. No, to be precise, something was blocking its way, which is why it poked its head out and discovered the island. The island is of medium size, but the surrounding underwater reefs are so dense that they block Gordon's view, making it seem like you can't see the end of it. It's impossible for ships to pass through, they would easily run aground. The reefs at Gordon's cave are nothing compared to this. Gordon was unsure whether the reef on the island was enclosed, but at least from Gordon's perspective, the reefs below are densely intertwined, leaving only small gaps for creatures to pass through, resembling a twisted underwater forest. However, it was precisely this that sparked Gordon's interest in that island. Isn't this natural barrier the perfect place for it to build its nest? Since it didn't know if there were any powerful creatures on the island, Gordon was quite cautious and chose to approach and observe slowly from underwater. However, after entering the reef cluster for about several dozen meters, the dense reef area disappeared, and Gordon was able to see the entire underwater landscape. This is an underwater plain with deep, dark trenches that give one the creeps just by looking at them. Moreover, along the ravines and on the plains, there are many stone pillars, dilapidated buildings, resembling ancient ruins, and numerous ship remains. But Gordon didn't want to go down and look, it even wanted to leave. This eerie place looked risky and unusual. Gordon chose to follow his heart. However, just as Gordon turned to leave and go somewhere else, dozens of shadowy figures suddenly emerged from the previously deserted rocky outcrop. These sea creatures all wielded spears and harpoons, and their forms resembled those of old women, all hunched over. Its entire body has goblin-like green skin, a frog-like head, and a multi-toothed mouth like a ferocious fish. The combination is enough to make one feel nauseous at first glance. Without a doubt, this is a fish-turned-human. It is exactly the same as the fish-like human in the memories of the dragon's legacy. Gordon looked at the first-tier merfolk warriors surrounding him and first let out a roar. Corrupted monsters? You are courting death. Enrage me? The shadow of death will follow you wherever you go. However, Gordon discovered that the roar of the young dragon had a limited range in water. These fish-like humans only remained stunned for a moment before recovering. However, this time was enough for Gordon to travel a considerable distance towards the sea. It had no idea how many fish-like beings were hiding here. Anyway, fighting these monsters in the water, it must be that it's gone mad to do that. And so, Gordon, who had just let out a roar in the sea, I'm out of here? However, just as Gordon was about to leave, a fish-like human, using its incredible speed in the water, came to stop the dark-colored fledgling dragon. To them, these fledglings were natural prey, weak and helpless. However, Gordon's reaction to the harpoons and spears that attacked him surprised them. He didn't even try to dodge. It recklessly tore at the nearest fish-like human with its claws. The seawater was accompanied by splashing and clinking sounds. The result left the fish humans stunned. The sharp spears and harpoons, which were originally enough to pierce the scales of the fledgling dragon, failed to achieve their intended purpose. Gordon, however, ignored the weapons of these fish-like beings thanks to his defense, which far surpassed that of the fledgling dragon. With its sharp claws, it ripped open the guts of a nearby fish-human warrior, and blood instantly filled the azure sea. However, Gordon did not stop. He delivered another blow, absorbed the light from the corpse, and then lunged towards the sea again. Along the way, there were other fish-like beings obstructing his path, and Gordon could only rely on his claws and sharp teeth to kill 5 or 6 first-tier fish-like beings. Instead of using its skills, it waited to see if there were any stronger opponents. However, it barely made it back to the surface, its blood staining the sea red, and the powerful one had yet to appear. But just as Gordon was about to break the surface, it looked back at the spot unstained by blood. They could already see no fewer than several hundred green, fish-like warriors rushing towards them with incredible speed. This made Gordon immediately lose the will to fight again. Although these merfolk warriors didn't seem to be of high rank, Gordon had no doubt that there wasn't a merfolk spellcaster among them. So Gordon leaped onto the water without hesitation, but found that the long underwater journey and battle had caused its wings to tremble slightly, making it barely able to fly at low altitude and somewhat precarious. There was a moment of awkwardness, but thankfully, the distant islands weren't far from Gordon, and a rocky cliff was just a stone's throw away. To avoid being surrounded by the fish-like beings, Gordon headed straight for the rocky cliff without hesitation. The dragon was too terrifying. We planned to rest there for a while before leaving the area. A few seconds later, Gordon used his sharp claws to pierce the bottom of a rocky cliff, leaving the sea surface, and then climbed up to the top of the cliff. Once it nimbly climbed to the top of the cliff, Gordon felt wonderful about the solid ground beneath its feet. It first turned its head with a relaxed expression and cursed in a common language at the fish-like human whose ferocious head was poking out from under the crimson sea. "You scum! If you've got the guts, come at me." However, fearing he might disturb the unknown creatures on the island, Gordon did not roar. Having shaken off the fish-human Geddon, the dragon turned its head with a pleasant expression, intending to rest and leave. However, the scene before it made its dragon face freeze, because it saw that, 10 meters behind it, there was a rather rough stone platform, like an altar, and on the stone platform, a female human, about 15 or 16 years old, was being bound and was struggling. However, her mouth was gagged, so she could only make whimpering sounds. Most importantly, she not only has a pair of amber vertical pupils, but also fluffy cat-like ears that twitch due to her intense emotions. Memories of the dragon's legacy immediately surfaced in his mind. This is a branch of beastmen, cat-like humans. A cursed human with the ability to transform into a cat. At this moment, the cat-like human's amber vertical pupils were filled with despair and fear. Her heart was filled with bitterness, and she kept screaming inwardly. "Moon goddess above, can you tell me why, before I am to be sacrificed to those cruel sea guardians, I must also encounter a ferocious dragon?" This means that her sacrifice, Livia Sparks' sacrifice, was a mistake and could not save her family at all. To quell their anger, even more women from the town would have to be sacrificed. As the dragon drew closer, the sight of its menacing, sharp teeth sent chills down the spines of the Livians. One bite and you're on the main artery? One step, 2 steps. The jet-black dragon with dark golden vertical pupils walked with elegant yet brutal steps to the Catwoman girl. Then it raised its sharp, steel blade-like claws. Livia, who could no longer bear to look, immediately closed her eyes in terror, intending to await death. It came from her ear. With a soft pft, the ropes binding her broke, and her body felt a sudden release, which nearly made Livia lose control. When she shakily opened her amber eyes, she found a pair of imposing, dark gold vertical pupils staring at her. The owner of those eyes had a fierce expression, and his mouth, revealing sharp teeth, was wide open as he asked without any politeness. "A beastman? Or a half-beastman? Never mind. Tell me, where am I? Otherwise, my next claw won't just cut the rope." As it spoke, it waved its claws, making a deep sound on the stone platform. The stone platform was scratched with several deep claw marks. Faced with such intimidation, Livia was also somewhat frightened by those fierce eyes, and replied without hesitation. "This is Rella Island, a place the cat people cannot leave." Livia was about to pause for a moment when she noticed those eyes were murderous, and she continued speaking in fright. "We are the only inhabitants of this entire island. There are no outsiders here, they all died at the hands of those divine servants we call Luca." The cat girl didn't dare stop for a moment, rattling off a string of information about the island and the fish-like humans. Through the cat girl's words, Gordon began to slowly learn about the ecology of the island and the sea. A ray of brilliant sunlight, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, drifted with the sea of clouds and shone upon the stone cliff, reflecting the image of a dragon and a human figure within. Damn sunlight! In a secluded room in the Black Street sewers, Vlad von Kainstadt, who had just been forcibly awakened from his coffin, roared angrily. The young vampire, with some disgust, used dark magic to block the faint light shining through the crack above. Only then did it become interested in listening to the message brought to it by the blood servant who had been transformed from a human. A group of paladins stormed into the sewers, and none of them were a match for them. Even his most capable third-tier corpse demons and dozens of vampire derivatives were sliced in two as if they were butter being cut by a hot blade. Moreover, their original immortality was utterly useless against them. Upon hearing that they were paladins, Flander had no other thoughts, especially after learning that there was also a priest among them. They even planned to leave now. It came here because the Black Street area was unmanaged and perfect for it to slumber. After subduing a bunch of goblins and creating some undead creatures, and giving them orders not to expand and attract attention, he hid in a secret chamber in the north and slumbered. Unexpectedly, trouble still came knocking, and it was a paladin squad no less. Vlad immediately ignored the blood servant and went straight out the door, but before he could even transform into a swarm of bats and leave, his left foot had barely stepped out of the secret chamber. A divine radiance, seemingly appearing from nowhere, fell directly upon him without any hesitation. Before he could even shield himself with his cloak, he was frozen in place, completely still, his eyes still showing a hint of confusion and helplessness. Immobilization spell for advanced undead creatures. Once immobilized, a single undead creature is essentially sentenced to death. A group of paladins in red and white armor emerged from around the corner, and the divine light emanating from the spellcaster's weapon had just faded when one of the paladins stepped forward with his sword. Then Vlad noticed that his vision was shifting as he gently swung the gleaming golden longsword, which he wielded as a magical weapon. Then the world spun around it completely, and its head fell to the ground, its expression filled with resentment. Before he could even be shocked at how quickly the paladins had arrived, he had already lost consciousness and fallen into eternal darkness. Only the last 2 sentences of human conversation were heard. Lord Tucker, the undead in the sewers have been wiped out. The sewers of Black Street, in a short time, have been free of evil. Rika Island, atop a rocky cliff. Gordon's voice mingled with the sound of crashing waves, rising slowly. So, you came here because of a shipwreck caused by a recent storm. And then you 100 or so beastmen were kept on this isolated island by those fishman-like monsters. They demanded females from you to reproduce. And you, are you chosen as a sacrifice to the sea creatures? Will they seize you and drag you into the sea at nightfall? Gordon adjusted its lying position. The sunlight was a bit too bright, causing its vertical pupils to squint slightly. It looked at the girl who had returned to her normal human form and asked in a thoughtful tone. This is all information that it relayed from Luvia's mouth. Yes, Lord Gordon, Luvia said timidly, and nodded vigorously. Although she discovered that the dragon before her was not incapable of communication. But the fear in her heart had not yet dissipated. She remained apprehensive, fearing that if she gave an unsatisfactory answer, she would die under the dragon's claws. She can't die now. Then is the god you're talking about really a god? Gordon asked again. No, Luca is a creature with countless octopus-like tentacles. It was it that brought us here during that storm. We were about to sink, but with its help, none of us died. As Luvia said this, she quickly waved her hands, but her expression was extremely complicated. It was hard to tell whether she was relieved or resentful. She added further. So we called it Luca, which means guardian deity in the beastman language. However, not long after, we found ourselves unable to leave. Those fishman-like creatures, who considered themselves Luke's servants, wouldn't allow us to leave. We tried lighting campfires to attract other ships to our aid with the smoke, but the area is full of reefs, and merchant ships would never choose this route. Even if a ship saw it, it would just drive around it at a great distance. And we built our own rafts, trying to sail away from here, but without exception, they were all destroyed by those sea monsters. People can no longer return to shore. At this point, Luvia's expression turned somewhat somber. Clearly, among the beastmen who perished at the bottom of the sea, there were some she recognized. So, this is your first sacrifice. Gordon looked at the cat-like girl in front of him, whose clothes and attire were similar to those of people in human society, and asked curiously. No, this is the 3rd time this month. Luvia shook her head, her expression somewhat miserable. So you can't fight back? Even if you can't fight back, you could at least dodge? Those fish-like beings on land can't possibly be as agile as you. Gordon continued to inquire. We naturally refused at first, but they had powerful spellcasters. After chanting incantations, they could not only allow those fish-like beings to walk freely on land, but also unleash powerful and terrifying magic. My Uncle Rom was petrified into a statue. After that, no one dared to resist anymore. Luvia's eyes were filled with terror, and her voice was distorted, clearly indicating that the spellcaster had caused her a great nightmare. However, Gordon did learn that those fish-like beings could actually go ashore, which meant... Gordon turned to look at the sea where the bloodstains had not yet disappeared. Ripples continued to spread underwater, indicating that there were creatures hovering there. However, there was no fear in its eyes. It's an amphibious creature, traversing land, sea, and air. Why would it be afraid of them? At worst, I can just flap my wings and run away. So, Lord Gordon, can you please not eat me? If you do, they'll surely demand more sacrifices from us. Luvia lowered her head and asked tentatively. She didn't even dare to look up at Gordon, for fear of angering the dragon before her. Of course, no problem. I'm not interested in you. But could you let those little creatures in the jungle come out? They've been eavesdropping for so long, it's time they came out. Gordon revealed a harmless smile, even retracting its menacing fangs. It had long since discovered several watchful eyes in the forest behind the cliff, but it had been listening to Luvia's story. I'm too lazy to bring those things up now, but it's time to discuss serious matters, so we naturally need to have an open and honest chat. Luvia looked at Gordon in disbelief upon hearing his words. She had no idea that someone was spying on her in the jungle. A sudden panic gripped my heart. Could it be? Sure enough, as her gaze swept across the area, rustling sounds came from the jungle. Before long, 3 cat-like creatures of different colors darted out. 2 had grayish-yellow fur, and the 3rd was snow-white. They were not very big, about 4 feet long and 3 feet tall, similar to the large dogs of the previous life. All that could be heard were their roars and defiant sounds, as well as their fluent, childlike common language. Elder sister. Don't be afraid, Sister Luvia. You wretched black dragon, release Sister Luvia right now, or I'll... However, before the gray-furred cat could finish speaking, Luvia, who had arrived and transformed into a large tabby cat, slapped him to the ground, making him look like he was eating dirt. It made an mmm sound. Its 4 paws were also unconsciously digging at the soil and grasping at the grass. Leffen? Conte? And Nunnally, didn't I tell Uncle Dureko to keep an eye on you? Why did you still come over? I told you not to come any closer. Luvia looked at her 3 fellow clansmen, who were clearly a head shorter than her, and asked angrily with a look of utter disappointment on her face. We sneaked out while Uncle Dureko wasn't looking? Sister, I won't let those disgusting monsters capture you. I don't want to lose you. A white cat with snow-white fur came closer, explaining as it dangled its 2 paws on Luvia's other foreleg, its eyes full of reluctance. Yes, Sister Luvia, I won't stand by and watch those sea monsters drag you down with me. The other cat, which wasn't held down by Luvia, also came closer, licking its paws and glancing sideways at Gordon, clearly ready for a fight. Nonsense. It's all nonsense. Coant, shut up. You have no idea how dangerous this is. And Leffen, apologize now. I won't tolerate your rudeness. Lord Gordon meant no harm. Luvia meowed angrily, then released the paw that was holding the cat down. His amber-colored vertical pupil stared at his clansman, who was acting like a fearless newborn calf, and he loudly reprimanded him. Aside from initial verbal threats, Gordon did not coerce her into doing anything later on, and there is no doubt about that. Sister Luvia, really? Certainly. Leffen scratched the dirt off his chin, looking at the ferocious black dragon with a puzzled expression. However, it was not an impolite beastman. After receiving Luvia's affirmation, it quickly realized its mistake. So it lowered its head and walked up to Gordon. He said sincerely, I'm sorry, Your Excellency Zhenlong, I misunderstood you. Fine. But I'm curious, where does your courage come from? Gordon looked at the tiny gray cat with curiosity. This is the first time I've ever seen such a weak creature, one that hasn't even reached a higher level, dare to provoke it. Although it didn't use young dragon's roar, its courage was still unprecedented. I don't know either, I just wanted to protect Sister Luvia from harm. The young male gray cat spoke timidly, clearly feeling weak in the knees now that it had seen Gordon up close. Its ferocious fangs, sharp claws, and thick scales are enough to terrify the soul. All right then, go and call someone in charge from your clan if you want to save your sister Luvia. Gordon waved his paw, signaling to hurry. The gray cat named Leffen hesitated for a moment, but just as it was about to ask Luvia for her opinion, the rustling sounds in the jungle grew louder and louder. A group of gray cats or tabby cats, even larger than Luvia, emerged from the forest. They were members of the cat-human clan who had come upon hearing the news. After hearing from their kin, who were responsible for monitoring Luvia, that there was a black dragon. In order to speed up their journey, they all transformed into beast-like forms. Among them emerged an old cat with gray fur. It was none other than the clan's elder. However, its gaze held a hint of doubt. What's going on with a dragon on Rika Island? And a fledgling one at that? What does it want? However, it still asked respectfully, Your Excellency, how can we help you? It didn't want to provoke the hatred of a real dragon, so it chose to see what Gordon wanted first. If they are only offered food, they can still obtain quite a bit of food. As long as they don't leave, the fish-like humans won't interfere with their fishing along the coast. They've angered me. I want to teach them a lesson they'll never forget, to show them what the wrath of a true dragon is. Gordon raised his paw and pointed to the ocean where the ripples had not yet subsided. So tell me everything you know. But Your Excellency, the true dragon, they not only possess powerful fish-human warriors and spellcasters, but also keep physically strong human crabs. Those claws could easily snap our waists. And you are not one of them. The old cat looked hesitant. Clearly, Gordon's strength was not enough to convince it. Although Gordon has undergone several enhancements, it is still just a relatively large hatchling. After hearing this, Gordon no longer hesitated. Disassemble all the useless first-tier talent orbs from the panel that killed the fish-like creature, Dark Vision *2, Long Weapon Mastery *1, Underwater Breathing *3. Allocate them to the 2 skills that best enhance combat power. Healthy, 16/20, 20/20, Upward Arrow. Highly Robust, 1/25. Life Path, 46/46-50/50, Upward Arrow. Dual Weapon Combat, 2/5, 5/5, Upward Arrow. Dual Weapon Mastery, 1/10. Gordon felt as if an incredibly powerful force had suddenly surged within him, rampaging through his body. It didn't hurt, but it felt swollen. Its muscles beneath its scales also changed, and its bones made cracking sounds. As deeper fragments of memories from the dual weapon combat shattered in his mind, Gordon was completely immersed in the thrill of his rising power. Then when it opened its eyes again, it found that its field of vision had widened a bit, and the cats had shrunk considerably. To be precise, it had grown much taller, increasing from its original 7 feet to more than 10 feet in length. Its muscles, visible beneath its black scales, are almost bursting out. He stood up straight, using his now strong and powerful legs to support himself, and spread his wings on both sides. Its standing figure, easily 8 feet tall, along with its 2 wings on either side, blocked most of the sunlight from the cat-like human's view. Gordon's dark golden vertical pupils looked down coldly at the stunned cat-like human below, and he said indifferently, Now, is that enough? Silence reigned atop the rocky cliff. The cat-like chieftain swallowed hard when he saw Gordon's transformation. Although this was its first time seeing a real dragon, it did not prevent it from learning some information about the dragon. This is the first time I've ever seen someone grow larger and stronger out of thin air without using any magic or talent. Perhaps, it really can free them from the control of the fish-like humans? The cat-like clan leader was instantly tempted. After all, having a choice was always an option. They certainly didn't want to survive by sacrificing their own people to please those fish-like humans. So it lowered its head before Gordon. Enough? That's enough? Your strength fills me with awe, great true dragon lord. You only need to ask. Shenlet will tell you everything he knows. Its tone was extremely respectful, and it carried a sense of desperation. Really? Gordon didn't believe it. The change of attitude was too quick. Yes, my lord. I want the Starfire clan to no longer be kept by those evil fish-like humans. I don't want those people of my tribe to be offered as sacrifices on the altar to please those filthy sea monsters. Xinlet Xingguo, an elderly cat human who is 63 years old. He glanced at the two sisters, one in white and one in gray, nestled behind him. His words softened slightly, but his tone became even more resolute. If you don't believe me, I, Xinlet, swear by the great moon goddess. That won't be necessary. All I need is for you to submit to me. Gordon stopped them from making an oath and instead tested their loyalty in a simpler way. Gordon initially felt something was off when he saw the cat-like human suddenly cowering down. After all, it seems a bit too much to so easily bet on a dragon that is barely in its juvenile stage. But then I thought, the current cat-human race is like a rootless duckweed, at the mercy of others, kept like pets. I'm afraid anyone would want to fight for them. Moreover, its identity is that of a top-tier creature in Ion, a true dragon, so it's perfectly normal for these cat-like humans to submit. Yes, sir. Having made its decision, Xinglet was not one to hesitate. It decisively summoned its people to kneel before the true dragon and pledge its allegiance to it. In their hearts, as long as the new owner is even slightly better than the current one, that's enough. Any kind of dragon will do. Of course, this excludes notorious dragons like the red dragon, since they prefer to eat the flesh of young human women. When these beast-like beings do not transform into their beast form, they are no different from humans. Joining forces with the red dragon is nothing more than jumping from one pit to another. Gordon, seeing their sincere submission, nodded in satisfaction as he watched his reputation as Lord Kalando and the number of his followers increase in the title bar. As it looked at these cat people, its vertical pupils involuntarily shimmered with strange light. Going overseas definitely has its benefits. No, to be precise, going overseas definitely has its benefits after our strength has increased. If you had gone out to sea looking like a weakling, you probably wouldn't have been able to escape even if you tried to run in the water. The fragile, newly formed scales were truly no match for the sharp tridents wielded by those fish-human warriors. Once Gordon was certain that the cat-like humanoids had become his kin, he didn't beat around the bush and began inquiring about the fish-like humanoid spellcasters. In the past, it might not have dared to provoke it. But now that it holds the Ring of Silence in its hand, it is no longer as powerless against spellcasters as before. After learning that the merfolk spellcaster brought at most a squad of 6 merfolk, plus 3 human crabs ashore, Gordon's anxious heart finally calmed down. 10 men is not an excessive force, it's still within its capacity, so there's not much of a problem. Gordon didn't stop moving while questioning the cat-like leader. During this time, it followed the cat-like human chieftain, and in his company, it almost inspected the medium-sized island. This further confirms that the island was simply a perfect match for it. Because in the very center of the dense forest surrounding Rella Island, there is an active volcano. Although the volcano is not large or high, most of its body is hidden in tall shrubs and forests. But the white steam rising from the ground, the familiar smell of sulfur, and the crunchy black volcanic rock underfoot are unmistakable. These familiar surroundings made Gordon feel close to them from the inside out, and comfortable, just like being at home. Especially after Gordon took a bath in the lava in the crater, he was even more refreshed, and his nascent plan became clearer. Perhaps it can be done this way. The young black dragon, its tail swaying unconsciously in the lava, rested its chin on its hand, leaning against a bare volcanic rock, deep in thought. So, not long after, the fish-like humanoid, still submerged in the sea, was startled by the stones the size of human heads and surfaced. I witnessed the following scene. The black fledgling dragon, which had disappeared into the island, was dodging stones and arrows that traversed in parabolic arcs about 20 feet above the sea surface. Although this black dragon was a bit larger, it was still small in the eyes of the fish-like human. This flying creature has sharp fangs, menacing upside-down horns, signature black wings, and large, yellowish scales on its belly. It was indeed the black dragon that had just wreaked havoc in the sea, killing the fish-like humans. The ones who launched the stones and arrows are the cat people they keep on the island. Not long after, they were on the sea surface when they heard that deafening, familiar dragon roar again. The tremors caused ripples to spread continuously in the sea several hundred meters from the island, although that could have been caused by the wind. You lowly reptiles, how dare you defy the true dragon? I will tear you apart and, as before, devour your flesh and blood. The black fledgling uttered a harsh threat, then flapped its wings and left the island, disappearing into the white clouds. It is obvious that the cat-like humanoids do not get along with the black dragon, and the latter seems to have done something heinous on the island. Sure enough, not long after, the leader of the cat-human clan brought a message. The message simply recounted the misdeeds of the black dragon cub that had occurred earlier that day. It had not only devoured the offerings given to Luca's guards, but had also consumed many of its own kind. The cat-human clan now needs to choose a new offering. Moreover, at the end of the message, the leader of the beastmen, Sinlud, expressed his wish that the priest would personally go up to meet him. It had important matters to discuss with the black dragon. Upon receiving the message, the merfolk warriors hurriedly infiltrated a dilapidated temple on the seabed plain. Their second highest ranking priest was inside. After seeing the fish human who was taller than the ordinary fish human and dressed in gorgeous clothes, the fish human warrior hurriedly and respectfully conveyed the cat human clan's intentions to the priest. Then, this spellcaster from the fish human clan, the fish human priest, finished processing the message given to him by the cat human leader. Overjoyed, all the frustration of failing to catch the baby dragon due to slow reaction vanished, replaced by unparalleled excitement. Since it refused to leave, things would be much easier. So it immediately went out and discussed things with the fish-human chieftain for a while, and then came out of the underwater palace. It then gathered the elite of the fish-human warriors, as well as all the crabs it had raised, and prepared to go ashore. This time, it will catch the fledgling dragon off guard. It's not just about killing. The carcass of that young dragon can be used as a sacrifice to please the sea goddess Omberai next time. While Gordon was waiting for night to fall on the Isle of Rika, Nina, arm in arm with Celia, was wearing a new outfit she had just bought from Aunt Will's children's clothing store, a linen shirt and suspender trousers, with well-fitting deerskin boots. With joy and curiosity, she stepped onto the busiest street in the Kalando Trade District. Kindle Avenue. They came here on a mission. Kindle Avenue not only boasts the most distinctive local food and services, but also serves as a vital trading hub for weapons, armor, materials, adventurer gear, and information. Therefore, even with the Paladin's measures to seal off the city, the flow of people here is still astonishing. At least before noon, it's already bustling with activity. Nina was dressed very simply and was inconspicuous in the crowd. Her clothing style leans towards androgynous, much like that of a child wandering the streets of a working-class neighborhood. Her long, flowing silver hair, now neatly trimmed, and her fair, delicate face were completely hidden by a large apprentice's hat. Apart from her striking vertical pupils, Nina had nothing else particularly noteworthy about her. The two walked along Kindle Street, heading towards their destination. They had already visited the Temple of Knowledge of Ogmer in the Temple District that morning, but because they hadn't made any contributions there, this meant that the information they could obtain, aside from general background details and experiences of Galmud, was extremely limited. However, this problem was easily solved after Celia donated a sufficiently dazzling little treasure to the Temple of Ogmer. Furthermore, the temple priests thoughtfully searched for records about the legendary planeswalker Galmudin, and they quickly obtained the information Galmudin wanted. After emerging, the two returned to the still blood-stained Black Street. With Nina's help, they learned the exact location of the kobold's lair within the Black Street. They then inquired about potential buyers in nearby houses. Although the underworld was dangerous, the houses were still protected by gangs. However, to their surprise, the transactions for houses in Black Street didn't actually take place in Black Street. It's the Night Raven Tavern, located at 119 Kindle Drive. The person behind it was said to be part-time in charge of real estate transactions in the black market, so the two went to Kindle Avenue in the Trade District. The two walked on the yellow brick pavement, weaving through the crowd, their expressions different. Nina's eyes were filled with curiosity and joy. She looked left and right, and every now and then carefully twirled the crumbs stuck to her clothes. Although it was just a simple new outfit, she was really satisfied. She was easily satisfied, whether in the past or now. Celia's eyes held more helplessness and heartache, her expression complex. Celia had originally wanted to use her own money to buy Nina some beautiful clothes. For example, dresses, long skirts, or at the very least, a fitted mage robe like hers. Nina wanted to become a spellcaster, she knew that. But after Nina glanced at the price, she refused to take it. Even if Celia emphasizes that the money doesn't belong to Gordon, she still doesn't want it. Although Nina didn't say why, Celia could tell from her eyes that she was reluctant, because these clothes were just too expensive. Nina's excessive maturity saddened Celia. But Nina felt, after buying a whole new outfit like this, and even after saying a lot of nice things to the shop owner at the checkout, she got a discount that cost almost 2 gold coins, not to mention everything else. This sum of money, for her, it would be more comfortable to use the money to make a comfortable bed for Mr. Gordon than to buy new clothes. Although few in number, every little bit counts. As long as the gold coins in the underground cave don't disappear and only increase, her dream of having a full treasury of gold coins won't be far off. The reason she didn't use Celia's money was that, in her eyes, both Celia's and Gordon's money were equally important. However, this is only one of the reasons why Nina is always thinking about saving money. The more important reason was that Gordon was simply too extravagant with his money. Over 1,000 gold coins flowed into the alchemy shop before they had even developed any real connection with him. This made Nina extremely hesitant to spend money recklessly, and she planned to leave as much as possible for Gordon's use. Nina was feeling strangely uneasy. He felt extremely distressed if he spent even an extra silver coin on anything he bought for himself. But when it comes to buying spell scrolls for Mr. Gordon, she can do it without batting an eye, spending hundreds of gold coins without a second thought, without feeling the slightest bit of heartache. It was a strange but comfortable feeling. She is already very content to be able to walk on the street with dignity now, no longer in the same predicament as before. Her vertical pupils could gaze with curiosity at all the novel things on Kindle Street without worrying about being chased away. As she looked around, just as she passed through the shops and the alleys between them, a voice from one of the alleys caught her attention. Who can help me? The gods will protect you. Could you give me some money? I'm starving. I'm penniless. An elderly yet somewhat familiar voice came from inside. Nina jumped. It sounded like Grandma Oran's voice. She took a few steps back in disbelief before she could see the person speaking in the alley. But the disappointment on his face was unmistakable. This was an elderly beggar, dressed in rags, lying on the ground, groaning incessantly at Nina. Black grime almost completely covered her wrinkled face, and it was impossible to tell her gender from her voice. For some reason, Nina suddenly felt a desire to talk to her and did not choose to leave. Perhaps the voice was too similar to the voice of her grandmother Oran in her memory. She asked the beggar, "Are you very hungry?" "Yes. Little girl, could you give me some money?" "Just a little bit, I'm very hungry." Nina hesitated for a moment, then disappeared from sight in the alley. Just when the old beggar thought this little girl was as indifferent as the others, Nina returned carrying a large pile of rolls. Although rolled bread isn't as fragrant and soft as white bread, it's cheap and tastes good, making it a staple food for many ordinary people in Kalando. She heave-ho placed the small mountain of bread in front of the beggar, and said with a pained expression, "Here, it's all for you. These are the little bread rolls I bought with all my money. They're delicious. They're all yours. That's all I can do for you. May the gods bless you, old woman." The beggar seemed stunned by Nina's actions, muttering to himself, "But I hate eating small bread rolls the most." However, the voice was very soft, and Nina could barely hear it, which prompted her to ask another question. "Grandma, what did you say?" "I said the little bread rolls are delicious, I really like them." The beggar seemed to realize he had said the wrong thing and quickly replied, "I'm glad you like it. I used to love eating this too. Goodbye, Grandma." Hearing the beggar's words, Nina smiled brightly, but she didn't intend to continue the conversation. Her sister Celia was still waiting for her outside. So, after putting down the bread, she ran away as fast as she could without waiting for the old beggar to say anything more. Those were indeed Nina's own silver coins, which she had earned while collecting materials in the sewers. She had kept them, intending to use them as emergency funds for Gordon, but she had spent them all today. She didn't seem to regret it much. She glanced at the alley, then took Celia's little hand, her face showing a hint of melancholy as she looked up at her and said, "Sister, let's go." Celia smiled somewhat helplessly, knowing that Nina was thinking about her time in the orphanage again. She nodded and squeezed Nina's small hand. The two figures walked further and further away, and soon disappeared into the crowd. In that alley, the beggar's voice gradually faded away with the flow of people, and his figure disappeared into the alley, along with the large bag of rolled bread. Kindle Avenue is very long. The beggar incident was just a minor incident. When she was halfway there, Nina returned to her original form and looked around curiously. On Kindle Avenue in Kalando, you can see traders of all races, adventurers, and even plainer merchants who come here to trade. Nina had seen several dragonborn adventurers, but they were all 2 or 3 meters tall half-dragons. These half-dragons, clad in fine armor and armed with weapons, scanned their surroundings with indifferent vertical pupils on Kindle Street, and the adventurers around them kept their distance from them to varying degrees. Nina already knew what this differential treatment meant. It was reverence for the strong. That's why she studied magic day and night. Only by becoming stronger can one earn the respect of others, especially in this perilous continent of Ion. In the hearts of the residents, powerful adventurers hold a status comparable to that of a city lord, or even a king. Just as Nina was immersed in the strange and wonderful things in the Kalando trading district, Celia's reminders came from her ear and the point where her hands touched. "Nina, we're almost there. Turn left, not forward." Nina seemed to snap out of her daze and quickly walked to the left, but her head still unconsciously turned to the left. Just now, she saw a yellowish-brown dragon-like beast in front of her that had no wings, thick hind limbs, short forelimbs, and a very large head. He was being ridden by a man wearing a headscarf, looking incredibly impressive on Kindle Street. Nina's eyes lit up with excitement. If she could ride on Mr. Gordon's back, wouldn't that be? However, as the crowd surged, the people riding the dragon beasts quickly disappeared from Nina's sight, and she followed in Celia's footsteps. Stepping into this underground Night Raven Tavern, its signboard is a huge raven's head, adorned with its signature red eyes. Upon entering, Nina found that apart from a few people dressed as adventurers sitting in a few corners, there was nothing else in the tavern. Business didn't seem to be very good, but that was normal since it wasn't nighttime yet. Celia didn't stop, but went straight to the front desk, asked the waiter for a glass of the local specialty, blood raven wine, and then said to the waiter, "Black Street." Upon hearing the girl's words, the waiter knew it concerned the houses in the Black Street area, so he said no more and went backstage. A moment later, a lean, capable-looking middle-aged man dressed in a tavern waiter's uniform came out from backstage, handed Celia a note with a Night Raven pattern on it, and said, "Write down what you want, and I'll give you a quote later." Celia took the fountain pen from the servant and, somewhat awkwardly, wrote 219 to 220 Black Street East on the blank slip of paper before handing it back. The waiter didn't even glance at it, tucked the note into his pocket, and then told Celia to find a seat and that someone would let her know shortly. Celia and Nina sat by a fireplace in the tavern, watching the crackling of the burning wood and chatting softly among the flying golden sparks, mostly about the happy times they had spent in the orphanage. A short while later, the waiter informed the two that the results were in and there was news. They were then led to a small, secluded room where they could be isolated from outsiders, and the price list was handed to them. Celia paid without hesitation, since it was Gordon's request. Not long after, 2 property deeds were delivered to Celia. This means that Gordon's first property has been acquired. In the noble district, Warge, a third-tier paladin, is also the captain of a 5-person paladin squad. He was routinely blocking the carriages of nobles who wanted to travel, and declaring to those arrogant nobles in the most impartial and stern tone, "Until the matter of that devil is investigated, the noble district is completely sealed off, entry is permitted, but exit is not." He ignored the insults and ridicule from the nobles and continued to faithfully guard the task entrusted to him by the temple. That is to prevent evil from spreading. He enjoyed his job, spending his time in seclusion in the temple, and occasionally taking a break was quite nice. However, as he continued to guard the road with the other paladins, he vaguely heard a woman crying and pleading, and the rampant, arrogant laughter of the nobles instantly roused Ward. The air was thick with an evil scent. So he gave instructions to the other paladins and then took another paladin, Urian, to investigate. As paladins, they would not let any opportunity to eliminate evil slip by. In a narrow passage between manors, he saw the source of the sound, a blonde girl being molested by a nobleman dressed in aristocratic attire, who ignored her pleas. This enraged Ward, who drew his sword to stop him, but the nobleman, upon seeing the paladin approach, fled like a rabbit. Ward saw nothing wrong with it, stepped forward, draped his cloak over the blonde girl, and asked, "Are you all right, miss?" "I'm all right, Your Excellency, Holy Knight." The blonde girl tugged at her cloak, covering her private parts, and said timidly. Her voice was soft and sweet, very pleasant to listen to. "Since you're all right, I'll take you home. Don't wander around the noble district alone next time. Even in the safest noble district, something can still happen to a beautiful young lady like you," Ward kindly advised, and the blonde girl obediently gave a name of a noble mansion not far from here. Ward had no doubts and escorted the girl back to the mansion before turning to leave. But the blonde girl who was about to enter called out to him, and the door opened a crack. "Sir Paladin? Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened to me." The girl hid behind the crack in the door, her voice filled with gratitude. "It's a simple act to lend a helping hand and uphold justice. It's exactly what we should do." Ward waved his hand dismissively, indicating that nothing was wrong. "Well, you still haven't told me your name? I really want to repay you." "My name is Wardai. What's yours?" Ward replied casually. "My name is Leah, thank you, Holy Knight." The girl peeking through the crack in the door smiled brightly, a smile that stirred even the usually serene and unperturbed heart of Ward. Ward chewed on the name, Leah. It's really a beautiful name. As the last rays of twilight disappeared below the horizon, the sky, which had turned from light blue to deep blue, enveloped the world. Night has fallen. However, there were unusually many grey clouds today, obscuring the cool light of the moon goddess Surin. But for the fish-human race who worship the sea goddess Ambarai, now is the perfect time to come ashore. Whether it was the surging tide, the rising waterline, or the dim environment resembling the deep sea, they felt incredibly comfortable, without the usual glaring moonlight that bothered them. This couldn't have been more perfect for a trip ashore, and I could also enjoy the long mist sea breeze. As Wulin emerged from the water, leaning on a deep blue staff made of seabed water elemental crystals, he thought to himself. Its eyes were as deep as the ocean. Tonight, it will lead the elite of its tribe to discuss with the cat-like human slaves they have raised how to deal with the black dragon. In front of and behind it were not only several powerful fish-human warriors, but also several shelled monsters wearing armor and wielding halberds, all at its command. This monster, which looks like a strong man wearing armor, is called the human crab. It not only has a giant pincer that can snap a person's waist, but also a large, humanoid hand that can skillfully wield weapons. However, crabs usually prefer melee combat using their giant pincers rather than weapons. Its other hand is usually used for throwing weapons, not for using them. Therefore, both humans and crabs possess highly accurate throwing skills, allowing them to easily strike their enemies from hundreds of feet away. They guarded it as diligently as the fish-human warriors, the strongest spellcaster in the fish-human clan. Even on the most relaxed island of Rika, which is like their backyard, they are on high alert. This is the elite among the fish-humans, and it is the source of its confidence in capturing the black dragon. They should have arrived by now. As Wu Blue Cheeks watched the approaching shadows of Rika Island, he figured the cat-like beings were already waiting for him on the shore. Sure enough, just as they all landed on the beach hundreds of feet inward from the rocky cliff, a rustling sound came from the dark green jungle. This was a robust, brown adult cat with light gray fur and some leaves from the forest. It moved somewhat hurriedly and spoke rapidly to the merman spellcaster in front of it. "Lord Woeo, you've arrived? The chieftain ordered me to wait for you here." It spoke respectfully to the fish-human priest who had just emerged from the sea. "You're Faken? Why are you alone? Where's Sinlut?" "It's always been Sinlut who greets me personally. Woeo Lansai immediately recognized him as a representative of the younger generation of the cat-human clan, apart from Zinlat, and also one of the most promising candidates for future clan leader within the cat-human clan. Woeo Blue Cheeks stared at the humanoid cat-like creature with its deep eyes, awaiting its reply. Fakin replied calmly, Lord Woeo, I'm so sorry, the chieftain was injured by that damned black dragon and is unable to come to greet you. The rest of our clansmen are on high alert, guarding against the black dragon, so we don't have enough manpower to welcome you. After all, the cunning true dragon could return at any moment to ambush our cat-human clan. So I'm the only one here to greet you, Lord Woeo. Please don't mind, Lord Woeo. But don't worry. Lord Sinlud has already told me everything you wanted to know. Feel free to ask. Oh well. Upon hearing Fakin's explanation, Woeo Lansai nodded slightly. After all, what the cat-like human in front of them said made sense. The cunning of true dragons is already well known throughout the continent of Iolos. Even the white dragons of the north know how to launch sneak attacks, let alone the others. It's not impossible that they would launch another surprise attack at night. For the cat-human clan, a shortage of manpower is perfectly normal. Moreover, for it, the cat-like human is just a tool, who it is doesn't matter. Of course, this is on the premise that the tools are useful. Don't worry, if that black dragon really dares to attack you, I'll make sure it can never fly again and drowns in the sea. Without any fear, Wu Lansai spoke to the cat-like human in front of him. Then I thank you on behalf of my people, sir. That black dragon was truly terrifying. This morning I watched it devour my companions with my own eyes. Fakin showed a relieved yet somewhat melancholic expression, and spoke to the fish-like spellcaster with even greater respect. This made Wu Bluegill somewhat grateful to the black dragon. After all, they were initially quite resistant to having the cat-human tribe's priestess give them the gifts, but now that there's something even worse to compare them to, it doesn't seem so bad. My lord, are we going to our tribe now? Although the chieftain is injured, he can still speak with you. However, some things might not be clear enough for me to explain. Fakin asked tentatively. Okay, then lead the way. Woeo remained non-committal. Their original plan was to come to land and see if there was a chance to hunt a real dragon. They had even brought their fishing nets. The cat-human tribe is perfect bait. If they manage to catch it, the black dragon's expression will be quite something. Woeo couldn't help but think. However, there is one more thing to do before setting foot on land, cast a spell. Marine creatures live too far from the ocean, and it's difficult for them to move freely on land without the aid of magic. Even if they could, their combat strength would be significantly reduced. After all, although fish humans are amphibious creatures, their main battlefield is still the ocean, and at this critical moment of guarding against the black dragon, magic is naturally the best solution. Then it began to chant a complex and lengthy incantation, and slightly raised the azure water elemental staff held in its webbed hands. A moment later, as the obscure and lengthy incantation was chanted, a blue light rose slowly from the staff, quickly transforming into a transparent light curtain large enough to envelop the fish-human caster and his followers. As the light curtain enveloped their bodies, these monsters, fresh from the ocean, once again felt like they were home. Third ring spell group land walk. This is enough to allow these marine creatures to move freely and easily on land as they would in water, unaffected by the environment, and to prevent them from becoming weak due to dehydration during the spell's duration. After casting the spell, the merfolk caster made minor adjustments to his team's formation, trying to keep all the elite merfolk warriors and crabs at a certain distance from him in all four directions. In this way, even if there is any noise, it will have enough distance to react. 6 elite second-tier fish-human warriors and 3 second-tier human crab warriors were thus scattered around Wu. They monitor each other so that even the slightest movement or disturbance can be detected, thus preventing sneak attacks. This significantly increased the safety level of Wu, the fish-like spellcaster. After confirming his safety, Wu began to question the cat-like human Fakin, who had been leading the way, about the details of the black dragon. Fakin knew that the most difficult hurdle was about to begin. However, having prepared in advance, it did not hesitate at all, and spoke the words that had been brewing in its heart for a long time to Woeo Blue Cheeks like beans pouring from a bamboo tube. Wu Bluegill listened very attentively, and the fish-like human caster even interjected with a few questions from time to time. However, Fakin answered quite well. After all, he had already prepared his answer in advance. An excellent answer? This made Woeo Blue-Cheeked, who already had no doubts, even more convinced of the cat-like human's plea for help. Of course, the most important reason is that it doesn't believe these cowards, who have already been defeated by them once, possess the courage to resist them. It took quite a while to traverse the forest, and we finally stopped after walking for some time between the outer edge of the island and its center. We had arrived at our destination, the territory of the cat-like humans. However, the journey remained peaceful, except for the once bustling forest, which was now much quieter. However, Woeo, who rarely spent time on land, naturally had no idea what this meant. In Wu's view, in a clearing in a forest surrounded by towering trees, lies a small town of wooden houses enclosed by a fence. The inhabitants are the cat-human race, who are also raised here by the fish-humans for sustainable development. As this group of underwater visitors followed Fakin and walked confidently into the town of the cat-human clan, this caused a stir among the wary, cat-like crowd. However, these underwater visitors, including Vaughn, were fearless. They barged in, their undisguised greedy gaze sweeping over the town's residents like tigers among sheep. Especially when they saw the fear in the eyes of the cat-like humans around them, their eyes were filled with enjoyment and pleasure. Perhaps influenced by the benthic demon fish, what fish-like humans enjoy most is appreciating the despair and fear in the eyes of their enemies, and they consider it something even more addictive than power. But what's even more addictive is seeing those beautiful cat-like females, their eyes filled with undisguised desire and greed. After all, apart from the human-crab hybrids, these elite male fish-human warriors were genuinely transformed from humans. If they want to reproduce, they have no other way but to reproduce with creatures that are related to humans. Fortunately, these fish-human warriors obeyed the orders of the priest and chief and did not attack these women, whom they perceived as weak, helpless, and vulnerable. They watched quietly as Vaughn entered the house belonging to the cat-human patriarch. Then, not long after, with the issuance of an order, the entire cat-like town came to life again. To thank the messengers of the god Luca for their help, Chief Sinnat decided to hold a banquet to reward them and to select the most beautiful girl in the whole town to be sacrificed to the god. After a long while, the moon rose above the treetops. The cat-human town was brightly lit, and the cat-humans were singing and dancing in the town's open space. Sitting atop the platform in the open space was Vaughn, the fish-like spellcaster who had come to discuss matters concerning the black dragon. At this moment, it was gnawing on a tender lamb chop that had just been cooked, chewing with its sharp teeth. Blood splattered from its chewing and remained on its green skin, making it look particularly ferocious. Its other hand was embracing a girl from the cat-human race. Vaughn would glance at her every now and then, finding a hint of pleasure in her expression. The fruit wine and lamb chops were a perfect accompaniment to the meal. Now, apart from the human crab protecting him, Vaughn has released all the other fish-human warriors to enjoy the feast together. This meal was prepared to its liking, and the elite warriors of the fish-human race were naturally entitled to enjoy it as well. However, during the climax of the banquet, in the process of selecting the sacrificial maiden, there were some subtle details that went unnoticed. For example, a cat-like girl and a fish-like warrior entered the jungle behind the town one after the other. Benbarba is a second-tier elite merfolk warrior, and it is very excited, both above and below. It felt as if it were blessed by the moon goddess, because now it no longer disliked the hazy, half-hidden moonlight. Now its mind is filled with the girl's soft whispers in its ear. "My lord? Can you help me? I want to see Flandra, is that all right? I'm willing to give anything for it." Flandra Benbarba knew that she was the cat-like woman from the last sacrifice, and was now being held captive in the chief's underwater palace, preparing to become pregnant. It was beyond its reach to touch her, but it wouldn't let this cat-like girl, who had come to its doorstep, slip by, so it told her directly, "I can help, but you have to promise it one thing. That's to help it fulfill a small dream." After hearing Benbarba's dream, the girl hesitated for a long time, but finally agreed, though not in a house, but in the jungle. But for Benbarba, this is even more exciting. As the trees on both sides rushed past, Benbarba couldn't help but speak up. "Miss Livia? Right here." It stared lewdly at the girl in the long linen dress before it, greedily eyeing her exposed fair skin and neck. He couldn't help but lick his lips at the thought, and quickly called out. The girl stopped and looked around, seemingly to assess her surroundings. Then, Benbarba heard a strange remark. "Lord Gordon, the person has been brought." Just as Benbarba was filled with doubt about who Ji Dun was, he was suddenly tackled to the ground by a figure leaping down from a tree. It tried to struggle, but it was completely immobilized by the immense force of those claws. However, when it saw the face of the monster that had overwhelmed it, it was completely stunned. "It's that black dragon. It hasn't left?" The second-tier merman warrior felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively let out a roar, trying to warn Vaughn outside the forest. But to its horror, it discovered that no matter how it made a sound, or how its limbs rubbed against the ground and stones, the sound vanished without a trace. Utter silence reigned, broken only by the gradually heating atmosphere outside the forest. Its voice seemed to be swallowed up. Benbarba fell into despair, but the despair did not last more than a few seconds. Its neck and head both simultaneously felt a sharp edge, accompanied by a stinging sensation. Consciousness returned to darkness. The gray clouds were blown away by the wind, and moonlight spilled into the tranquil forest. Gordon watched the girl in the linen dress leave, then looked away and began to deal with the aftermath. It stood on the fish-human corpse, and with some disgust, threw some ground medicine on the body to mask the smell of blood, before wiping the bloodstains off its claws. Then take a look at the second-tier black iron talent orb absorbed from the fish-human warrior. Detection complete. The talent is confirmed as Tier 2 Aquatic Combat. Talent Underwater Combat. Once you and your enemy are submerged, the land-dwelling creature will realize how foolish it was to fight you underwater. You can use the currents to pinpoint the source of an attack, and your incredibly precise underwater techniques will prevent your opponent from detecting your direction. Perhaps among humans, only seasoned pirates and skilled sailors roaming the seas can rival your combat prowess. Its dark golden vertical pupils glanced at the brightly lit banquet in the distance, then flapped its wings and flew back to the treetop. Without much hesitation, it decomposed the talent. Although this talent is indeed quite good and it can be used, it's not something I can utilize right now. After all, he still had several battles to fight, so Gordon's choice was self-evident. In the shadows, as Gordon added the fragments to the unchanging scale armor enchanting, the dark scales on his body, which had originally glowed somewhat in the moonlight, immediately lost some of their luster and became much dimmer. The thickness increased by several centimeters again, making Gordon feel heavy all over. The treetops, as thick as a thigh, creaked beneath his feet. However, within Gordon's ring of silence, only a faint shadow could be seen swaying above, and there was no sound. Before anyone knew it, the drifting gray clouds once again obscured the crescent moon, and Gordon saw the girl's figure again. He also looked at the fish-human warriors behind the girl, their eyes filled with desire, and silently held his breath, waiting for the right moment. The killings continued that night. Pfft! Gordon swiftly and decisively used its sharp claws to pierce the fragile, fish-like human body that it found so vulnerable. Warm blood gushed out from the fish-human warrior's torn throat, staining its claws crimson. But strangely, all of this remained serene under the moonlight, the forest as still as ever. However, Gordon, who had already slaughtered the corpses of 5 fish-like humans, was already accustomed to and extremely familiar with the effects of Circle of Silence. Soon, a dark iron-colored ball of light rose from the corpse. The black-scaled dragon, whose head and tail were a full 14 feet long, stood up with great confidence from the body of the fish-human warrior who had already breathed his last and whose body was gradually growing cold. He nodded slightly to the cat-like girl who was standing under an oak tree, staring at him without blinking. "Livia, well done. All the fish-like humans were dead." It removed the ring of silence and praised the cat-like human girl with complete peace of mind. The fact that 6 elite fish-human warriors were eliminated tonight without anyone noticing was far beyond Gordon's expectations. The primary credit undoubtedly goes to the allure of this cat-like girl. This is all thanks to Lord Gordon? Livia doesn't deserve any credit? However, Lord Gordon, I could try to lure that fish-like spellcaster over here. Livia was overjoyed to hear Gordon praise her, but she knew perfectly well that Gordon had taught her all of this, including his seductive words. She had begun to blindly trust the molten dragon lord before her. However, Livia hadn't had enough of being the decoy. She wanted to try something even more challenging. But Gordon's words made her stop this unrealistic fantasy. "No need. That will only alert the spellcaster who turned into a fish. Go back now, do nothing, and leave everything to me." Gordon shook his head, rejecting Livia's suggestion without hesitation and ignoring her disappointed expression. The spellcaster, naturally, cannot act rashly like those mindless fish-human warriors. Doing so would only alert it. After all, the most ingenious sneak attack comes from an unexpected angle and from a place that no one would have thought of. Luring the spellcaster to an unfamiliar place could easily alert it, a risk Gordon didn't want to take. The crabman was constantly guarding the caster, so it was impossible for it to be lured over like the fishman. Therefore, now there is only one option, to take the initiative. This means the final battle is imminent, but that's even better, it no longer needs to wait. Gordon's dark gold vertical pupils showed no fear. However, before the final battle, there is one more thing to do, to finish digesting the talent fragments obtained from the fish-human. Previously, 5 elite fish-human warriors had each provided it with 2 different types of second-tier talent fragments. These are underwater combat and highly robust. These 2 are naturally disregarded. Without exception, they were broken down and used to enhance scale armor enhancement and higher robustness respectively. This is why it is so large now. At 14 to nearly 15 feet tall, it's quite a behemoth in the forest. Without the scale armor enhancement, it would probably be 17 or 18 feet long by now. However, Gordon paused slightly as he looked at the data on the panel. The talent orb obtained from this fish-human warrior revealed a talent that was different from the previous ones. It was not one of the previous 2, but a completely new talent. Detection complete. Detected as a Tier 2 talent fragment multiple attacks. Activate talent shard/weather to activate. Talent multi-attack. Effects, 1, 2, 3. Through long and arduous training, your attack direction and momentum are always perfectly timed to strike other enemies. Taking on multiple enemies at once is commonplace for you. No matter how chaotic the battlefield, you can always rely on your skilled techniques to find the attack method that will maximize the damage to the enemy. If you don't die on the battlefield, you'll always be rewarded with the titles of Meat Grinder, Butcher, and Executioner after the war. Gordon initially wanted to think of a deconstructive approach, as was his habit, but then he thought of the densely packed fish-like people in the island's waters. Without much hesitation, it directly activated Yes with its consciousness, and the fragments of multiple attacks quickly merged into its body, while the training memories of multiple attacks in its mind also appeared in time. A brand new talent appeared in the talent list, squeezed into the last column. Multi-attack, 1/15. By the time Gordon finished digesting the information and opened his dark golden vertical pupils, the cat-like girl had already walked away as he had commanded. Gordon knew it was time for him to take action. His combat strength had now reached its peak. Further delays will only increase the risks. Every battle must eventually come to an end. So it activated the Ring of Silence to eliminate all sound from its movements, flapped its 12-foot-wide dragon wings, and began to take off silently until it broke through the tranquil forest and arrived beneath the gray clouds. It was like the most experienced hunter in the shadows, making not a sound, only the treetops trembled slightly in the forest, and the leaves testified to its presence. Flying below the gray clouds, Gordon, above the forest, also saw the bustling lights not far ahead in the distance. That was a town of cat-like people, and a spellcaster who had turned into a fish was living there. But Gordon did not choose to approach. Instead, he increased his altitude again and flew towards the top of the grey clouds. Although the dark, grey clouds obscure the moonlight in the night sky, its jet black scales serve as the most natural camouflage. However, even when hovering at low altitudes, it is still possible for the spellcaster to detect the creature before it gets close. Gordon didn't want to take that risk either. A sneak attack? It has to be executed to the extreme? The merfolk-like spellcaster, Von Bluegill, appeared somewhat agitated and uneasy, or perhaps even a little depressed. It looked at the lively and bustling banquet and had an indescribable feeling. Even when the cat-like woman lay in its arms, it showed no interest whatsoever, and instead chased her off the platform. I began to ponder alone. It knew the source of its unease, the disappearance of the fish-human warriors in the arena. No, not exactly disappearance they had left. It noticed it when the first fish-human warrior left the banquet and the town. However, seeing that it entered the forest with a cat-like girl, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they had finally managed to get ashore once, and if the cat-like humans and they were mutually consenting, it wouldn't be considered a violation of the chief's orders. But what it didn't expect was that it was only slightly engrossed in the cat-like humans' wonderful banquet performance. When it came to its senses, all 6 of its elite fish-human warriors had vanished. Fortunately, it summoned Faken, the cat-like human, in time to inquire, and learned that its fish-like human warriors had all gone into the forest to play with the cat-like human girls. As for what they were playing, judging from the forlorn expression on Faken's face and his silence, it was clear he was a master of deception. Von Bluegill naturally knew what his fish-like warriors were doing. But as time went by, its restlessness naturally arose. One question lingered in its mind. Are they all this long? Why isn't it over yet? Finally, just as Von Bluegill couldn't resist the urge to have the cat-like creature summon its minions back from the forest, a gust of wind came from above. That's right. Standing in the open, it couldn't help but feel a strong wind coming from above, giving it a feeling of the eve of a storm. Strangely, this powerful wind pressure produced no sound of howling wind. It instinctively raised its head, and then its fish-like pupils shrank dramatically. Because it saw, high above, beneath the grey clouds that obscured the moonlight, a gigantic monster with scales that were almost a dark grey in color, using its enormous body and wings to pierce a hole in the grey clouds. Moonlight shone through the gaps in the clouds, bathing it in a cool, silvery glow that illuminated its ferocious appearance, making it clear enough for Von Bluegill to see the monster's exposed, sharp fangs. The monster let out a deafening roar, its dragon wings whipping up a storm as it brandished its sharp claws to devour its prey. The gust of wind was the result of its rapid descent and attack. But this also means, this is incredibly close. It's already very close to the monster? Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. Dragon? This is, a black dragon? A black dragon attacked it from the sky? The thought of Von Blue Cheeks had barely formed in his mind when he instinctively tried to move away from his spot, taking a few steps back. But the black dragon descended with incredible speed, especially after folding its wings, carrying the force of a comet hitting the earth. This left the fish-human caster with no way to avoid the attack, and the crab guards behind it were also too late to shield their master from the attack from the black dragon. Vaughn could even see the cruelty and amusement in those dark gold vertical pupils, as if they were saying, "Gotcha? You can't escape." In fact, that was exactly what Gordon thought, but only when it thought the sneak attack was perfect. It found itself gripping a wall of steel, but then it vanished abruptly. Upon closer inspection, it discovered that the large mass of fish-like humanoid spellcasters that had been there just moments before had simply disappeared. It clearly sensed that just as its claws touched the spellcaster's body, a bright blue light emanated from the waist of the fish-human spellcaster before it. A charm suddenly shattered. Ambarai's Blessing. Effect, a one-time magical artifact bestowed upon Ambarai, the sea goddess, after she was very pleased with the offerings made by her followers. Its effect not only blocks one attack but also grants the user the equivalent of a 6th circle trigger spell plus a 3rd circle blink spell. It automatically triggers upon receiving a default attack, and the artifact's owner will automatically use blink without needing to cast any spells or incantations. The fish-human caster, at the very moment the amulet shattered, teleported behind the crab-human guards using a self-triggered flash spell. The feeling of brushing shoulders with death in that instant was very unpleasant for this fish-human spellcaster. Its fish-like eyes, filled with resentment, were fixed on the black dragon before it, as if it wanted to skin it alive and tear it apart to quell its hatred. After all, it was a life-saving treasure that it had obtained through numerous offerings to the goddess. It would be a real waste to waste it here. However, upon seeing that the black dragon had grown even larger, a greedy look began to appear in its eyes. If this black dragon is the same one from this morning, it must hold a great secret. If offered to the goddess, it claims it can grant something even better than the amulet, and might even please the goddess and gain greater power. Therefore, the fish-human caster did not hesitate to give the command to the crab-human in front of him. You go forward and hold it back. I will sacrifice it to the sea goddess. The storm will be with us. It roared at the crab guards beside it, and of course, it didn't forget to give orders to the cat-like human slaves, since they still had a slight advantage in numbers at this point. If they can hold out for even a moment and allow its spells to be ready, then this battle should be over. After all, no matter how powerful this black dragon is, it is still a black dragon that is not yet an adult. Its scales have not fully molted, so it cannot be completely immune to its spells. Cat-like beings? Attack this black dragon? I will report your bravery to the god Luca. The fish-human caster gripped his light blue staff and began chanting incantations. Today it was going to show this black dragon what a human wave tactic was all about. It was determined to wear the black dragon down, no matter what. Otherwise, if the black dragon gets away, it will suffer a huge loss. However, when the human crab guards rushed towards Gotan, the latter's cat-like attitude surprised this fish-like spellcaster who admired Omburai, and then he was filled with disbelief. Because it discovered? At some point, all the residents of this cat-like town had transformed into cats, and their aura was even more ferocious than before. But instead of attacking the black dragon, they strolled forward and gathered behind it, watching it menacingly. Their cat-like vertical pupils couldn't conceal the vengeance and hatred they harbored. This scene sent a chill down Von Bluecheek's spine, and a thought he had never considered before surfaced in his mind. That is, the cat-like human and the black dragon before us. They're in cahoots? Sure enough, the black-scaled dragon let out a roar that echoed throughout the forest. With my will, tear them to shreds. Warlaws? With a roar, all the cat-like humans were affected by Gordon. Their claws and fangs grew longer, and their speed increased. In an instant, countless black shadows appeared from behind Gordon, heading towards the crab guards who were coming from the front. Regardless of age or gender, they are fearless in the face of death, and possess an indomitable fighting spirit. Gordon, meanwhile, set his sights on the fish-like sorcerer who was chanting a spell. With a slight exertion of its limbs, the black scales on its entire body opened and closed, as if an invisible gust of wind surged out from behind the scales. Charge. The ring of silence. The next second, all sound within a 30-foot radius of Gordon abruptly ceased. Even spells that the fish-human casters hadn't finished reciting were interrupted by Gordon. The spell's backlash startled the caster, who was still trying to understand why this was happening. It then saw the black-scaled dragon speeding towards it through the horde of monsters. Now, fear finally welled up uncontrollably in its eyes, and it couldn't help but utter a silent whisper. By Omburai, what kind of monster is this? However, its hands didn't slow down either. It wiped the staff it was holding. After a standard action, countless streams of water burst forth from the transparent gem atop the blue staff, then coalesced in front of it. Two 7-foot-tall Tier 3 water elementals suddenly appeared. Medium-level magical artifact, water elemental staff. Using the water elemental staff as built-in spells was a last resort for Vaughn. Although he possessed several magical artifacts, the only one he could cast spells through actions was this water elemental staff. It can summon up to 3 tiers of water elementals once a day, with the number of summons adjusted according to the caster's rank. So, at the very moment that the massive water elemental, over 7 feet tall, was summoned onto the high platform, Von Bluegill, the Merman spellcaster, couldn't wait to issue commands with his mind. The summoned 3rd-tier water elemental immediately went to stop the black-scaled dragon in front of them, which was not large, but certainly not small either. It needs time? And the water element is its protective barrier? Warren Bluegill was quite confident in the water element's resistance to attacks. Because water elementals, being 3rd-tier elemental creatures, are difficult to harm with ordinary swords, blades, or claws, only corresponding elemental energy or magical weapons can inflict sufficient damage on them. Most importantly, its regenerative ability is extremely strong, as long as its consciousness is not completely extinguished. Its water element staff continuously draws energy from the water elemental realm to supply it. In other words, if the water element cannot be damaged sufficiently in a short period of time, it will be immortal as long as the caster is present. This is why Warren Bluegill uses water as its last line of defense. After giving the order, Vaughn took off running in the direction away from the black dragon. Although it didn't know why it couldn't make a sound, it was certain that it was related to the black dragon in front of it. So the second thing Vaughn did was to get away from it, away from this black dragon. However, it didn't run very far. Once it felt it had regained its ability to speak, it slowed down. It headed towards a higher place, where it would continue preparing the spell that had just failed to be cast. It wasn't that it hadn't considered leaving, but rather that the place was quite a distance from the sea. And over this distance, it certainly couldn't outrun the flying black dragon in front of it. Moreover, it still couldn't give up the opportunity to hunt the black dragon. It didn't want to leave. It wanted to return to its tribe in glory, not be terrified by a black dragon cub and flee back to the sea. Moreover, its water element will buy it enough time. It still has a chance to win and has not failed. Just as the fish-like human caster retreated, Gordon's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Damn it, that cowardly Merman spellcaster. He doesn't even dare to have a fair, head-on duel with me. It watched the fish-like humanoid spellcaster run away and the large water elemental that suddenly appeared in front of it, muttering to itself. However, the ring of silence also completely swallowed up any sound it emitted. Therefore, its muttering, silent face appears somewhat ferocious to outsiders. But Gordon is really angry right now? The spellcaster should have already fallen to his own feet, and those crabs should have been turned into a crab meat feast. That damned flash and trigger spell ruined all its plans. Fortunately, it didn't lose its mind. After all, the battle is not over yet, and the outcome is still uncertain. This is not the time to be discouraged. Thinking of this, Gordon's previously blocked state of mind changed extremely quickly. In less than a second, he had already adjusted his mindset. Facing a large water elemental wriggling towards him, and 3 human crabs surging towards him from the side, he was met with fearless cat-like attacks. Its vertical pupils shifted slightly, and it immediately thought of a good idea, but before that, it needed to do one thing. It immediately dispelled the ring of silence and roared loudly at the cat-like humans. Abandon the attack. Get out of here. Although the cat-like beings under the war laws are somewhat manic and belligerent, they obey the orders of their master, the black scale dragon. Her steps and biting slowed slightly, and although there was confusion in her amber eyes, she retreated like the tide. Orders are strictly obeyed, this is the essence of it. In an instant, the platform was empty except for those fish-like monsters. The monsters, however, didn't seem to sense anything amiss about the cat-like humans' retreat. Their minds are now completely focused on carrying out Lord Vaughn's orders. Trap the black dragon before them. This prevents it from attacking Lord Vaughn, giving him enough time to cast his spell. The crabs roared in unintelligible languages as they charged toward the black dragon before them. A taller crab charged to the front, its target the black dragon's tail. It thought it could use its giant pincers to cut off its tail and restrain it, but that was just wishful thinking. But before it could get close, it heard a sharp whistling sound in its ears, and a black, iron pillar-like shadow suddenly appeared in its field of vision, sweeping towards it. A tremendous force immediately came from its thick legs, causing it to lose its balance. Before it could even use its pincers and deformed hands to grab the tail, it was slammed to the ground, lying on its back. The other 2 man-crabs followed suit, wielding their giant pincers and attacking the black dragon's pale yellow belly. After all, the scales on the black dragon's belly looked much softer than the hard, black keratinous scales on its back. The other 2 large water elementals also wriggled their bodies, creating trickles of water on the high platform, which slowly swept towards Gordon. Gordon lashed out with his tail, sending a crab flying. It watched as water elementals, crabs, approached it from all directions. Its vertical pupils showed no fear, but rather a hint of cunning, and it used the talent embedded in its bloodline without hesitation. Rage. Accompanied by creaking bones and swelling flesh from the inside out, his dark gold vertical pupils turned dark red. Gordon felt a surge of power coursing through his body, as if he could crush the crab head that was about to rush towards him with a single claw. However, it did not choose to do so. Instead, it exerted a little force with its hind legs, jumped into the air, and then its broad dragon wings suddenly opened, vibrating at a high frequency in the air, generating a strong wind pressure. It's going to rise. However, its wind pressure was not enough to stop the advance of large creatures like the crab and the water elemental. On the contrary, Gordon's takeoff made them even faster, as they feared the black dragon flying into the air before them. Once they took to the sky, they were completely helpless against the black dragon. Fortunately, they managed to grab the drooping black tail of the black dragon that was hovering in midair and had not yet taken off. Both the human crab and the water elementals swarmed around the tail, treating it as their last lifeline, attempting to use their strength to drag the 16-foot-long black dragon down from the sky. But the power of Gordon's wings after his rampage was beyond what these creatures, which were less than half his size, could pull him away from. It even had some spare capacity, but it did not break the stalemate between the 2 sides, where neither could gain the upper hand for the time being. Because its abdomen had already begun to burn and brew, and the smell of heat and sulfur permeated its body. A potion bottle also fell from the dimensional bag into its gaping mouth. Dragon's Breath Enhancement Potion. With a crack, the sound of a glass vial shattering came from Gordon's mouth. A tiny spark was burning on the very center of its belly scales. On the other side, in the distance from the high platform, having just reached a safe position and preparing to cast a spell, the Merman spellcaster, Von Bluegill, was slightly taken aback upon seeing this evenly matched scene. But then it burst into laughter, its face full of joy as it murmured to itself. This black dragon, just like the white dragon, is incredibly stupid. It actually thought it could take off from such a short distance. Haha, it'll definitely be dragged down by the water elementals and my crab guardians. How stupid. The fish-human spellcaster was overjoyed. He had thought it would be a tough battle, but it ended up being such a disappointing failure. However, its joy had not yet subsided when it was about to concentrate and chant a spell to defeat the young black dragon that was stuck in midair. Suddenly, Von Bluecheek heard the faint sound of shattering glass. But then came a huge, loud inhalation, as if I were taking a deep breath myself. This made it instinctively look up and focus, casting its gaze towards the center of the battlefield where it thought the outcome was already decided, wanting to see what had actually happened. It quickly located the source of the sound. The sound came from the mouth of the black baby dragon in the distance, hovering in midair. At the same time, the black dragon's head was in a different posture than it had imagined. Its neck was twisted into a U-shape. The head is facing downwards, towards the crab clinging to its tail and refusing to let go, and the water elemental. Moreover, from this angle, Vaughn could clearly see the dark red vertical pupils of the black dragon. Familiar yet unfamiliar, but one thing is certain. It's seen that look before. I saw it in an ordinary fisherman. I remember back then, it was lurking underwater, watching for ships on the surface of the sea. One of the fishermen on the boat was fishing. When the boat tugged at the fishing line, the fisherman thought a big fish had taken the bait and quickly reeled in his line. That's how his eyes looked back then. However, after the fisherman realized what he had caught, his eyes turned to fear and boredom, and then it ate him. I can't remember what it tasted like anymore, but it still remembers that look in its eyes very clearly. I never expected to see it on a black dragon again today. Moreover, when it saw a glimmer of fire on the breastplate of the black young dragon, an ominous premonition filled its mind. Oh no, quick. Then, the fish-human caster, at the fastest speed he had ever used, recited the incantation for the mass fire protection spell. Almost as soon as that pale red circular light enveloped the water elemental, the crab's body. Then, almost instantly, the inconspicuous spark beneath the black dragon's abdominal scales ignited its belly. At the same time, a red light emanated from the black dragon's gaping maw, and in less than a second, the red light changed from red to golden yellow, and then from golden yellow to a dazzling white, so bright it was breathtaking. That radiance, as bright as the sun, instantly spewed out from the black dragon's mouth. He showered the 5 monsters who were gathered around the black dragon's tail. Dragon's breath enhancement potion. Magma eruption. However, this incredibly intense energy was barely blocked by the flame protection shield that Von Bluegill released in time. The shield melted away along with the scorching lava. Black. Just as Von Bluegill was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sinister smile, typical of merfolk, appeared on his lips as he pondered how to mock the black dragon. The next scene in the central battlefield of Geotai, let Von, his voice and the sinister grin on his face freeze in that instant. High above the platform, a red light reappeared from the mouth of the ferocious black dragon. Then, just like before, the only difference was that this time it wasn't white, but golden yellow. But that's enough. The cone-shaped, scorching, flowing magma once again relentlessly spewed from the black dragon's mouth, pouring onto the target without reservation, like a tap being turned on. This time, however, its target no longer had flame protection to counteract its dragon breath. The scorching hot magma completely enveloped its exterior. Its robust growth allowed it to expel far more fluids during a single battle than before. This time, its tail was finally released. The man-crab's wails and the sizzling sound almost instantly ignited the entire platform. Accompanying this was a cloud of white water vapor that enveloped the entire platform, a reaction resulting from the collision of magma and water elements. The reaction from the fish-human caster was equally intense. Dragon. How is this possible? How could it be so fast? So short? Von Bluecheeks had barely finished speaking, his sneer still lingering, when his mind was filled with disbelief. In all its knowledge and experience, it had never seen or heard of a young dragon being able to breathe fire twice in succession. This was beyond its comprehension. Watching the crab writhing on the ground, its hard armor scorched by the lava, groaning in agony, its body writhing in the scorching heat, was a sight to behold. There were also water elements that had turned into a puddle of water, evaporated by the scorching magma, and returned to the water elemental plane. Von Bluegill, its heart was already enveloped in a deathly silence. Despair suddenly filled his chest, and 2 words echoed in his mind. Completed, completed. The fish-like human caster was caught off guard by Gordon's renewed dragon breath. Gordon, however, was not smug. He appeared somewhat transparent in the white steam of the night. It maneuvered its enormous body as it soared out of the steam. Behind it lingered the whirlwind left by the dragon's wings and the lingering, white, transparent steam. Its dark red vertical pupils were fixed on the fish-like human caster who was standing there in a daze not far away, remaining on guard at all times. The battle was not over yet, and its claws were already itching for more. Gordon's dive attack was swift and decisive. The merman caster was making a desperate last stand, but before he could finish half of the putrefying ray incantation, he felt an invisible, silent force envelop him once again. Goddess Umberai, please tell me, how should I deal with this black dragon? The spell failed again, and Von Bluegill could only pray to the goddess in despair. But the cruel sea goddess will not respond to a loser, especially since this is land. It could only run backward, no longer daring to look back at the ferocious black dragon swooping down from behind. But less than 2 seconds later, a tremendous force knocked it to the ground. A soft, smooth sensation came from beneath the paws with their pads. Gordon confirmed that he had the merman spellcaster by the neck. So, without any mercy, it used its left claw to prop up the back of the fish-human spellcaster's head, preventing it from lifting its head and forcing it to eat dirt. Then comes the practiced insertion. With a whoosh, the fish-like human beneath him, whose struggles were barely perceptible in the face of its absolute power, vanished instantly, followed by a slight twitch, but Gordon no longer cared. Then came the wounds torn open by the sharp claws on the fish-like human, and the blood gushing from those wounds. Its claws were completely stained red. Gordon remained motionless until he came into view. A bronze-colored orb of light emerged from the still warm, blood-soaked corpse. Gordon absorbed it without hesitation, then released his claws and began searching for treasures on the spellcaster's body. It looked at the staff of the water elementals and the ring on the hand of the fish-like human. Looking at the appraised prices given to it, Gordon's vertical pupils contracted slightly, like needles. 3,200 to 3,700, 4,000 to 4,200. Get rich?